The difference between the subtle senses and the physical senses is very important, and here consciousness researchers will find a very valuable conceptual tool. Let's take a look at the problem of phantom limbs, for example. A person who has an arm or leg amputated often feels them as if they are, and may feel pain or tingling in them. The allegory of the City of Nine Gates provides an adequate explanation for this mystical phenomenon. Take a case where a person continues to feel a hand that has been amputated. The hand is one of the active organs of perception. It consists of two elements, the subtle sense of touch and the physical organ of the hand. During amputation, a person loses a physical organ through which a subtle feeling acts. But the subtle feeling remains, and the mind perceives its presence. As long as the subtle sense is material, it can act as gross physical matter without the involvement of the corresponding physical organ of perception. This can explain the phenomena associated with the appearance of ghosts, as well as some phenomena in spiritualistic sessions of mediums, especially the mystical movements of physical objects. This model can also explain how a person becomes able to sense everything that happens when he is in a state of near death, during which the physical senses are not working as a result of anesthesia or shock. The subtle senses can be compared to the servants of the queen. They supply her with information and act. Together they make up the material mind and sensory faculties of subtle, but still material energy. They form a picture of the personality with which the king mistakenly identifies himself. The body itself, the City of Nine Gates, is a gross material energy that obeys the laws of physics and chemistry. It is influenced by the five subtle currents of air, which Ayurveda, Vedic medicine, speaks of as prana, apana, vyana, samana and udana. In the allegory with King Puranjana, the five air currents, containing the vital force, are personified by a five-headed snake. Puranjana asks the queen who and where she and her servants are from. The queen replies, "O best of men, I do not know who conceived me. It is not difficult for me to give you a definite answer. The names and origins of my companions are also unknown to me. O great hero, we only know that we are here now. We do not know what will happen next. In fact, we are so stupid that we do not even try to find out who created this beautiful city and settled us here. O venerable one, all these men and women accompanying me are my friends, and this serpent, without closing his eyes, guards my city, even when I sleep. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. O conqueror of enemies, whatever the reason for your appearance here, for me it is certainly a great success. I wish you all the best. You crave pleasure, and I, like my companions, will do everything what is in our power to fulfill your desires. For you, I have built this city with 9 gates, in which you will experience all the pleasures. You can live here for 100 years, getting everything you need for sense gratification." When the king asks questions to the queen, she formulates them as her own, referring to the material mind, and gives the final answers. The queen gives the same answers and treats the questions in the same way as modern science, which prides itself on avoiding some metaphysical questions, and the mysteriousness with which it answers other questions. It is not difficult for me to give you a definite answer, we only know that we are now here. This is a monistic, materialistic answer to the king's questions about his position. Srimad Bhagavatam gives a more detailed description of the 9 gates of the city, where the king and queen reside. 7 gates are on the surface, eyes, ears, nostrils, mouth, and 2 more gates are hidden underground, anus and genitals. 5 gates face east. The first 2 eastern gates are called Kadiyota, firefly, and Avirmukhi, torch. To see, the king leaves through this gate and goes to the city of Vaivaitravada, clear vision. He is accompanied by his friend Dioman, the sun, ruler of the subtle sense of sight. In other words, the king encounters quality characteristics through sensory contact through the physical organs of the body. Qualitative characteristics are secondary properties of objects, such as color. When studying consciousness, the question of how a person perceives qualities has never received an unambiguous answer. Do they exist by themselves, in the objects with which they are associated, or do they exist only in our minds? As the Srimad Bhagavatam says, qualities such as color exist as objects of the subtle senses. That is, they are in their reality, and are not a product of our mind. The 5 objects of the subtle senses are visual image, sound, taste, smell and touch. Interestingly, the king passes through the gates of the eyes for contact with subtle sensory objects in the city of visual impressions. This suggests that the process of seeing is not just one way of passive perception, but can also be an active process of obtaining images, such as sonar or radar. In this way, the phenomenon of remote vision can be explained when the subject can mentally move to the desired place, which is beyond the reach of the physical senses, and then accurately describe his visual impressions. Out-of-body visual impressions can also be explained by this model. It is quite difficult to clearly understand the relationship between the physical senses, subtle senses, and objects of subtle senses, but perhaps experimental research. In the eastern part of the city of King Puranjana, in addition to the gates of the eyes, there are two more gates, which are called Nalini and Nalini. These are the nostrils. The king enters them with a friend named Avidhuta, breathing process, and goes to the city of Soraba, aroma. The last gate on the east side is Mukhya, mouth, through which the king passes with two friends to the cities of taste and food. Through two gates on the north and south sides, ears, the king enters the cities, where different sounds are heard. Through the western gate, the king enters the cities, where sensations of sexual pleasure and excretion are experienced. During these travels, the king is assisted by two blind men, Nirvak and Peshakrit, who personify arms and legs. In all his actions, the king is guided by the wishes of the queen. In other words, self-awareness in the material world is conditioned by the material mind. In the Srimad Bhagavatam it is said, when the queen drank intoxicated drinks, King Puranjana also drank with her. When the queen dined, he dined with her, and when she chewed, the king chewed at the same time with her. When the queen sang, he sang too, and when she laughed, he laughed too. When the queen began to chat, he echoed her, and when she went out for a walk, the king followed her. When the queen stood, he also stood, and when she went to bed, the king went with her. When the queen sat down, he also sat down, and when she listened to something, he tried to listen to the same thing. He looked where the queen was looking, and smelled what she smelled. If the queen touched any object, the king also touched him. When his dear queen grieved, the unfortunate king had to grieve with her. When the queen was happy, the king was also happy, and when she was happy, he also felt satisfaction. As already mentioned, an important question in solving the problem of the dualism of mind and body is the question of how non-material consciousness interacts with objects of feelings. The answer to the question is hidden in this model. Interaction is based on false identification. To understand the nature of false identification, one must first combine the dualism of body and mind that we understand with the threefold concept, which includes 1. Immaterial self-awareness, 2. A subtle material body, consisting of mind, subtle senses, and intelligence, and 3. A physical body of gross matter. To simplify understanding, I am reducing this triad to spirit, mind and matter, and by mind I mean all the elements of the subtle material body, mind, subtle senses, and intellect. If we consider the subject in more detail, then it must be said that the mind is a subtle material substance associated with the material mind. The mind is surrounded by subtle senses, which, in turn, are associated with the physical senses, and these give the mind sensory data in the form of objects of subtle senses. But here another question arises. When studying consciousness, researchers will be faced with the problem of how different types of sensory sensations are added to a single image. Even different elements of visual perception, for example, the perception of color, movement, shape, in all likelihood, are located in different parts of the brain. Sounds are found in other parts of the brain. How are all these elements connected into one whole? According to the Srimad Bhagavatam model, their integration is dealt with by the subtle element of the mind, which receives sensory messages from the subtle senses grouped around it. But the mind, however, is not consciousness. Rather, it can be compared to multimedia computer software that combines audio and video signals into one coherent picture based on a variety of incoming information and information from direct primary sources. The material mind, which is represented here by the queen, directs the consciousness of a certain living being to this integral display of sensory data. Reason, as subtle material energy, is not self-consciousness, but imitates the manifestation of consciousness. By this, he attracts the attention of self-awareness, forcing to identify with him, how we usually identify with the image of an actor on the screen in a movie or with the antics of a robot. Through identification with the material mind, which in turn is associated with an integrated image of the entire range of sensory manifestations of the mind, consciousness enters into connection with this range of feelings. This connection is indirect. This connection of self-awareness with gross matter arises due to false identification with the activities of subtle material energy, mind. The superfine material element that keeps the attention of self-awareness chained to the manifestations of the material mind is called ahankara, or false ego. In general, this system is created and controlled by the oversoul. Consciousness enters into connection with this gamut of feelings. This connection is indirect. This connection of self-awareness with gross matter arises due to false identification with the activities of subtle material energy, mind. The superfine material element that keeps the attention of self-awareness riveted to the manifestations of the material mind is called ahankara, or false ego. In general, this system is created and controlled by the oversoul. Consciousness enters into connection with this gamut of feelings. This connection is indirect. This connection of self-awareness with gross matter arises due to false identification with the activities of subtle material energy, mind. The superfine material element that keeps the attention of self-awareness chained to the manifestations of the material mind is called ahankara, or false ego. In general, this system is created and controlled by the oversoul. As described in the Srimad Bhagavatam, self-awareness initially deals with non-material sense objects through non-material sense sensations. This happens in the spirit world, with God. But when it leaves its original position, it places itself in a material body in the material world. Identifying itself with this artificial condition, it forgets its original nature, which is from God. But God remains with him as the supersoul, or the unknown friend. If consciousness gets tired of the illusory material reality and wants to return to the origins, to the spiritual world, the unknown friend will awaken its original spiritual feelings and reassociate them with the objects of these spiritual feelings. Thus, the entire system of organization of consciousness in the material universe resembles a computer virtual reality. In virtual worlds, the user's usual senses are changed to those generated by the computer. Then the person turns off the computer and returns to normal sensory experience. So here too, consciousness from artificial sensations of the material world returns to the original spiritual feelings. In an allegory from Srimad Bhagavatam, King Puranjana and his queen enjoy life in the city of 9 gates for a time. Then a king named Chandavega attacks the city. He symbolizes time. His name literally means, very quickly passing. Chandavega commands an army of 360 Gandharv soldiers and 360 women accompanying them. Together they represent days and nights. There are as many of them as there are in a year. When Chandavega's army attacks, the 5-headed serpent, life force, tries to defend the city of 9 gates. The serpent fights for 100 years, but eventually weakens, causing the king and his entourage to worry. As a result, the attacking soldiers crush the defenders and set fire to the city of 9 gates. When it becomes obvious that the battle is lost, King Puranjana is overwhelmed by restless thoughts of his wife and other relatives and associates. Then the leader of the invaders arrests and takes with him the king and his companions, including the 5-headed serpent. As soon as they leave, the invaders destroy the city of 9 gates, turning it to dust. And even when the king is taken captive, he cannot remember his unknown friend, the oversoul. Instead, he thinks only of his wife, the queen. Then he takes another birth, but this time in a woman's body. This part of the tale talks about how self-awareness leaves the physical body along with the mind, and subtle senses. When they leave the gross physical body, it disintegrates into dust. Self-awareness gets a new gross physical body. What the new body will be like depends on the state of the subtle material body, which consists of mind, intelligence, and subtle senses. The subtle material body is the base on which the physical body is built. This model explains past life stories, such as those described by Dr. Ian Stevenson of the University of Virginia in 20 cases suggestive of reincarnation. In the Srimad Bhagavatam model, the mind is the repository of memory, including the memory of past lives. In the next life, King Puranjana becomes Vedarbha, the daughter of King Vidarbha. Vedarbha grew up and married King Malayadwaja. At the end of his life, King Malayadwaja retired in the forest and began to practice yoga. Srimad Bhagavatam narrates, April 28, 40. By learning to distinguish the super soul from the individual soul, King Malayadwaja attained perfect knowledge. The individual soul is in one place, while the super soul is omnipresent. The king fully realized that the material body is different from the soul, which simply observes the actions of the body. In this state of supreme awareness, Malayadwaja, following the practice of yoga, deliberately gives up the material body and attains liberation from material existence. Queen Vedarbha, in her past life, King Puranjana, mourns inconsolably for her husband. At this moment, the unknown friend of King Puranjana, Super Soul, appears in front of Vedarbha in the form of a Brahmana, spiritual master. The Brahmana says to Vedarbha, "My dear friend, although you did not recognize me immediately, do you not remember that in the past you had a very close friend? Unfortunately, after leaving me, you decided to become an enjoyer in the material world. You were simply a prisoner in this body of the 9 gates." Then the Brahmana instructs Vedarbha that she is actually a spirit soul from the spiritual world. The essence of his words is that we must return to our original spiritual position, in which our body and our senses are spiritual. But if we do not want to return, we can remain in the material world in a body that corresponds to our desires. It may be the body of a demigod in the heavenly material planets, or the body of a person on earth, the body of an animal or plant. Human life thus takes its definite place in the cosmic hierarchy of various life forms. In this description, I have shown only the main elements of the allegory of the city of 9 gates. The history is written in great detail and makes it possible to create an even more accurate model of the interaction of personality, mind, and body in a multilevel universe, divided into the world of gross matter, the world of subtle matter, and the world of spirit. This model does not fit very smoothly into modern concepts of the mind and body. Despite its dualism, it is at the same time idealistic and monistic. And yet, it follows one thing: the integration of the most diverse phenomena of natural and supernatural nature and folk wisdom and cultural traditions into a rich synthesis of scientific evidence and improvement of the model of interaction between personality, mind, and body. The potential explanatory power of this model, which some call the ontology of the Gaudiya Vaishnava Vedanta, is recognized by quantum theorist physicist Henry P. Stapp of Lawrence Berkeley's laboratory. Stapp wrote, "The likelihood that this ancient understanding of the world order may be useful to science follows from the attempts of contemporaries to understand the obvious correlations between the work of the mind and the brain." Stapp. 1994, p. 1. Such attempts, according to Stapp, are hampered by the theories of mind and matter introduced into science from previous centuries. He believes that the triad, personality, mind, body, will help explain theories about the knower and the knowable. In the Gaudiya Vaishnava Vedanta, these ideas are present in a very simple form. A clear boundary is drawn between the subjective conscious knower, the spiritual I, and the mental world, which contains information, which we know directly. This mental reality, in contrast to the Cartesian world of mind, is material. It consists of subtle matter. The emergence of this second material level, mind, gives us a reason to logically extend the mathematical methods of physical sciences from the world of gross matter to the world of mind, and the knower himself, or personality, will remain on the sidelines. Stapp. 1994, p. 9. Generally speaking, Stapp considered the ontology of the Gaudiya Vaishnava Vedanta to be internally consistent and consistent with the available scientific evidence. Stapp. 1994, p. 3. Will remain on the sidelines. Stapp. 1994, p. 9. Generally speaking, Stapp considered the ontology of the Gaudiya Vaishnava Vedanta to be internally consistent and consistent with the available scientific evidence. Stapp. 1994, p. 3. Will remain on the sidelines. Stapp. 1994, p. 9. Generally speaking, Stapp considered the ontology of the Gaudiya Vaishnava Vedanta to be internally consistent and consistent with the available scientific evidence. Stapp. 1994, p. 3. Elements of spiritual cosmology in Western ancient philosophers. Now let's turn to the elements of spiritual cosmology in the history of Western thought. Several methods can be selected for such a study. I decided to take different examples from as long as possible. The philosopher Empedocles, c. 490, c. 430 BC, who lived before Socrates, spoke of gods, demigods, humans, and other types of life, and each of them, in his opinion, had its own reality of being. Empedocles believed that if a soul living in the body of an almost immortal demigod commits a sin, then for many thousands of years it will be reborn in all mortal forms and will change from one gloomy existence to another. Kirk, Raven. 1957, Frag. 115. Empedocles spoke of himself as a vagabond who escaped from the gods. Kirk, Raven. 1957, Frag. 115. He said, I was already a boy and a girl, a bush and a bird, a fish swimming in the sea. Kirk, Raven. 1957. Frag. 117. According to him, with the help of philosophical reflection in a godly life, the soul could return to its original position. Ideas about reincarnation can be found among the Orphic Greek mystics who greatly influenced some pre-Socratic philosophers in Plato. According to George Millen, an archaeologist and art historian, the Orphics believed that humans were created from the ashes of the Titans, which are matter in its qualities. Milenus. 1950, p. 178. But since the Titans once absorbed the son of Zeus, Zagreus, whose soul was immortal, then both the divine immortal principle and the mortal, material principle are present in man. Milo wrote that through cleansing and ritual, through sacred books and initiation into the mysteries, through a righteous life and asceticism, a person can hope with God's grace to awaken the divine essence in himself. According to various Roman and Greek bibliographers of Socrates, he communicated with spiritual entities. The familiar prophetic voice of my spiritual guide appears in my life very often and objects to me even on trifles when I am about to do something wrong, Socrates said. Plato, Apology of Socrates, 39c1-40c3. Quoted from Luck. 1985. p. 87. In Greek, the spiritual guide is daimonion. Socrates' disciple Xenophon said that Socrates called his daimonion the voice of God, Zen. Apology 12, in Luck 1985, p. 185. This is a bit like the Vedic concept of Paramatma, or Supersoul, which is present in the heart of every living entity as a part of God. At a certain stage of spiritual development, some can communicate directly with the Oversoul, while others only indirectly feel its presence in the form of intuition and glimpses of consciousness. In Plato's dialogue Phaedo, 81 CD. Quoted from Luck. 1985. p. 169, Socrates speaks of ghosts. He believes that ghosts are souls that have left the body, remaining unclean. They remain as a subtle, but still visible, substance that sometimes allows them to manifest. Pure souls do not become ghosts. As punishment for their unrighteous life on earth, the ghosts are sentenced to wander near cemeteries and crypts until they once again incarnate in a physical body. Many qualities and properties of ghosts told by Socrates are familiar to me from Indian philosophy, where it is believed that a person consists of three elements: gross matter, the subtle material body of the mind, and the soul itself, which is a particle of eternal consciousness. From this point of view, ghosts are souls without a gross material body. I believe that people see ghosts when the subtle material body of a ghost somehow influences the subtle senses of the subtle material body of a living person. After a certain time of such wanderings, the ghost is allowed to incarnate in a new physical body. If he leads a righteous life and does not abuse the physical body, then he will soon be able to free himself from both the subtle and the gross material coverings and go into the realm of pure spiritual existence. A ghost is inherently different from a demigod. Both the supreme demigods and ghosts are souls who have a subtle material body. But But the demigods are pure souls who occupy a certain position in the universal hierarchy, and they have the opportunity to enjoy all the joys of the subtle body and the subtle senses, which far exceed human pleasures. Ghosts led an unrighteous life in human bodies. They are very attached to the material world, to desires that can no longer satisfy. They are denied the subtle pleasures of the demigods. The only way for them to realize their desires is to subjugate the bodies of living people, as happens in cases of various obsessions. In the 10th book of the Republic, Plato tells the story of the warrior Era, who died in battle, Iliad. 1967. p. 375 to 376. 12 days after death, he came to life, lying on a funeral pyre, and described what he saw when his soul left his body. He and other souls ended up in a place where there were 2 holes in the sky and 2 in the earth. Souls came out through one of the holes in the ground and went to heaven. The other 2 holes served to bring people down from heaven to earth. Souls going from earth to heaven talked about their sufferings in hell underground, and those who descended from heaven talked about heavenly joys. According to Vedic cosmology, people on earth accumulate a certain karma. People with good karma, who have many merit, go to the heavenly planets, but return to earth when their good karma dries up. People with bad karma who have done many bad deeds fall on the hellish planets and also then return to earth. However, if a person with a pure heart serves God, he enters the upper spiritual world and does not return to earth. Pure service to God is neither bad nor good karma. Aristotle in the 12th book of Metaphysics wrote that the stars and planets serve as intermediaries between the spiritual prime mover and the world of matter, which consists of 4 elements: earth, water, fire, and air. That is, the movements of heavenly bodies were to some extent the cause of earthly life and movement. Thorndike. 1923. v. 2. p. 253. Thus, a cosmology emerges, which shows the universe divided into 3 regions, and this is reminiscent of Vedic cosmology. Publius Cornelius Scipio Aemilian, 185 to 129 BC, was born into a family of Roman patricians. Once, when he wanted to end his life, his late father came to him in a dream. He warned his son against such an act and told him what a soul is. This case is described by Cicero in his work on the state, 4:14 to 26. Publius's father, being in the spirit world, told his son, "Until God, whose temple is the entire visible universe, frees you from the prison of your body, you cannot get access here." People have been given earthly life to cultivate a heavenly body named Earth, which you see as the center of the universe. Therefore, Publius, you must leave your soul on guard of your body and must not leave earthly life until you are called by the one who gave you this soul. Otherwise, you will violate the duty ordained by God to man. It is not you who is mortal, but only your body, and you are not represented by your outer form. Your spirit is your essence, not that bodily form that you can point your finger at. Know that you are a God if God is the being who lives, feels, remembers, foresees, who rules the body in which he lives, just as the Supreme Lord rules the whole world. And just as the Supreme Lord moves the entire universe, which is partly composed of temporary forms, so the eternal spirit moves your fragile body. Iliad. 1967. pp. 373 to 374. Father Publius's story about a separate soul and about the Supreme Soul is very reminiscent of the ideas of Vedic cosmology. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada in his commentary on Bhagavad Gita, 7.6, writes, "The material body is formed due to the fact that the spirit is in it. The child gradually develops into a teenager, then into a man, because the higher energy, the spirit soul, is present in him." Similarly, the entire gigantic universe is manifested in material form by the presence of the supersoul. The gigantic soul, or supersoul, is the cause of the gigantic universe. And Krishna, the Supreme Lord, is the source of both gigantic souls and tiny souls. Ovid in Metamorphoses, 43 BC, 18 AD, stated that at the beginning, the face of nature was one throughout the entire breadth of the universe. It was called chaos. An undivided and rough bulk, he was an inert burden. But he also speaks of the original, one God. God and nature put an end to the discord. He cut heaven from earth and water from land. 5. Then the stars appeared, the abode of many gods, who seemed to obey the one who created the order. Then, the sparkling fish got water for habitation, the land of the earth was dry for animals, and the air is mobile for birds. Finally, a man appeared. This is how Ovid says about him, and a man was born. Created from the essence of the divine. Sproul. 1979, pp. 170 to 171. And again we see the triplicity of the cosmos. The spiritual world of the original one God, the heavenly world of the subordinate gods, demigods, and the material world of ordinary living beings, including humans. The Greek philosopher Plutarch, c. 46, c. 120 AD, wrote in his work on the soul that the journey of the soul at the moment of death is similar to the experience that those initiated into some mystical teachings, for example, in the Eleusinian mysteries, receive. Plutarch said, at first, she wanders restlessly, wearily rushes here and there and with doubts passes through the darkness, like an uninitiated. Before initiation, she faces all possible horrors and fears, trembles, shakes, suffers and is amazed, struck by a flash of wondrous light. She falls into pure spheres, beautiful fields, where beautiful voices sound and magic dances are danced, where sounds and forms are divine, and here the one who has passed the initiation easily walks, freed, and puts on a crown, and gets to the same pure and holy people, and contemplates the unclean crowds of the uninitiated, who huddle together in mud and fog. In the 1st century AD and S. Manilius wrote a treatise on astrology, where he compared the universe with a living being, imbued with a single spirit, which gives him a form, luck. 1985, p. 332. Here you can draw a parallel with the Indian theory of God, diffused in all nature, and about Vishvamurthy or the universal form, that is, the universe, which is perceived as the body of God. Both Manilius and Indian treatises say that God is the soul of the universe, giving it life. According to Manilius, it is this single presence of God in nature that establishes the connection between the fate of man and the distant stars. Luck. 1985. p. 333. Moreover, he writes that such a God brings beings down from the heavenly stars to the earth. Luck. 1985. p. 333. This is quite consistent with my point of view that people and other living beings came to Earth from the higher worlds. Around AD 217 NS. Philostratus wrote the life of Apollonius of Tyana, where he described the wanderings and teachings of the Pythagorean philosopher Apollonius of Tyana. Scientists have come to the conclusion that Apollonius really existed, but they disagree with how Philostratus describes his life. In any case, the cosmological and metaphysical content of his work interests me very much, and for my purposes it is not too important where it comes from Apollonius or from Philostratus. I am quoting Philostratus in Conybeare's translation. As a Western person who was in India and was engaged in Indian philosophy and religious systems, it is interesting for me that Apollonius, according to Philostratus, traveled to India and communicated with Brahmanas who possess secret knowledge. The Brahmanas foresaw his arrival and sent a man to meet him and call him by name while he was still far away from them. The elder Brahman Yark knew that Apollonius was carrying a letter to him, and saw spelling errors in the letter before he opened it. Philostratus. 3. 12, 16. Yark made it clear that he knows many facts from the life of Apollonius. According to Philostratus, the Brahmins could levitate and become invisible. Philostratus. 3. 13, 17. When the local king came to visit the Brahmanas, Apollonius noticed that food and wine were mysteriously appearing out of nowhere. Philostratus. 3.27. Yarkus and Apollonius spoke about the transmigration of souls. Philostratus. 3.19. During the conversation, each spoke in detail about his past birth. When asked by Apollonius, Yarkus replied that he was an Indian warrior, akin to the Greek Achilles. Philostratus. 3. 19. And Apollonius himself said that he was an Egyptian sailor. Philostratus. 3. 23. Apollonius asked Yark and his companions about the structure of the universe, and they replied that the universe consists of elements. Out of 4? Asked Apollonius, referring to earth, water, fire, and air. Yark replied that there were 5 of them. There is also ether. We regard it as the substance from which the gods were created, just as all mortals breathe air, immortals, and divine beings breathe ether. Philostratus. 3. 34. The 5 elements that Yark spoke of are mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita and other Vedic texts. Answering the questions of Apollonius, Yark said that the universe is one big living creature, and it has a soul. This soul coordinates the state of the universe and the actions of the creatures inhabiting it. For example, says Yark, drought, which is so often the cause of human misery, is the response of the universal soul to evil deeds and injustices committed by people. Philostratus. 3. 34. Here we see the laws of karma and action, governed by God and the Oversoul, which is in every person and in every atom. Yark compares the universe to a ship. There are several sailors on the ship. All of them obey the oldest and wisest. There are several senior commanders and skilled sailors, and this team also includes armed people. Let's see how this image can be applied to the universe and see it as a ship. The first and foremost place is given to God, the creator of this creature. Lower are the gods who are responsible for various areas of the universe, and the poets speak the truth when they talk about the multitude of gods in the heavens and the multitude of gods in the sea, and in fountains, and in streams, and around the earth, and even about underground gods. But it is necessary to distinguish between the universe and this underground region, if it exists, because the poets speak of it as the abode of horror and destruction. Philostratus. 3.25. One day a plague attacked the city of Ephesus, and Apollonius learned that the cause was a demon who took the form of an old beggar. By order of Apollonius, the townspeople threw stones at the beggar. As soon as such an order was given, furious sheaves of light darted from the eyes of the beggar. When the crowd removed the stones, under them was not a human body, but the body of a demon, flattened into a bloody cake. Philostratus. 4.10. Such cases show that some entities can change the appearance and shape of the physical body. If such exists, it is possible that entities with more power can not only change physical bodies, but also create them. Some believe that Apollonius of Tyana died a natural death in Ephesus, and that there were 2 maidservants with him. Others say that he went to Lind, the temple of Athena, where he mysteriously disappeared. Still others claim that he went to Crete, where he disappeared into a closed temple, in front of which people stood and heard women singing, and the song contained the following words: "Hurry off the earth, hurry to heaven, hurry." Philostratus. 8.30. After the departure of Apollonius, a young skeptic studied philosophy at Tyana. He doubted the existence of an immortal soul. In particular, he doubted that the soul of Apollonius did not die with him. He told his friends, "For 9 months now I have not done anything, but I only pray to Apollonius that he would reveal to me the truth about the soul. But he is dead and will not appear to answer my questions, and will not give me any proof that his soul is immortal." 5 days later, the young man woke up during an afternoon rest and asked the people who were nearby, "Do you not see Saint Apollonius, how he lives among us, and listens to our conversations, and reads wonderful poems about the soul? Except for him, no one heard or saw anything." Then the young man repeated to them the following words of Apollonius. Philostratus. 8. 31. The soul is immortal, and belongs not to you, but to Providence. And after the death of the body, like a fast horse without a yoke, it will take off and dissolve in the air and light, cursing that heavy slavery in which it languished. For the Hellenes, all alchemy was based on spiritual cosmology. In a book on the magic of ancient Greece and Rome, Luke, 1985, p. 364, writes, "The mystical side of alchemical science is covered in almost as much detail as the practical. It is characterized by the fact that alchemists strived for their own spiritual perfection and in the same way tried to obtain precious metals by perfecting simple metals. Many mysteries of alchemy can be understood through sacrifice. Ceremonies are completed after the alchemist himself receives initiation into the higher mysteries. This requires a long preparation. The ultimate goal of this process is complete liberation, eternal bliss, as in the mystical teachings. Thus, the alchemy of the Greeks can be considered one of the forms of mysticism. Since the soul is by nature divine, but attached to matter in this world and isolated from her spiritual home, she must cleanse, as soon as possible, her inherent divine spirit from contamination by matter. In Search Materia Prima, alchemists reveal the hidden powers of their own soul. In Europe, alchemy remained popular for a very long time, not only among mystics. Sir Isaac Newton, known to us as the father of modern science, deeply studied this subject. The similarity of the processes of transformation of metals and purification of consciousness was noted in the Sanskrit text of the 16th century Haribhakta Vilasa, 2.12, by Sanatana Goswami, just as bell bronze, mixing with mercury, turns into gold in an alchemical process. So a person with proper preparation who is initiated by a spiritual master becomes a Brahmana, Caitanya Karatamrita. Adi Lila. 7.47. Brahman is a person whose consciousness is purified from the influence of gross matter. Brahman is also one who knows the Supreme Brahman, or the Absolute Spirit. The main realization of the state of Brahman is knowledge of the eternal loving relationship of the soul with God. Elements of mystical cosmologies in medieval Europe. Mystical cosmologies similar to our Vedic basic cosmology continued to dominate Europe since Greek and Roman times. Next, we will consider a selection of such cosmologies. Kabbalah is the teaching of Jewish mysticism, which became famous for its development during the Middle Ages, but the foundations of which were laid in the early teachings of Jewish esoteric wisdom. The Zohar can be considered the main Kabbalistic text of those times, and it has many parallels with my main Vedic spiritual cosmology. First, the Kabbalistic concept of the threefold soul, Nefesh, Ruach, Neshama, is related to forming the basis of devolution of human ideas on dividing matter, mind, and spirit. The Zohar says, the soul, Nefesh, is closely connected with the body, it nourishes and supports it, it is the foundation. Having acquired a certain value, it becomes the throne where the spirit, Ruach, rests. And when the soul and spirit are properly prepared, they deserve to receive the oversoul, Neshama, which will rest on the throne of the spirit, Ruach. The supersoul becomes unsurpassed and incomprehensible. Thus, the throne above the throne constitutes the supreme throne, Skolem. 1977. p. 44. The supersoul referred to here does not quite correspond to the Vedic understanding of the supersoul, which is a localized aspect of the Lord in the heart of every living entity. Neshama in Kabbalah rather corresponds to the concept of 8 main Vedic literature, i.e. the soul that is associated with the supersoul, Paramatma. It would be more correct to say that when, according to the Vedic concept, the soul primarily identifies itself with the gross physical body. This is Nefesh in Kabbalah, when the soul identifies itself with the subtle material body of the mind and life force, this corresponds to Ruach, and when she identifies herself with her true nature, a part of the spiritual energy of God, then she is Neshama in Kabbalah. The fact that in Kabbalah we can talk about a soul that manifests itself in 3 hypostases is also indicated by a passage from the Zohar, Skolem. 1977, p. 44, where 3 souls are compared with 3 types of flame. Study of these 3 states of the soul gives knowledge about the highest wisdom. Nefesh, the lower soul, adjoins the body, as the dark glow of a candle flame adjoins the wick, and it is impossible without it. When the flame flares up and rises up, it will become a foot for the white glow. And when they burn together in full force, the white glow, in turn, will become a throne for the glow, a completely invisible, unknown entity that rests on the white part of the flame. This is how it all gives full light. Kabbalah also speaks of a multi-level cosmos. The Zohar says, we see that when the soul of a person leaves the body, then relatives and friends of this person from all over the world meet it, and they escort the soul to the kingdom of pleasure or to the kingdom of horrors and torments. If this person was righteous, then she will understand which world to go to, and will remain in the kingdom of pleasure. But if a person lived an unrighteous life, his soul will remain in this world until the body is buried, and then it will be taken by the executioners and brought to Doom, Prince of Inam, and it will remain with him at the appropriate level, Skolem. 1977. pp. 57 to 58. There are also several levels in the realm of pleasure. This is how the Zohar tells about the righteous soul. First, she is admitted into the Machpelah cave to a certain place in accordance with her merits. Then she finds herself in the Garden of Eden, and there, in the lower garden, she is greeted by an angel with a flashing sword, and if deemed worthy, she will be allowed in. We know that 4 pillars are waiting for her there, and that in their hands they hold a body, which the soul will gladly accept as its garment, after which it will go to the level of the lower garden assigned to it for a certain time. After this, the messenger proclaims the order, and a 3-colored pillar appears, which is called the place of Mount Zion, Bible. Book of Isaiah 4:5. Through this pillar, the soul ascends to the gate of virtue, where Mount Zion and Jerusalem are located. Happy is the soul that will be allowed to ascend higher, since there it will unite with the body of the king. If she cannot go higher, then, whoever remains in Zion and survives in Jerusalem will be called a saint. Bible. Book of Isaiah 4:3. But if the soul is allowed to rise even higher, she will meet the king in all glory and be filled with heavenly bliss. The multilevel cosmology of Kabbalah is fully consistent with the basic Vedic cosmology. Both there and there is the lower world, hell, the earthly world, heavenly levels of material enjoyment, and the highest spiritual level of transcendental pleasure in relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Arab philosopher of the 9th century, Al-Kindi, known in Europe for his translations from Latin, described a similar universe. Al-Kindi attributed occult influence to the stars and said that all things in nature were a combination of one or another stellar influence, which was carried out with the help of rays acting on various types of matter. According to Al-Kindi, each star affects matter differently, and each type of matter is differently susceptible to the effects of different stars and to different combinations of effects. In addition to the supernatural radiation of the stars, there are other types of radiation, such as sound and light. All combinations of radiation that affect various objects are governed by the divine harmony set by God. Al-Kindi also talked about the power of the words we speak and their effect on natural objects. Regarding Al-Kindi's ideas about sound, Thorndike said, Thorndike, 1923. Volume 1. p. 645 voices have different effects on the 4 primary elements. Some voices, for example, are more powerful than others. Some can rock trees or certain types of trees. Thus, from the word, the action begins, intensifies or stops, animal life is created or destroyed, images are created that can be reflected in mirrors, flames and lightning occur, other tricks and illusions occur that seem miracles to the crowd. He believes that the radiations created by the human mind and his voice have a greater effect on moving matter if the speaker concentrates his mind on the names of God or some powerful angels. At the dawn of Christianity, the Apocrypha, non-canonical scriptures, such as the Book of Enoch, were very popular. The books of Enoch spoke of angels who rule over human destinies. Angels, according to the book, ruled the stars and planets, years and seasons, rivers and seas and all natural phenomena, dew, snow, hail. Thorndike. 1923. Volume 1. pp. 342 to 343. Also, the books of Enoch tell of the fallen angels who mated with earthly women. They taught people magic, witchcraft, astrology, and such practical sciences as literacy, the extraction of metals, the manufacture of weapons, botany, and pharmaceuticals. Thorndike. 1923. Volume 1. pp. 343 to 344. All this knowledge of angelic secrets and devilish inventions was, according to Enoch, absolutely useless to people, because people were created as angels for a righteous and pure life, but through this knowledge people will find their death. Thorndike. 1923. Volume 1. p. 344. In the books of Enoch, you can also see the concept of a multi-level cosmos, where there are 7 heavens, or, according to some sources, 10. In each sky there were creatures who were suitable for the conditions of a given level. Thorndike. 1923. Volume 1. p. 346. Hugh of St. Victor, 1096 to 1141, one of the founders of Catholic scholastic theology, divided the cosmos into three spheres. 1. The spiritual world, where God lives and eternity reigns. 2. The world above the moon, where all things have a beginning, but no end. And 3. The sublunary world, or earthly, where all things have a beginning and an end. Thorndike. 1923. Volume 2. p. 12. This theory is slightly different from the Vedic triad of the division of the cosmos, where there is an eternal spiritual world of God. The highest celestial planets of the demigods corresponds to the supramoon world in Hu, and where the day lasts for millions of solar years, and the earthly world of people corresponds to the sublunary world in Hu. In the Vedic concept, demigods, like humans, are mortal, but their life lasts much longer than the earthly human. Sometimes the demigods are therefore called Amara, or immortals, but in full measure the word Amara only applies to God and liberated souls who are with him in the spirit world. So in the world of the demigods, according to the Vedic concept, things must have an end. According to Hu, the sublunar world is ruled by the planets and beings of the supralunar world. All earthly life and development comes through invisible channels from higher beings. Thorndike. 1923. Volume 2. pp. 12 to 13. The world above the moon is called Elysium, because peace and light reign in it. The sublunary world is called Infernum because it is characterized by disorder and constantly changing. To some extent, the nature of the sublunary world is inherent in people and therefore they are at the mercy of changes. This is similar to the Vedic law of karma. All changes in the material world occur according to karmic laws, and people must come to terms with the fact that their every action in this world will have consequences. But, according to Hu, if they identify themselves with their true immortal nature, then they will unite with the eternal Lord. Thorndike. 1923. Volume 2. p. 3. In the middle of the 19th century, Guillaume of Conches wrote the Dramatiken in the form of a philosophical conversation between Guillaume and his lord Geoffrey Plantagenet, Duke of Normandy and Count of Anjou. Guillaume considers three types of daimons, attributing this classification to Plato. The first ones live in the ethereal space between the starry skies and the moon. They are immortal beings who blissfully contemplate the sun. The latter live in thin air near the moon. They are immortal, intelligent, and transmit human prayers to God, and they communicate God's will to people. The third species inhabits the humid air near the earth and harms people out of envy and passionate desires. Sometimes they seduce earthly women. Thorndike. 1923. Volume 2. p. 55. Bernard Sylvester, in De Mundi University, written during the reign of Pope Eugene III, 1143 to 1153, gives a more complete list of superbeings. He reckons among living beings the stars. These are gods who serve God personally. In the etheric space, they enjoy eternal blissful life and constant contemplation of the divine. The human soul, leaving the material body, can return to this world and again become one of these gods. Then come the angels, who, like the stars, are immortal. But, like people, they are influenced by emotions, impulses. Angels are of several types. 1. Benevolent angels serve as intermediaries between the Supreme Lord and humans. They live between the sun and the moon. 2. Calm, serene angels live in the air, under the moon. 3. Next come geniuses, who are associated with specific people and direct their actions. Probably, it is to this category that Socrates' daimonion belongs. 4. In the lower layers of the atmosphere, closer to the earth, dark spirits live, which Bernard calls the fallen angels. Sometimes higher powers give them assignments to punish people according to what they deserve. Sometimes they act on their own and take possession of people, possessing them. They can also take the form of ghosts. 5. And, finally, there are harmless spirits of nature, gods and goddesses of mountains, rivers, lakes, forests, with bodies consisting of pure forms of physical elements. In such bodies they can live for a long time, but not forever. Thorndike. 1923. Volume 2. p. 104. Sometimes higher powers give them assignments to punish people according to what they deserve. Sometimes they act on their own and take possession of people, possessing them. They can also take the form of ghosts. 5. And, finally, there are harmless spirits of nature, gods and goddesses of mountains, rivers, lakes, forests, with bodies consisting of pure forms of physical elements. In such bodies they can live for a long time, but not forever. Thorndike. 1923. Volume 2. p. 104. Sometimes higher powers give them assignments to punish people according to what they deserve. Sometimes they act on their own and take possession of people, possessing them. They can also take the form of ghosts. 5. And, finally, there are harmless spirits of nature, gods and goddesses of mountains, rivers, lakes, forests, with bodies consisting of pure forms of physical elements. In such bodies they can live for a long time, but not forever. Thorndike. 1923. Volume 2. p. 104. According to Bernard, the stars rule nature and show the future. Since the stars are also alive, they do not act mechanically, but receiving from God knowledge of the future, which they transmit to the lower worlds, building themselves according to a certain model. Thorndike. 1923. Volume 2. pp. 104 to 105. Those with a developed intellect are able to perceive knowledge about the future from such an alignment of the stars. Indeed, without the influence from above in the lower world there would be no development of life. But Bernard believed that people are somehow subject to inevitability, fate, changeable fortune, but at the same time have free will. Thorndike. 1923. Volume 2. p. 106. This resembles the law of karma. The situation we find ourselves in is determined by our past actions, but in every situation we have a choice, and this choice, in turn, will predetermine future situations. Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, 1486 to 1535, wrote Occult Philosophy, in which he divided the cosmos into three spheres: elementary, celestial, and rational. Thorndike. 1941. Volume 5. pp. 134 to 135. Applying this theory to our basic Vedic cosmology, we can say that the sphere of the mind in Agrippa corresponds to the spiritual world, the heavenly, to the mental and elementary, to the material. Every kind of creatures in the elementary world is filled with a mysterious good power that is transmitted to them from the world soul through the stars. The human soul originally belonged to the world of reason, spiritual according to the Vedas, but descended into the elementary world, where it lives in the body and is strongly attached to it. Agrippa believed that numbers, being a purer form than elementary objects, have stronger occult properties. The same was true for the letters of the alphabet, astrological signs, and geometric shapes. The book also talks about divine names, categories of demons, black magic, and divination. According to legend, one of Agrippa's students once entered the teacher's office in his absence and looked into one of the books of spells. Suddenly a demon appeared and either killed the young man or scared him to death. When Agrippa returned, he saw a dead body, and to avoid being charged with murder, summoned the same demon and ordered him to enter the body. The body thus revived left the office in front of many witnesses. Then Agrippa called the demon back, and the body of the young man fell to the ground, as if he had just died. Thorndike. 1941. Volume 5. p. 136. One of Agrippa's students once entered the teacher's office in his absence and looked into one of the books of spells. Suddenly a demon appeared and either killed the young man or scared him to death. When Agrippa returned, he saw a dead body, and to avoid being charged with murder, summoned the same demon and ordered him to enter the body. The body thus revived left the office in front of many witnesses. Then Agrippa called the demon back, and the body of the young man fell to the ground, as if he had just died. Thorndike. 1941. Volume 5. p. 136. One of Agrippa's students once entered the teacher's office in his absence and looked into one of the books of spells. Suddenly a demon appeared and either killed the young man or scared him to death. When Agrippa returned, he saw a dead body, and to avoid being charged with murder, summoned the same demon and ordered him to enter the body. The body thus revived left the office in front of many witnesses. Then Agrippa called the demon back, and the body of the young man fell to the ground, as if he had just died. Thorndike. 1941. Volume 5. p. 136. The body thus revived left the office in front of many witnesses. Then Agrippa called the demon back, and the body of the young man fell to the ground, as if he had just died. Thorndike. 1941. Volume 5. p. 136. The body thus revived left the office in front of many witnesses. Then Agrippa called the demon back, and the body of the young man fell to the ground, as if he had just died. Thorndike. 1941. Volume 5. p. 136. Giordano Bruno, 1548 to 1600, wrote several treatises on magic and the hidden qualities of things. He believed in the existence of the world soul and in the hierarchy of invisible spiritual entities, including those living in the bodies of people, animals, plants, and minerals. He believed that demons were the cause of various diseases. He also believed that it was possible to communicate with demons and control them through various signs and rituals. Bruno's concept was based on the relationship between God and the lower worlds. God influences the lower gods, whom Aristotle calls intellect or self-thinking, and they, in turn, influence celestial bodies, including the planet Earth. Daimons live on celestial bodies, which affect the natural elements, and they affect the connections. These compounds affect the feelings, they affect the soul, and the soul, the body of an animal or human. Johannes Kepler, 1571 to 1630, is one of the most famous personalities in astronomy. Following the work of Copernicus and Tycho Brahe, he calculated that the orbits of the planets were elliptical rather than circular. However, he also recognized the spiritual concept of the world order. He wrote works on astrology and drew up horoscopes, said that the geometry of stellar rays affects the sublunary world. Thorndike. 1958. Volume 7. p. 21. In his work, Harmonis Mundi, 1619, Kepler writes that there is the soul of the entire universe, which is responsible for the movement of stars, the formation of elements, the safety of animals and plants, and, finally, for the mutual compassion of the higher and lower for each other. Thorndike. 1958. Volume 7. p. 26. He believed that this soul is most likely located in the center of the cosmos, and for him the sun was such a center. The soul of the universe controls the movement of the stars, the emergence of natural elements and phenomena, the life of plants and animals, as well as hidden, mysterious forces and qualities of all things. Its influence manifests itself through the sun's rays, just as the soul manifests through a living body. In the Mystrium Cosmographicum, Kepler says that every planet also has a soul. He believed that the Earth and all living things on it have a special ability that helps to interact with the stars and their manifestations. Thorndike. 1958. Volume 7. p. 26. Kepler's land is as alive as an animal, not in the sense of being agile, like dogs, but rather like cows or elephants. Thorndike. 1958. Volume 7. p. 31. In the Mystrium Cosmographicum, Kepler says that every planet also has a soul. He believed that the Earth and all living things on it have a special ability that helps to interact with the stars and their manifestations. Thorndike. 1958. Volume 7. p. 26. Kepler's land is as alive as an animal, not in the sense of being agile, like dogs, but rather like cows or elephants. Thorndike. 1958. Volume 7. p. 31. In the Mystrium Cosmographicum, Kepler says that every planet also has a soul. He believed that the Earth and all living things on it have a special ability that helps to interact with the stars and their manifestations. Thorndike. 1958. Volume 7. p. 26. Kepler's land is as alive as an animal, not in the sense of being agile, like dogs, but rather like cows or elephants. Thorndike. 1958. Volume 7. p. 31. The German physician Sebastian Werdig, 1613–1687, in his book, Nova Medicina Spirituum, spoke of an immortal, immaterial, invisible soul in a human body. But, according to him, between the soul and the body there are spirits, subtle, but still material substances, that act as mediators. The state of such a spirit determines the state of the human body, the appearance of diseases, the time between life and death. There are several such spirits, each of which has a more subtle body than the next. Natural spirits associated with the most primitive functions of the body, life spirits of the heart and arteries, animal spirits of the brain and nerves, and the fertile spirits of the human reproductive system. They all form one spirit of the body, which acts in accordance with the influence of heavenly bodies and various occult forces. Werdig claimed that the soul, with the help of this life spirit, can influence matter. For example, intense lust can cause warts in the fetus in the womb, or cause a freak. The spirits of one person can influence the spirits of another person, depending on the strength of both. It is possible to influence in this way through speech, singing, sight, touch, witchcraft. According to Werdig, spirits also rule the imagination. If they are too subtle or weakened, then the influence of the imagination on the soul will be very weak. If they are dense, the influence on the soul will be stronger. Thorndike. 1958. Volume 8. pp. 436–441. It is possible to influence in this way through speech, singing, sight, touch, witchcraft. According to Werdig, spirits also rule the imagination. If they are too subtle or weakened, then the influence of the imagination on the soul will be very weak. If they are dense, the influence on the soul will be stronger. Thorndike. 1958. Volume 8. pp. 436–441. It is possible to influence in this way through speech, singing, sight, touch, witchcraft. According to Werdig, spirits also rule the imagination. If they are too subtle or weakened, then the influence of the imagination on the soul will be very weak. If they are dense, the influence on the soul will be stronger. Thorndike. 1958. Volume 8. pp. 436–441. Newton, widely regarded as the father of all modern science, is best known for his published work. But his personal archives contain extensive research on the spiritual sciences and cosmologies. That is why Lord Keynes, in an article dedicated to the 300th anniversary of Newton, called him the last magician. Thorndike. 1958. Volume 8. p. 588. Newton's unpublished manuscripts contain hundreds of notes on alchemy, including extracts from books by other authors, the results of his own research on the transformation of metals, on the search for the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life. Newton studied scriptures such as the revelations of John the Divine, trying to find the key to the mysteries of the universe. Lord Keynes noted, the significance of these manuscripts was reduced to zero, or at least to a minimum, by all who ever studied them. Newton devoted many years of his life to these works and experiments, which Lord Keynes speaks of as completely magical and devoid of scientific value. Thorndike. 1958. Volume 8. p. 590. I disagree with Lord Keynes's last remark. Newton's unpublished manuscripts are of great scientific value because they remind us that the best minds in the world of science, in their quest to comprehend life and the universe, are ready to take into account all the evidence obtained by humans based on their own experience. Newton believed that subtle life spirits live in the human body. He said that the body movements of animals and people are caused by the soul, which makes these subtle spiritual bodies move in the nervous system, which, in turn, uses the muscles. Thorndike. 1958. Volume 8. p. 595. In the appendix to the 1713 edition of the Principia, Newton says there may be an omnipresent spirit that is the cause of gravity, electricity, light, and sensation. But the scientist believed that he did not have enough experimental data to give a precise definition and reveal the laws by which this amazing and very different in its manifestations spirit operates. Thorndike. 1958. Volume 8. pp. 595 to 596. In a famous letter to Richard Bentley, Newton writes, "Impossible. Cosmology of the peoples of the world. It is not without reason that I began my survey of mystical cosmologies with examples from the history of philosophy and science of the Western world, from antiquity to the beginning of the scientific revolution. Thus, I wanted to show that the facts and evidence of psychic phenomena collected by scientists of the 19th and 20th centuries are by no means strange anomalies outside the scope of science. Of course, from the point of view of strict materialism, all this can be called anomalous phenomena. But with a different attitude to metaphysics, such as, for example, Kepler and Newton, these phenomena will find their place in science. In addition, I wanted to create a context for representing spiritual cosmologies from other cultures. I hope to prove that the constituents of these cosmologies are very similar to some of the concepts of Western science and philosophy, and to show the reader. Traditional cosmologies of China. The traditions of ancient China developed from a mixture of Buddhism, Confucianism, Taoism, and the found elements of primitive animism. Taoism, according to which the entire universe obeys the natural law of Tao, had a special influence on this country. In heaven, this law is manifested in the movement of stars and planets. On earth, Tao manifests itself in all of nature. But the original Tao existed before all its manifestations. Tao, dividing, gives birth to two forces, yin and yang. The union of the light beginning yang and dark yin gives rise to 5 elements: fire, water, wood, earth, and metal. Day. 1940. p. 56. According to Day. 1940, p. 165, in the cosmic hierarchy, according to the Chinese tradition, there are various minor deities. For example, the smallpox deity Do Shen, patron and protector of the villages Zhonglao Yanggong 6, the spirit of Tai Yi Wells, the patron saint of trade, the god of wealth Guanggong. Also, the Chinese believe in various evil spirits, which are called by the common word Kuei. Latourette, 1934. p. 163, wrote, "These spirits can take the form of animals and even people. Kuei can also live in a man-eating tiger." Many Chinese fairy tales and legends are associated with Kuei, animals that could turn into people, especially beautiful women, and in this form harm people. Kuei could live in old trees, in clothes, in pieces of furniture, in mountains, and stones. Each leaf, torn off by the wind, could be forged. If a person went crazy, it was believed that a Kuei settled in him. Latourette. 1934. p. 163. Among the Kuathir are fox demons who take over people, and they get sick, go crazy or die. Sometimes the fox can take the form of a beautiful young woman. Day. 1940. p. 42. Protectors from evil spirits for the Chinese have always been the spirits of their ancestors who achieved spiritual liberation. De Groot. 1912. p. 178. They were also guarded by the spirits' helpers. Day writes, Day. 1940. p. 46. There are lesser-known spirits Su Xing Shanguan and Shifu Shanguan, who can be called to discover the demons, destroying demons Xing Hu and 5 sages Xing Zhe Wu Shen, who avert bad luck and evil fate, or Xiao Zhe De Shen, who helps to avoid misfortune, sword at the moment of killing the demon. He is a member of the Heavenly Exorcism Office, Zhu Xie Yuan, and is often associated with the god Pan Guang as the ruler of demons. The Chinese have many guardian gods who protect people in daily life. For example, there are deities, the guardians of a certain area Tu Ti and the guardian of the city walls Cheng Huang. Above them are the gods of thunder Lei Ziu, fire Huo Ti and rain Long Wang. Long Wang is the dragon king, in whose honor many temples have been built, and dragons are one of the main elements in Chinese symbolism. However, above them there are the gods of the planets, for example, the god of Jupiter and time Tai Su, the moon goddess Tai Yin and the sun god Tai Yang. In addition to the earthly and heavenly gods, there were also the gods of the underworld. In Taoism, there was Tong Yu Ta Ti, and among Buddhists, this is the ruler of the afterlife, Yan Lo Wang, Day. 1940, p. 165. In the pantheon of gods, Chinese Buddhists have one rather interesting figure, the savior of souls from the underworld, Ti Tsung Wang, who transported suffering souls from the lower world to heaven to Amitabha. Dory, 1922. Volume 7. p. 252, writes about this savior. With the help of a magic wand, he opened the gates to this gloomy country and pulled out the suffering souls from the clutches of Yama, Yanlo Wang. As stated in the Ti Tsung Sutra, he took an oath to the divine Buddha that he would devote his life to the salvation of suffering humanity and will do this until all human souls fall into nirvana. On his birthday, on the 30th of the 7th month, all judges from 10 circles of hell come and congratulate him. On this day, he shows special mercy. Those whose torment is over can leave hell and incarnate on earth in the body of a person, animal, or plant. The cosmic hierarchy of the Chinese cosmological theory is also manifested in Taoism, which deals with holy people. One group is called righteous people, Sheng Ren, who live in the highest heavens, another is perfect, Cheng Ren, who live in the second heaven, and the third is immortals, Xian Ren, who live in the third heaven and in secluded places, for example, in the sacred central mountains of Kunlun. These latter sometimes appear among people to help them, for example, by curing diseases. Laderet. 1934. p. 162. At the top of the hierarchy in Taoism is the supreme god, Yaguang Shanti, the father of all gods, Day. 1940, p. 125. He resides in the highest heavens in the Ta Wei Jade Palace, which is located near the North Star. This sphere is the source of all life and energy at the lower levels of the cosmic hierarchy. Day 1940, p. 132. Tai, the Great Unity, or the Supreme Spirit, dwells on the pole star itself. Therefore, the North Star, around which the entire universe revolves, has become a symbol of earthly emperors. There is also a heavenly queen, Burkhard. 1954. p. 126 to 127. According to Chinese folk wisdom, people are composed of two elements, Ki and Shen, and the cosmic principle of Yin embodies the visible form of Shen, and the cosmic principle Yang embodies the individual soul Ki. In the book Zi, Confucius says Tsai-Ngo, Qi or breath, is the full manifestation of Shen, and on a full manifestation Qi, the union of Shen and Ki is above all. All living beings die, and the soul that must return to earth is Ki. But while the flesh rots in the earth and becomes the earth itself, Qi or breath rises to the sunlight, to grow. 1912. pp. 12 to 13. Thus, according to the teachings of Confucius and Taoism, man, and all other living things are composed of material body, Qi and On, and consciousness, Shen and Qi. At birth, all this is combined in a person. At death, it is separated. The physical body again becomes Yin, the earth, and the soul, Shen, returns to the Yang region, to the sky. However, in order to remain in heaven, the soul must be pure, otherwise, if it has not got rid of desires and attachment to the body, it will again descend to earth and incarnate in the body. The Taoist philosopher Chuang-Tzu mentioned one saint, Shenpa, who lived in a cave and drank only water. At 70 years old, he looked like a young man, and died in a battle with a tiger, which ate him. Chuang-Tzu notes that this hermit nurtured his inner essence, which the tiger only let out, to grow. 1912. p. 88. In Taoism, the soul that has achieved liberation goes to Shangdi, the highest god, whose throne is on the North Star. The rest of the deities, such as the gods of the sun, moon, stars, winds, and clouds, thunder and rain, surround Shangdi in human form. The heavenly palace of Shangdi is a place of rest, bliss, and peace, and the earthly world is filled with material desires, which sometimes lead to rebirth into ignorant wild forms. This is similar to the Vedic concept of the three states, gunas, of material nature, sattva, goodness, rajas, passion, and tamas, ignorance. In both the Chinese and Vedic cosmologies, a person after death goes to the place that corresponds to his qualities acquired during his life, to grow. 1912. pp. 170 to 180. In Taoism, there are heavenly warriors, Tianping. They are commanded by heavenly generals, and at the request of the righteous they sometimes come down to earth and fight here for eternal moral laws, to grow. 1912. p. 180. In Buddhism, there are also such creatures. These are bodhisattvas who, according to their merits, could have gone to nirvana forever, but voluntarily renounced eternal bliss and are constantly reborn to help people. We have already talked about one of the bodhisattvas, Dhyana, the savior of souls from the lower world. There is also Guanyin, the goddess of mercy, and Wengshu, the god of wisdom. Those who have attained full enlightenment are called Buddhas. McNair. 1946, p. 293. In addition to the supreme Taoist god Shangdi, the Chinese have a creator god Pangu. It emerged from a cosmic egg and grew in size, lifting the sky, yang, up and turning the earth, yin, outward. It is believed that after this, Pangu died. Harry Titterton Morgan. 1942. p. 4. wrote, dying, Pangu became a part of the universe. His head turned into mountains, his breath into wind and clouds, his voice into thunder. His left eye became sunshine and his right eye became the moon. His beard became stars. His 4 limbs and 5 extreme points of his body became the 4 cardinal points and 5 mountains. His veins and muscles became layers of earth. His flesh became soil. His skin and hair became trees and plants, and his teeth and bones became minerals. The marrow of his bones became pearls and precious stones. His sweat became rain, and the parasites living on his body. The Chinese understood the practical connection between all levels of the hierarchy. This knowledge is expressed in the Feng Shui system, the art of determining places for life, for burials, for building temples, etc., so that these places are located where the gods of heaven and earth will most favorably influence them. If an altar or temple is not in its place, God will not live in it. If the burials were not made there, and the altars dedicated to the ancestors are installed incorrectly, the spirits of the ancestors will not be able to mediate between the earthly and the higher worlds. De Groot 1912. pp. 285 to 286. Feng Shui means wind and water. Rodolfo Valentin Burckhardt. 1954. p. 130, wrote in his book Chinese Creeds and Customs, the shape of the hills, the rivers, the shape and height of buildings, direction of roads and bridges, all this should serve as a transfer of qi, the divine breath of the universe. And Feng Shui is the art of matching the dwellings of the living and the dead, as much as possible, with the natural currents of each place. In general, Chinese and Vedic cosmology are similar in many ways. Everywhere there is a supreme god, Vishnu, or Krishna in Vedic cosmology, and Shangdi in Chinese. Everywhere there is a creator god, Pangu in Chinese cosmology, and Brahma in Vedic cosmology. Everywhere there is a multi-level space inhabited by various demigods and demigoddesses. And according to both concepts, a person consists of a physical body and an immaterial soul. Cosmology of the Japanese Ainu Aborigines. The mysterious people of the Ainu were originally characterized by primitive animism. John Batchelor, 1927. p. 345, wrote in his work, Ainu Life and Lore, Ainu believe, everything that moves is alive, and that everything that lives is moving, a rushing stream of water, terrible rapids, a whistling wind, flying clouds, pouring rain, and falling snow, haze and fog, good and bad weather. A quiet lake and a mighty ocean, thunder and lightning, a falling tree and a stone rolling from the mountain, all this, in their opinion, there is a soul of its own, good, or bad, or both bad and good at the same time. But this animism does not exhaust the entire cosmology of the Ainu. This people has developed a fairly mature idea of the universe, which is consistent with the Vedic concept. For example, they also have a creator god who is subordinate to the supreme god. In their tradition, such a god is called Ioina. He descended from heaven, created the first man on earth and stayed here to live, passing on knowledge to people. While he lived with people, he dressed like a person. When his task was completed, he ascended into heaven, still in human clothing. The gods in heaven did not like the smell of the clothes, and they sent Ioin back to leave her on earth. When he returned to heaven again, all the unpleasant human smell disappeared. This is why he is sometimes called Ainurak, which means, a creature smelling like a man, bachelor. 1927. p. 115. In every home, the Ainu people have figurines of idols, patrons of the hearth. As a rule, he is portrayed as an old man. The prototype of this idol did not come from Ioina, but from the divine essence, which is considered the true god. One of the Ainu elders, Penry, told John Batchelor that the hearth deity was created by the true god, who sent him to earth to become the husband of the fire goddess and help the Ainu people with her. Therefore, the idol is called the ancestor, lord of the house, Batchelor. 1927. p. 177. The distinction between the creator god and the true supreme god among the Ainu people corresponds to the distinction between the creator god Brahma and the supreme personality of Godhead, whose name may be Vishnu, Krishna, or Narayana, in the Vaishnava Vedic concept. Ainu believe that souls continue to live after the death of bodies. The hearth is the gate through which the spirit leaves the dead body. When the spirits of the ancestors awaken, they come through the hearth. Also in the hearth lives the goddess of fire, Kamui Fuki. Ainu is always kept in order in the hearth in the house. At night, embers are covered with ash, and at this time Kamui Fuki sleeps. It is considered a very bad sign if a woman allows the fire to go out completely by morning. Neil Gordon Monroe wrote in his book, Ainu Creed and Cult, Monroe. 1963. p. 58. There was no greater sin than to carelessly treat Kamui Fuki's food, which raised all the Ainu people with her warmth. Monroe also noted, Monroe. 1963. p. 58. All food, at any celebration, belonged to Kamui Fuki, and before serving the guests, the dishes were placed next to the hearth. In the cosmic hierarchy of Ainu, the lower world was called Kaira Mamashari, or the lower world. But the souls of the dead were not judged here. That place was called Paknashari, underworld. And the place where evil souls were punished was called Nitni Kamui Mashari, the world of demons, or Tainchi Pakmasharai, the raw underworld. Kaira Mamashari, according to John Batchelor's book, Ainu Life and Lore, Batchelor. 1927. p. 367, was an uninhabited world and represented the limit of the material world. In the process of studying the world of Kaira Mamashari in the understanding of the Ainu, Batchelor. 1927. p. 368, came to the following conclusions. They believed that this place is on the edge of any created world. Some thought there were 6 more worlds under our world. The lowest one is called the lower world, Kaira Mamashari. But as for the quality of this place, they did not consider it dark, although they thought that there was an iron gate. They said that it was a very beautiful world, full of light. Like our earthly world, it is not a prison and abode of fallen angels or any other creatures, gods, humans, or demons. The demon of thunder, who sent wars to the earth, did the same in the heavens, because our world could not bear such a disaster. The Creator, who lives in the heavens above, was very annoyed and sent a demon to fight in the lower world. Here the demon was killed, but since neither God. The theory of the 6 worlds below ours is similar to the Vedic concept, which says that the earthly world is the 7th of 14, and that there are 6 worlds below us, and 7 above us. The similarity of theories can occur due to the spread of the same religions throughout Asia, or from a similar perception of real-life spiritual worlds, or from knowledge obtained from super beings. The fact that the theories are somewhat different does not exclude the possibility of the last two versions. If we admit that there is a certain higher being, then it is quite clear that it could transfer knowledge to different people in different ways and to varying degrees, depending on their consciousness and level of perception. Even if we accept only a natural historical explanation of the similarity of concepts, i.e. that their appearance was influenced by the process of evolution through natural selection, all the same, one cannot but take it seriously and pay attention to the fact that these concepts do reflect the existing reality. And, at the very least, it is worth wondering why human psychology is designed in such a way as to create mental cosmological representations that greatly influence human behavior. If we agree with the theory of the spread of the same ideas, then we need to think about why the human mind at all times and in different countries is predisposed to embed in the very essence of cultural concepts elements that are strikingly similar to our basic cosmology. The most understandable explanation for this is either the same perception of reality, or the same knowledge gained. Why human psychology is designed to create mental cosmological representations that greatly influence human behavior. If we agree with the theory of the spread of the same ideas, then we need to think about why the human mind at all times and in different countries is predisposed to embed in the very essence of cultural concepts elements that are strikingly similar to our basic cosmology. The most understandable explanation for this is either the same perception of reality, or the same knowledge gained. Why human psychology is designed to create mental cosmological representations that greatly influence human behavior. If we agree with the theory of the spread of the same ideas, then we need to think about why the human mind at all times and in different countries is predisposed to embed in the very essence of cultural concepts elements that are strikingly similar to our basic cosmology. The most understandable explanation for this is either the same perception of reality, or the same knowledge gained. Why the human mind at all times and in different countries is predisposed to embed in the very essence of cultural concepts elements that are strikingly similar to our basic cosmology. The most understandable explanation for this is either the same perception of reality, or the same knowledge gained. Why the human mind at all times and in different countries is predisposed to embed in the very essence of cultural concepts elements that are strikingly similar to our basic cosmology. The most understandable explanation for this is either the same perception of reality, or the same knowledge gained. According to the Ainu, one of the worlds under our world is intended for sinful, evil souls. Another world is called Kamui Mashiri, the land of the gods. This is where righteous souls go. In this world, everyone walks so that their feet are directed to the lower edge of the earthly world, and the day there corresponds to the earthly night. Bachelor. 1927. p. 368. Bachelor concludes, Bachelor. 1927. p. 368. That, this myth clearly shows Ainu's belief in the existence of the soul separate from the body after his death. Bachelor, 1927. p. 346, also recounts his conversation with an Ainu elder, Penry. We discussed these issues for a long time, and I learned a lot from him. In particular, I learned that in their understanding, death does not mean the termination of the life of the soul. He said that they didn't like the body becoming an insensible corpse, but they didn't need to think that the soul was dying. From the above, it is clear that there are several heavens in Ainu cosmology. Penry also told Bachelor, 1927. pp. 142 to 143, that the land on which we live is under the control of the goddess of fire, so the supreme god wanted, and she serves as his messenger. He sent her here from her home in heaven to rule over life on earth. The heavenly serpent, her lover, wanted to go with her. The goddess tried to convince him, saying that here he would have to live on fire. But the serpent still stood his ground, and the goddess of fire agreed. He came with her in the form of lightning, which made a hole in the ground. To this day, the descendants of the serpent sometimes come to earth to visit him, and always descend in the form of lightning, which leaves holes in the ground. The Ainu believe that these holes lead to the lower worlds, and that it is there that snake now lives along with its descendants. Elder Ainu told Bachelor, 1927. p. 143. That snakes live underground in large communities and exist there in the guise of men and women. They have houses and gardens like we do, and their food is mostly dew. When they come to the surface of the earth, they turn into a serpent. Penry also said, since the serpent is of heavenly origin, he is very arrogant. From the very beginning, the serpent loved to do evil, but if you make his figurines out of wood and offer him with the words, "You are a good God," he will be much more benevolent and can help. If snakes are treated contemptuously, they can send disease. But these diseases can be cured with the help of the same figurines, by worshipping snakes. They have houses and gardens like we do, and their food is mostly dew. When they come to the surface of the earth, they turn into a serpent. Penry also said, since the serpent is of heavenly origin, he is very arrogant. From the very beginning, the serpent loved to do evil, but if you make his figurines out of wood and offer him with the words, "You are a good God," he will be much more benevolent and can help. If snakes are treated contemptuously, they can send disease. But these diseases can be cured with the help of the same figurines, by worshipping snakes. They have houses and gardens like we do, and their food is mostly dew. When they come to the surface of the earth, they turn into a serpent. Penry also said, since the serpent is of heavenly origin, he is very arrogant. From the very beginning, the serpent loved to do evil, but if you make his figurines out of wood and offer him with the words, "You are a good God," he will be much more benevolent and can help. If snakes are treated contemptuously, they can send disease. But these diseases can be cured with the help of the same figurines, by worshipping snakes. But if you make his figurines out of wood and offer him with the words, "You are a good God," he will be much more benevolent and can help. If snakes are treated contemptuously, they can send disease. But these diseases can be cured with the help of the same figurines, by worshipping snakes. But if you make his figurines out of wood and offer him with the words, "You are a good God," he will be much more benevolent and can help. If snakes are treated contemptuously, they can send disease. But these diseases can be cured with the help of the same figurines, by worshipping snakes. Heavenly serpents live in the underworld and take the form of people. This is also found in Vedic cosmology. The race of Nagas, snakes, lives in the underworld, which is even richer than heaven in something. In traditional Indian art, Nagas are sometimes depicted in the form of a human or half snake, half human. Traditional cosmology of Korea. In the Korean folk religious tradition, as in the Chinese, Buddhism, and Confucianism, Taoism and elements of animism are mixed. The cosmic hierarchy is also consistent with our basic cosmology model. Koreans believe that a person has 3 souls. One remains with a dead body in the grave. The second goes to a special tablet with the words of ancestor worship, which is kept in the house of the deceased's relatives. And the third goes to another world, Clark. 1932. p. 113. The cosmic hierarchy consists of the gods of heaven and earth, gods of mountains and hills, dragon gods, and deities guarding certain territories. Some deities from the highest levels belong to the Buddhist pantheon. Below are various deities guarding the house, including kitchen spirits and various pieces of furniture. Some spirits can take the form of animals, others can infuse young girls and give them the ability to cast out demons. There are also evil spirits that harm people. These include those who force tigers to attack people, and those who kill travelers or women who are engaged in work, etc. Bishop. 1898. p. 421. Any unhappiness that can be imagined is caused by some specific evil spirit. The traveler Lucy Bishop wrote about such a variety of perfumes. Bishop. 1898. p. 404. They live in the fireplace, in the barn, in the living room, in the kitchen, they are on every shelf and in every jar. They follow a huge crowd behind a person who sets off on the road, behind him, dance in front, from the side, fly overhead, shout about him from the ground, from the water, from the air. There are thousands of billions of them. The traditional religion of Korea is especially afraid of the ghosts of the dead, which do the most harm in the fall and winter. To appease them, Koreans sacrifice food to them. Jung-hil Kang, 1931. p. 107. recalling life in Korea, wrote, "To all those who circle around the trees from which they once fell and crashed, or those who drowned and left their souls in the water, for those who have died of hunger or violence, wouldn't it be a real mercy to offer them food? Especially now when their hearts are anxious and the future is dark. Of all the ghosts, the souls of drowned people are considered especially dangerous." Charles Allen Clark, 1932, p. 203, wrote, "In religions of old Korea, they say they are tormented by flying over water until they lure some unfortunate person into their place. Then they can get out onto dry land. They circle over the place of their death, trying to lure people who are nearby. The boatmen are very much afraid of them. Evil spirits are the concern of mudanes, or exorcists. Mudanges can be men and women from the lower social strata." D. Robert Moose, 1911. pp. 191 to 192, wrote about the Mudanga woman. She claims that she communicates directly with evil spirits and can appease them and persuade them to leave the body in which they have possessed and make his body suffer or mind. Religiousness among people is so strongly developed that even representatives of the highest classes with excellent education go to mudanes when trouble happens to them. Also, demons can drive out pansu. Pansu are always men. They can be from any social class, but their work is usually the simplest and most difficult, like the mudanes. Moose, 1911. p. 192, noted, "Pansu are always blind and control spirits not by persuasion, but by force. They predict fate and say that they can drive evil spirits out of sick people. They often drive away spirits with the help of physical force, as evidenced by the abundance of evidence that they have special sticks. I have often seen whole bundles of such sticks. They are almost as thick as a broom, about 2 feet in length, and shattered at one end due to the pansu beat the unfortunate spirits with all their might. Sometimes an evil spirit is put in a bottle and corked with a peach tree cork, and then they give the mudanga to take away and bury it." In addition to such a variety of gods and spirits, in the cosmology of Korea there is also a supreme being, the Hananim. Homer B. Gulbert wrote, Hulbert. 1906. p. 404, the word Hananim consists of the words, heaven and master, and is the Korean analog of the Chinese, Lord of the Heavens. All Koreans regard this being as the supreme controller of the universe. He is completely separate from the various spirits and demons that inhabit nature. Protestant missionaries used the name Hananim to describe the Christian God. Catholics use the Chinese word Zhongzu, or Zhongzhong, which means the same, Hulbert. 1906. pp. 404 to 405. According to local legends, Zhongzhong once looked into a small box and found many letters. Many contained the following text: "The perfect heavens rule over all the other 36 heavens, their interiors, courtyards, illuminated parts from the east and west sides, depths and heights. 4 regions and 6 places, and employees of YOS and their departments. All this is needed to control the 5 thunders and 3 kingdoms. Zhongzhong, an infinitely great entity, personally observes everything. He doesn't even need to use all these powers." Clark. 1932. p. 277. D. Robert Moose in Village Life in Korea, Moose. 1911. p. 191, writes about Hananim, Zhongzhong strange, but the greatest spirit is the least worthy of the attention of people. Perhaps this is because he is considered good, and the religion of Korea is not based on love, but on fear. Don't bother good spirits, since they won't do any harm anyway, but the wicked need to be pacified. In times of severe drought, by special order of the king, rams are sacrificed to the Hananim. In Korea, there are no temples in his honor, except for those altars on which sacrifices were made. Therefore, it cannot be said that the village religion somehow touched the great spirit of Hananim. William Elliot Griffiths, 1882. p. 301, distinguished several types of dragons in Korean cosmology. The first type is the heavenly dragons that watched over the palaces of the gods in heaven. Dragons of the second kind were located below the heavens, but above the ground level, controlling such natural forces as water and wind. Still others, terrestrial dragons, directed the flow of rivers and streams. And the fourth kind of dragons watched the fossils and treasures hidden in the earth. These types of dragons reflect the division of space into the spiritual world, the world of higher beings responsible for natural forces, the earthly world and the underground. About the latter species Griffiths, 1882. p. 301, says, deep belief in the dragon is one of the main reasons why minds in Chosen are hardly developed. Dragons. Cosmology of the Tlingit Indians. The Tlingit Indians used to live along the entire northeastern coast of North America, and now mainly inhabit the southeastern part of Alaska. According to their cosmological theory, all living things, including humans and animals, have a soul. The so-called inhabitants, Kwani, are assigned to the souls with a specific body type. Bears are called Kesutas, and the souls of bears are called Kwani Kesutov. The anthropologist Frederick de Laguna in his article, Tlingit Idea About the Individual, de Laguna, 1954, p. 179, writes, flesh or even longer. Even animal souls are said to have a human form. In animals, in communication with each other, the soul manifests itself in a wild form. Sometimes, when animals communicate with people, animal souls manifest themselves in a completely human way, but de Laguna believes that it is not clear from myths whether the body of an animal turns into a human body, or whether the human soul manifests itself in an animal body. The souls of animals respond to human actions, punishing people for the aimless extermination of animals and thanks to them for showing goodness to them. De Laguna, 1954. p. 179, writes, plants also have souls. When the Tlingits cut down a tree to build a house or boat, they had to respect his soul. Even the things we think are dead have souls. Emmons, 1991. p. 288, writes, natural phenomena and inanimate objects have a certain quality that, under certain conditions, manifests itself or somehow makes itself felt. Wind, thunder, and lightning, whirlpools, glaciers, they are all controlled by spirits. Emmons, 1991. p. 288, tells in detail how the Tlingits treated the soul and its connection with the human body. The elders of the Hutsata tribe say that the Tlingits believe in the existence of three entities in man. 1. The material body. 2. Spirit, the source of life force, which supports life in the body, and leaving it, causes the death of the body. 3. Souls, a spiritual element that is not mechanically connected to the body, which is eternal and dwells in the spiritual world, or from time to time returns to life in different bodies. The Tlingits also recognize the existence of mind, thoughts, and feelings as qualities of the inner essence of a person. Emmons, 1991. p. 289. This is strikingly consistent with the differences between body, mind, life force, and soul that are established in our basic Vedic cosmology. The Tlingits speak of the personal protective spirits, Kahyungayak, who are above the spirit. Emmons, 1991. p. 368. These guardian spirits guard and guide a person. Sometimes the Tlingits pray, protect me well, my supreme spirit. This supreme spirit is similar to the supersoul in Vedic cosmology. The supersoul, or Paramatma, accompanies every soul in the material world and directs it according to its desires. There are different types of afterlife, depending on how the person died. There is a paradise for those who have died of old age or illness. There is another paradise for those who have been victims of violence. Those who enter this paradise become the Northern Lights. They are called people from above. De Laguna, 1954. p. 191, writes about the dead. They can appear after the funeral to their friends, either predict war, or that someone from their family will soon die. People who drown or get lost in the forest remain on the ground. They become half human, half otter. The Tlingits believe in the transmigration of souls, although De Laguna notes, De Laguna, 1954, p. 191, that in addition to the reborn souls, probably on the earth there are some duplicates of souls who are fed with offerings, dangerous entities associated with the remains of bodies, or something, which can incarnate in the form of otter people or become the northern lights. It is the soul that is reborn. Emmons writes, after death, the soul, or shadow, ghost, goes to the land of the dead, a place dependent on the death of a person, and later is reborn in a new body. Emmons. 1991. p. 368. The Tlingits believe that the human soul can come into the world only in a human body, and usually in the same clan or family. Emmons. 1991. p. 288. A soul returning to the same clan is identified by birthmarks or dreams. According to one of the Indians of the tribe, Emmons. 1991. p. 288, reports, one woman during pregnancy had dreams where her maternal aunt was a noble woman who had many holes for earrings in her ears. This is a sign of belonging to the highest social circles. The child who was born had many scars and holes along the edge of the ears, and everyone immediately understood that the soul of the aunt had returned and was embodied in the child. Another Indian said that a famous warrior of the tribe returned as the son of his son. The warrior received a fatal gunshot wound. The bullet entered the chest on the left and went right through. The grandson of the deceased Indian had 2 large birthmarks exactly where the bullet entered and exited. Emmons. 1991. p. 288. Can, 1989. p. 110, studied the report of De Laguna, 1972. pp. 767 to 769, and told about another case of the Indian Askadud, who remembered the experience of reincarnation. He said that in a past life he died and saw how his relatives celebrated the commemoration. He tried to return to the body, but could not. Then the body was cremated, and he went to the land of the dead. After a while, he left her and followed the course of the river until he came across a suitable tree on the bank. He sat down under a tree and sat leaning against a trunk for 9 days, and then the bank was washed away by water, and he fell into the water. The next thing he saw was his own sister holding him in her arms in the form of her newborn son. The main deity of the Tlingits is Yale, the creator of the world. Francis Knapp and Rachel Lewis Child, Knapp, Child. 1896. p. 153, speak of the attitude of the Indians of this tribe to their deity. He was a popular hero among the people and represented the ideal of wisdom and cunning. It doesn't matter that he was a lazy person and a glutton and that he always won by deception. No one was embarrassed that he was a famous deceiver and a thief. The people praised him for outright impudence, extravagant pranks, jokes that he constantly played with the spirits, and extraordinary ways that he invented to escape from enemies. Canuck, the god of war, was born even before Yale, so his descendants, the warriors of the Wolf clan, considered him superior to Yale. God Shettle was usually invisible and only appeared in the form of a bird during hurricanes. During these periods, his eyes threw lightning, and with the movements of his wings, he made sounds of thunder. His sister Okgis slept under the volcanoes and held the earth on her shoulders, waiting for her brother to come and take this load off her. In addition to the main gods, the Tlingits had 3 types of junior gods: Yek, the gods of the air; Kukyek, the gods of the earth; Takaik, and the gods of the sea, Tekayak. They appeared in the form of birds and beasts and came close to human habitation. Knapp, Child. 1896. pp. 153 to 154. The Tlingits have a shamanic religion. The shaman was called Ikta. He had to communicate with the spirits and control them on behalf of the entire tribe. The ethnologist Oral Krauss wrote, Krauss. 1956. p. 194. For each spirit the shaman had a separate mask. He put it on when he invoked the spirits. Communication with the spirits consisted of dancing around the fire, with uncontrollable wild body movements. The shaman healed the sick, expelling evil spirits, controlled the weather, a good catch of fish, and so on. Ethnologist John Reed Swanton, 1905. p. 465, wrote, all fairy tales were associated with the mysterious powers of shamans. For example, they say that when the American sailors were about to cut the hair of the shaman Sitka, his power was so powerful that one of the sailors paralyzed his hands, and the hands of the other sailors limp. As Swanton writes, Swanton. 1905. p. 466. The power and knowledge of the shaman was usually transferred after his death to one of his nephews. The spirit of the shaman, shortly before his death, informed him that he would soon die, and said what his clan needed to do. After that, the entire clan gathered in his house, and the shaman's heir invited his spirit to enter. When the spirit entered, everyone sang until the newly minted shaman fell into a trance. Then he was brought to his senses, and the clan had a new shaman. During an illness of the body, the person's personal spirit, not the soul, but the life force that makes the body function, can leave the body, and it will be on the verge of death. In such cases, the shaman can capture the spirit of the person and return it back to the body, and the person will either recover or at least avoid the threat of death. Emmons. 1991. p. 288. The cosmological concept of the Ojibwe Indians. The Ojibwe Indians, also known as the Chippewa, now live on the northern shores of Lake Huron and Lake Superior in Canada. According to them, a person consists of a physical body, viho, a shadow, ujibum, and a soul, ujichog. After death, the physical body decomposes and disappears. Genus. 1935. p. 18. The shadow is associated with the brain, but also acts outside the body. It helps the soul to perceive and gain knowledge. According to our model of Vedic cosmology, the shadow corresponds to the mind or subtle material body. Ojibwe believe that a person's shadow moves in front of him. Sometimes a shadow, moving in front of the hunter, makes him blink, indicating in such a way that he saw the game. Genus. 1935. p. 19. Animals also have shadows. They act in the same way and protect them. Sometimes the shadow of an animal does not feel threatened when a person approaches, and then the hunter will kill the animal. In other cases, the shadow of an animal, such as a deer, notices and correctly interprets a person's intentions in time. Then the shadow of the deer closely follows the hunter, and he will never be able to approach the deer at the required distance and kill him. Genus. 1935. p. 22. If someone feels someone else's gaze, although he does not see anyone, this means that the shadow warns the soul. The shadow can also warn the young Ojibwe Indian that the supreme god Manitou will soon visit him, and he will have time to prepare for the meeting. Genus. 1935. p. 19. The child's shadow is especially sensitive and active. It moves outside the body to see and learn many things at great distances, although the body can be at rest. Sometimes the child laughs or smiles for no reason. This means that his shadow approached something that caused such feelings. Ojibwe parents are very sensitive to the shade. Even strongly rocking the baby cradle can disturb the shadow. The Ojibwe believe that if the child's father tortures the animal, both he and the child's shadow will suffer. Genus. 1935. p. 20. Sometimes a shadow, which is usually invisible, can appear and take the same shape as the body. Genus. 1935. p. 20. Therefore, people see ghosts of people who are actually far from them. Ojibwe also believe that for a healthy life in a person there must be harmony between body, shadow, and soul. If a person wants to harm someone, then with the help of witchcraft he can break this harmony. Sometimes the shadow can split in two, each half pulling in different directions. When this happens, the soul is waiting for a decision, and the body can become sick due to stress. If the situation is not resolved, the person will die, and his shadow will remain wandering around the grave like a ghost. Genus. 1935. p. 20. Genus writes, Genus. 1935. p. 19. The shadow is less understandable than the soul, and the Indians themselves often confuse them, attributing certain qualities to one. Regarding the Ojibwe's ideas about the soul, Genus notes, Genus 1935. p. 18 The soul lives in the heart and can leave the body for a short time, and if it leaves for a long time, then the person dies. Since the soul is a conscious part of the human essence, then it gives him the opportunity to perceive phenomena, comprehend them and remember them. In addition, the soul is also the focus of human will. A skilled medicine man can force the soul to leave the body of a sleeping person. This can be done both with innocent intentions, for example, communicating with the soul in the presence of other spirits and letting go back, and with evil desires, to kill a person, not letting his soul back. An Ojibwe Indian says, "Once, when I was 16 years old, a sorcerer made my soul come to him, and I immediately realized that he wanted to kill me, because I was laughing at his hunchbacked son. I said, 'I'm leaving.' But the sorcerer replied, 'No. You cannot leave.' Then I saw my own head rolling on the ground, and people are trying to catch it. By people, we mean the guardian spirits of the sorcerer, Thought-provoking. I thought that if only I could catch the head, everything would be fine. And I tried to grab her as she rolled next to me and finally caught. At the same moment I saw the exit and flew away. When I woke up, I could not move my arm or leg, only my fingers. In the end, I was able to speak, called my mother and told her that I felt bad. Then I was ill for a couple of days. Nobody saw my soul go out and come back, but I knew where I was, Hollowell. 1955. p. 175. His inserts. After the death of the body, the soul goes west to the world of souls. This country is ruled by Nanny Bush, the great hero of the Ojibwe legends, Genus 1935. p. 18. The great god Shadow Manitou sends the soul to the land of the dead. Shadow Manitou is usually asleep, but when someone from the Ojibwe tribe becomes very ill, his soul leaves the body and disturbs Shadow Manitou. Then the shadow of Manitou walks near the Ojibwe wigwam, but leaves no trace. He is trying to take his soul to the land of the dead. If he succeeds, the person dies. Genus 1935. p. 42. A good healer can return a soul from the land of the dead right after the moment of death. An Ojibwe Indian recounted how he saw it with his own eyes. "Once I saw how the owl returned his soul. Sispa was very ill. When Owl arrived, she was already dead. The owl tied a red thread to the girl's wrist so that he could immediately distinguish it in the crowd and lay down next to her. He lay there for a very long time and very quietly, he did not move at all. Then I saw him move slightly. And then the girl stirred. He moved more, and so did the girl. The owl got up and sat down. And the girl sat down too. He followed her into the land of the dead and caught up with her just in time." Hollowell. 1955. pp. 174 to 175. Some authors, such as Vexy, 1983, attribute the separation of shadow and soul to a dualistic view of the soul. According to Vexy, 1983, p. 59, Schoolcraft, 1848, p. 127, was the first to suggest this. An Ojibwe Indian told him that one soul leaves the body during sleep, while the other remains in it to maintain life. Following Hultkrantz, 1953, Vexy, 1983, pp. 59 to 63, writes about two souls, localized in the heart of every person, but with the ability to move both with the body and outside the body, the ego soul responsible for mind, memory, consciousness, and actions. She can leave the body for short periods of time, but her leaving for a long time can cause illness, and leaving forever, the death of the body. This soul is the source of will and allows a person to experience various emotions. Every person has such a soul, it gives him life. Another soul is freer, it lives in the brain and leads an existence separate from the body, and in a dream it can travel wherever it wants. It also conveys feelings, emotions, and is, as it were, the eyes of the ego soul, since it can see from a distance. The free soul corresponds to the shadow of other authors, and the ego soul is identified with the properties of the soul. According to Vedic theory, a free soul is related to the subtle material body, mind, and the ego soul is related to Atma, self-awareness. And the ego soul is identified with the properties of the soul. According to Vedic theory, a free soul is related to the subtle material body, mind, and the ego soul is related to Atma, self-awareness. And the ego soul is identified with the properties of the soul. According to Vedic theory, a free soul is related to the subtle material body, mind, and the ego soul is related to Atma, self-awareness. According to the Ojibwe, animals, plants, and even water and stones have shadows and souls. They are all alive, but life manifests itself in them in different ways. Genesis 1935. p.20. The great hero Nanny Bush speaks to the trees in their language with the rustling of leaves in the wind. Genesis 1935. p.20 writes that one of the Ojibwe Indians told him the following: once, when a man walked on the ground, a flower shouted to him, "Do not step on me." Because flowers are like little children. The souls of sorcerers can take the form of owls and dogs, and the souls of animals can take the form of a human. Genesis 1935. p. 27. Vexi, 1983. p. 60, says, when souls travel, they can take any form depending on their strength. They can become plants, animals, and other creatures, thus transformations are one aspect of Ojibwe metaphysics. Sometimes sorcerers use curses to turn people into animals. One day, the transformation of humans into animals was stopped halfway and new strange creatures appeared. Ojibwe Indian Jonas King told about this, Genesis 1935. p. 43. Long ago, the Indians caught a sturgeon in a stream. The elders told them not to touch it, but someone still cooked this fish, and several people ate it. When the hunters returned to the camp in the evening, they saw that everyone who ever tasted sturgeon quickly turned into fish. Some turned completely, others remained demi-humans, but everyone tried to get to the water or cried on the shore, being up to their shoulders in the water, while their relatives tried to keep them on land. The witch doctors summoned the spirits, but all they could do was stop further transformation. These half-humans, half-fish were called mermaids and water, Divanab. An Ojibwe Indian named Jim Nanny Bush told Genesis 1935. p. 21. A tree cannot die, it will grow again where it fell. When an animal is killed, its soul goes into the ground along with its blood, then she returns in another body, in the same place where the blood was shed on the ground. Everything, trees, birds, animals, fish, and earlier people, again return to the earth. When they die, their souls are just waiting to be reborn. My uncle, for example, lived 4 or 5 lives, for a total of 500 years. But there are 2 very hard rocks, white and black. They never die, they are called sack. Another Ojibwe Indian, Pagamagabu, says, sometimes a tree can fall without the slightest breath of wind. His soul dies, just like the soul of a person going west. But where the soul of the tree goes, no one knows. Genesis 1935. p. 21. Animals have human-like communities with leaders and leaders. Indian James Walker relates, even before the white man came to Georgian Bay, an Indian once procured many skins of beavers, otters, and other fur-bearing animals and kept them in his wigwam in the forest. One night he heard the crackling of trees and many voices. Our king is gone. When he went outside in the morning, he saw that a huge oak had fallen, rotting at the roots. The rest of the oaks around him mourned his death. He collected all his skins, put them on the trunk, covering it like at a funeral, and returned to the teepee. At night in a dream he saw the spirit of Manadawa told him, "You did the right thing. Now take the skins and head east. There you will find someone who will give you new clothes in exchange for these skins." The Indian went east and met French traders on the St. Lawrence River. He was the first Ojibwe Indian to trade with white people. Genesis 1935, p. 23. As in Vedic cosmology, there are multilevel universes in Ojibwe cosmology. Genus, 1935. p. 28, writes, even today, some Indians believe that there are 6 more worlds above the sky and 6 below the earth. Others believe that there is only 1 above and 1 below. The souls of animals go into the world of Bitokomegog, underground. The number of animals on earth is related to the number of souls that come from the lower world. If there are many souls, then the number of animals also grows. If there are few of them, then the number of animals decreases. And how many souls will come to earth is determined by the leaders of each species, genus. 1935, p. 23. Teresa S. Smith also studied Ojibwe cosmology, and her findings echo the theme of this chapter. Smith. 1995. p.44 The multilevel world is not unique to the Ojibwe. Any society with a shamanic religion, from Siberia to Oceania, has an intuitive knowledge of the many levels of the universe. As participants in a complex game of slides and ladders, shamans travel the worlds above and below our visible world. When they return, they add their testimonies to the world's piggy bank of descriptions of the structure and character of multilevel reality. In ancient times, in Mesopotamia, India, Greece, Japan, etc., such an idea of the world was the norm. Even in modern non-shamanic religions, ideas about other worlds have been preserved in a symbolic form. This means that even our contemporaries, including the Ojibwe tribe, burdened with scientific ideas about the world order. Researchers and tribal representatives cited by Smith, 1995. pp. 44-46, speak of a cosmos divided into 3 regions, upper, middle and lower. The upper area, home to the Great Spirit of Kitchi Manitou, Petrel and various deities, is divided into several sublevels. The lower area also consists of several levels. Between them is our earthly world, which is described as an island. Smith. 1995. p. 47. The world of underground waters and creatures is located immediately underground. Beneath it is the mirror world, the place where night comes when day is on earth. This place is described as blessed and fertile. Smith. 1995. p. 46, where the souls of the dead go. Under it is the world of eternal darkness. The gods and spirits of the Ojibwe are very diverse. One species is similar to fairies and brownies from Celtic mythology. They are called invisible, and they are also divided into 2 types. Some do not have a name, while others are called Bagujinishinaabe, shy little inhabitants. If a person sees any of them, it is believed that he will live a very long time. The unnamed people hunt with foxes instead of dogs. We see footprints of foxes, but we do not see footprints of their owners, except for those that they left on the stones even before the arrival of the Indians in this country, writes Genus. In those days, the sun came so close to the earth that the stones were soft, and the footprints of these invisible men were imprinted on them and froze when the sun moved away from the earth. Genus. 1935. The size of the shy little inhabitants corresponds to the size of human children. Although they are mischievous, they do no harm. They induce poltergeist phenomena by throwing, for example, stones at the roofs of wigwams. Genus. 1935. Above these creatures are spirits, beckons. They can be male or female. They have many human qualities. Usually they are not visible to people, but at will they can appear in any form. They have different strengths. Genus. 1935. p. 29. The highest of these super beings, writes Genus, Kitchi Manitou, the Great Spirit, which is the source of energy that is present in every living being to one degree or another. Genus. 1935. p. 29. According to W. Vernon Kinnetz, the Great Spirit of Kitchi Manitou, or Kijay Manitou, created the heavens, the earth, and the countries from which the white people came, Kiniets. 1947. pp. 152-153. In these areas, he created people, animals, and other creatures suitable for each of them. He rewards virtue and punishes evil. Kinnetz writes, Viskenda Jack is the next deity in power, who is considered the creator of all Indian tribes, the country where they live, and everything that is in it. The last of the deities is called Machi Manitou, or bad spirit. He is the source of all evil, but he obeys Kijay Manitou, Kiniets. 1947, p. 153. Some modern researchers have tried to depersonalize the concept of Manitou, but even their justification has not been able to exclude it from personality. Johnston, for example, says that Kichi Manitou is the great mystery of the supernatural, and it cannot be known or described using human materialized concepts. Johnston. 1995. p. 2. And then he continues, as for the concept of the creation of the world, Kich Manitou's possession of clairvoyance, sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell, sensitivity, and knowledge about the universe, about the world, about Manit, spirits, plants, animals. Human beings allowed him to give them life. This concept reflects belief in God and in the creation of the world, explains the original origin of beings, establishes a pattern of behavior for men and women. Following the teachings of Kichi Manitou, each subject must recognize dreams or visions, contributing to the expansion of his or her soul, the spiritual essence, and when achieved, bring this to completion and realization in life. Johnston. 1995. pp. 2-3. Each subject, therefore, must go further in revealing his or her own dreams or visions, using the talent and ability to bring them to life. Emphasizing the personal nature of the Ojibwe cosmology, Smith writes, Ojibwe perceive the world, whether in a dream, whether in reality, as a world ruled by some individuals, people, or someone else. People do not animate surfaces and spheres, and do not attribute human qualities to them, but only in the process of cognition, to substantiate their convictions, endow souls and spirits with various creatures in the world. Rather, they perceive space as a place. Besides the Manitou, spirits, mentioned above, there are other spirits that control various forces of nature. For example, there is a master spirit who, with the help of various subordinate spirits, controls the currents of air and winds. Genus. 1935. p. 34. Another group of spirits controls the thunder. After the Great Spirit, the spirits responsible for thunder are considered the most powerful. Subordinate spirits, like people and other living beings, have a soul. Vexi. 1983. p. 61. Some Indians possess secret powers obtained from spirits. Native American Ojibwe named Pagamagabu said, a very long time Manita, higher powers, gathered in one place and came in dreams to several Indians, giving them the ability to fly to the same place through the air. The Indians, that is, their souls, flew to the designated place, and the spirits told them about other worlds and about the powers that they received from the Great Spirit. Then they sent the Indians home. Genus. 1935, p. 29. Some of the most powerful magicians are called Wabinos. They are healers who treat diseases with various herbs. As the Ojibwe say, the first Wabino, Bidabans, Dawn, received powers from the moon god. Genus. 1935. p. 62. Sometimes people in Manitos are threatened by water snakes, whose king is called Enzajima. Indian Ojibwe Pagamagabu says that Enzajima has 7 heads. Genus. 1935. p. 39. In Vedic myths, there is a story where the many-headed water serpent Kalya entered the sacred river Yamuna, and Lord Krishna, who danced on the heads of the snakes, forced him to leave. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.16. The water snakes, led by Enzajima, can move underground and sometimes take the souls of people. So, if lightning strikes the ground near the wigwam, it is the thunder god fighting a water serpent that sneaks underground to attack a person, writes Genus, 1935, p. 35. As the old Ojibwe Indian John Manitowaba says, the serpent gods live underground and rule over plants and trees. Genus. 1935. p. 40. This is reminiscent of the Indian concept of snakes. Another evil spirit is Vindigo. If a person in the most hungry times becomes a cannibal, so as not to starve to death, the Wendigo possesses him. Wendigos are enormous in size and powerful. In winter, they roam the earth and look for a victim to eat. They cannot be destroyed in the usual way. Even when the Ojibwe's head is cut off, it grows back. An experienced shaman can use certain rituals to kill a Wendigo. Genus 1935. pp. 40-41. It is believed that the wolf serves the Wendigo like a dog. Genus 1935. p. 25. Other American Indian cosmological theories. The world in the Hopi Indians' view is full of a variety of gods and spirits, including the god of the sun, moon, stars. Atmospheric gods command rain, wind, lightning, thunder, rainbow. In some water streams there are snake gods who control the flow of water. Teleasva 1942. p. 17. But at the very beginning, there was only one god, Teoa, the creator of everything, who dwelt in Tokpal, an endless timeless reality. To create something finite, Teova created Sodananga and told him, I created you, the first creation, as a tool and a power to fulfill my plan to create life in infinite space. I am your uncle, you are my nephew. Now go and create the universes in the proper way, so that they harmoniously connect with one another according to my plan. Sproul 1979. p. 271. Sodanang created 7 universes for different beings. Besides, he created a separate world for himself, while Tajowa had his own world. From Sodanang came Kokiang Wookie, the spider woman who created people with different skin colors from the earth. Sodanang gave them the power of speech, wisdom, and the ability to reproduce. He told people, I gave you this world so that you can live happily in it. I ask you only one thing, to always honor the Creator. Let wisdom, harmony, and respect for love for your Creator always multiply. Do not forget about them while you live. Sproul 1979. p. 272. The Kachin occult is one of the most famous components of the Hopi religion. Kachi means life or spirit, and Na means father, that is, Kachina is translated as father of life or spiritual father. Dockstader 1985. p. 9. The word Kachi has another meaning, observer, that is, we can say that the super being Kachin is present among the Hopi, listening to their complaints and gratitude. Dockstader writes that the Kachinas can cause rain, control the weather, help many in their daily work, punish those who violate rituals or social laws, and serve as intermediaries between people and gods. Dockstader 1985. p. 9. Their main task is to transmit messages from people to gods. Today, the role of Kachin is played by a masked shaman in rituals, and the Hopi believe that they have some abilities like the original Kachin. According to Dockstader, the Hopi believed that the Kachinas were good spirits who came with the Hopi from the lower world, where all people came from. Dockstader 1985. p. 10. According to one theory, they stayed with the Hopi for some time and did them a lot of good. Then, when the Hopi began to believe that it should be so, the Kachina returned to the lower world. Before leaving, they selected some righteous young men and showed them how to perform the rituals and how to dress. When the Hopi realized their loss, writes Dockstader, they turned with repentance to those to whom Kachina had imparted knowledge, and since then they have been performing such rituals. Dockstader 1985. p. 11. The Kachina returned to the underworld. Before leaving, they selected some righteous young men and showed them how to perform the rituals and how to dress. When the Hopi realized their loss, writes Dockstader, they turned with repentance to those to whom Kachina had imparted knowledge, and since then they have been performing such rituals. Dockstader 1985. p. 11. The Kachina returned to the underworld. Before leaving, they selected some righteous young men and showed them how to perform the rituals and how to dress. When the Hopi realized their loss, writes Dockstader, they turned with repentance to those to whom Kachina had imparted knowledge, and since then they have been performing such rituals. Dockstader 1985. p. 11. Hopi cosmology contains the same key elements as our basic Vedic concept. Everywhere there is a division between a supreme god and a creator god, or multiple gods in charge of creating people and different creatures. There are many levels here and there in the universe. The Lenape Indians, or Delawares, belong to the Algonquins. They always believed in many gods, the Manitouk, but among the Manitouk there was one supreme god. His name was Jitsalemukhaon, which means creator or great spirit. All the other Manituches were his servants. Through them Jitsalemukhaon created the material world and all beings. The Lenape were most honored by the helpers of the Great Spirit, considering them the most involved in the daily life of people. A Great Spirit lived very far away, in the 12th, highest heaven, Iliad. 1967. pp. 12-13. The elders of the Lenape tribe during the ritual in the big house recited the prayer, "A person has a spirit, and the body serves only as his clothing. Therefore, people must take care of the spirit in order to get to heaven and stay in the hall of the Creator. Life on earth is measured for us, and then our souls must leave it. When the time comes for a person to leave the earth, he should go to Jitsalemukhaon in joy and peace. We must all pray to him so that he will prepare our spirit for this moment, so that we, having left the earth, will forever unite with him. When we reach this place, we will not need to do anything. Worry about anything, we will be happy. We know that our ancestors live in the land of spirits, who once left the earth. There is unearthly beauty, beautiful waterfalls, and wonderful fruits. There is no sun, but there is light much brighter than the sun, which the Creator feeds with his power. People remain there forever at the age at which they died on earth, and the one who was here sick, blind, or crippled, there will be perfectly healthy. Only the flesh is susceptible to disease, the spirit is always perfect." Iliad. 1967. p. 160. There are surprisingly many similarities with the Vedic concept in this cosmology. In Bhagavad Gita 2.22, it is said that the body is the covering of the soul and that the goal of our life is to merge with God. In Bhagavad Gita 15.6, it is said that God's abode is bright, but there is neither moon nor sun. In Bhagavad Gita 2.22, it is said that the body is the covering of the soul and that the goal of our life is to merge with God. In Bhagavad Gita 15.6, it is said that God's abode is bright, but there is neither moon nor sun. In Bhagavad Gita 2.22, it is said that the body is the covering of the soul and that the goal of our life is to merge with God. In Bhagavad Gita 15.6, it is said that God's abode is bright, but there is neither moon nor sun. Lenape's big house is a model of the universe. In the center is the staff of the Great Spirit, it is held by the Supreme Deity, and its lower end rests on the ground. The surface of our planet serves as the floor of the Great House. The earth under the big house is the lower world, and above the roof there are still 12 heavens, and at the very top is the abode of the Great Spirit, the Creator, Spec. 1931. pp. 22-23. In the big house there is also the White Way, known to us as the Milky Way, through which souls enter the abode of the Great Spirit. The supreme god of the Omaha Indians is called Wakanda. In their tradition, the concept of human appearance is very similar to the theory of devolution presented in this book. An Omaha Indian says, "In the beginning, all things existed in the consciousness of Wakanda. All beings, including humans, were spirits. They flew in interstellar space, heaven. They were looking for a place where they could incarnate in matter. At first they flew to the sun and moon, but these places did not suit them. Then they descended to the ground, which was completely covered with water. When the water subsided, dry land appeared. According to the Indian, many spirits descended on the earth, and they incarnated in physical forms. They ate the seeds of grasses and the fruits of trees, and the earth was filled with their joy and gratitude to Wakanda, the creator of all things." Iliad. 1967. pp. 84-85. Cosmological concept of the Australian tribe Aranda. The Aranda tribe is one of the indigenous peoples of Australia. According to their beliefs, in the beginning there were the great beings of Numbakala. This word means eternal and, out of nothing. According to the legends of the southern, central, and northern Aborigines, The greatest of these creatures is Numbakala, who came out of nowhere to Lamberna, the south of the continent. He created land and water, mountains, rivers, hills, and deserts. He created flora and fauna. He also established totem places, Nanakilla, so that later they could be used for further population of the earth by various creatures. Spencer, Gillen. 1927. p. 356. In the Aranda hierarchy, Numbakala is followed by the gods and goddesses of nature. The sun goddess is called Alinga, or Ordika. She is said to have emerged from the ground near Alice Springs, accompanied by 2 women. The older woman had a baby in her arms. Every day the sun goddess leaves them and ascends to heaven. And at night the sun returns to the same place from which it rose. Spencer, Gillen. 1927. p. 496. The water gods, Atokvit, are responsible for supplying the earth with water from the clouds on which they live. The moon god, Atninja, is a male Aranda and is sometimes called Achua Oknurcha, a big man. There is also the lower world. When Numbakala returned to his Tamararakima, the great camp, at Lambertni, he carved out a cave-like vault in the rocks and surrounded it with branches of eucalyptus trees. Thus, he prepared the appearance of the first human ancestors. First he had to make Kiranji, talismans with different totem signs and put them in a cave. Spencer, Gillen. 1927. p. 356. Everything associated with Numbakala, the primordial ancestor, time, place, his first creatures, is called the word Alkar. The cave for storing the chung was called Pertakara, the rock of the Alkara. Spencer, Gillen. 1927. p. 357. To make Kiranji, Numbakala first had to create ilpinters, signs that then needed to be depicted on Chaingas. Numbakala painted Chainga ilpinters on the floor of the Pert Alkar, totem signs for Chaing. They were intended for different clans, or Nanjay. The first mark of the Chainga ilpintir was created for the Wildcat clan, the Akilpa Nanjay. On the ground outside the Pert Alkar, he drew another similar sign and placed a pole, Koa-Aua, in the center. Then Numbakala made the first Chainga for the Akilpa clan, on a stone or on some other object. He painted the sign of the Wildcat clan. And in this object, in the first Akilpa Kiringa, he put the Kurana, the soul, or spirit of the first man of the Akilpa clan, and put this Chainga on the image on the ground in front of the cave. Then the Inkada Akilpa Maranara emerged from the Chainga. The name of the first person of the Akilpa clan began leader, Inkada, and greatest, Maranara. Then Numbakala made of himself many more Kuranas, souls. Each Kurana was associated with a Chainga with a certain totem sign, Akilpa, Wildcat, Urla, Emu, Arura, Kangaroo, etc. Numbakala gave all the Kiranji to Inkada to Akilpa Maranara and taught him the rituals of each totem group. Akilpa Maranara brought all the Kiranji to the totem places, Nanakillas, which were previously designated by Numbakala. In each Chuing there was a clan chief's Kurana and many more Chuing and Kurans. The main Chuingas were called Chuinga and Dola Irakara. When the leader of the clan appeared in the right place from the Chuinga, he had to create his own people with the help of the rest of the Chuinga and Kurans. He also had to use Chuingas and Kuranas, which were stored in his own body. Spencer, Gillen. 1927. p. 361. The division of people into men and women is explained as follows. The first stone Chuings of all totem groups were split in 2, couples appeared. These couples were paired together. Spencer and Gian write, one half in each pair of Chuing contained a masculine soul, Achua, and the other, a woman's soul, Aragutja. Also, in all the main Chuingas there were Aratna Kiranji, the sacred names that were associated with the Kurans. All these names were given by Numbakala himself. Later the Kurans left the Chuing, and men and women appeared, receiving the names given to each Chuing by Numbakala. Spencer, Gillen. 1927. p. 359. Neither Numbakala, nor the first man of Akilpa Inkada Maranara, nor the first ancestors of the clans had wives, and all subsequent Kuranas were already manifested as men and women, in pairs. Spencer, Gillen. 1927. pp. 361 to 362. The child was born when the Kurana entered the woman. Kurana previously existed in a different body, and the elders of the clans knew how to determine exactly whose Kurana came into the world in the form of a new child. Spencer, Gillen. 1927. p. 103. About the process of conception and birth of children. W.E.H. Stanner, in The Dreaming, Stanner. 1956, writes, in the Aboriginal view, the child was not born because of sexual contact between a woman and a man. The father-to-be had to see the spirit of the child in a dream. In the dream, his own spirit found the child and guided him to the woman, who then bore him. Physical contact was optional and dependent on the situation. Lessa, Void. 1958, p. 515. Cha'inga, from which the Kurana, soul, of the child came, remained in the clan's Pert Alker. Twin of Kurana, Aram Buring, always stayed in Cha'ing, in Pert Alker. Aram Baringa was able to leave the Pert Alker and sometimes visited the incarnate Kurana. The Kurana incarnated in the body is called Altana. After the death of the body, the Altana Kurana was sent back to the Cha'inga, to its original place and time, which were called Alkara. Spencer, Gillen. 1927. p. 103. The relationship between soul, body, and Cha'inga is very complex, as is the terminology. The word Araduka, or Araduka, denotes the very process of the birth of a child. The word Nalyalaja denotes the process of the exit of the Kurana, or soul from the Cha'inga. At conception, the Kurana leaves the Cha'inga and enters the body of a woman who will become a mother. In the body of the mother, the Kurana receives its own body, which is called the Mburka. Spencer, Gillen. 1927. p. 358. Kurana is very small, like a pearl, red in color. The baby's body while in the womb is called a Radapa. Spencer and Gillen. 1927, p. 363. At the end of a person's life, two spirit brothers named Inchinkina, who live on the stars in the heavens, descend to earth to bring the moment of death closer. Spencer, Gillen. 1927. p. 429. Sometimes they are helped by another evil spirit named Aruncha. If the deceased wants to get out of the grave, Aruncha restrains him. Spencer, Gillen. 1927. p. 430. The incarnated soul of the Kuran, Alden, remains for some time in a dead body, watches over it during the funeral, right up to the last ritual. Sometimes the Altana is in the body, in the grave, sometimes watches over the relatives of the deceased, sometimes visits a double, Aram Baringa, in a Cha'ing in the clan's Pert Alker. Spencer, Gillen. 1927. p. 432. For Australian Aborigines, existence from birth to death is just a transitional stage. A.R. Elkin, in the Australian Aborigines, writes, found by a father in the spirit world and born of a mother, he comes to this sinful world. But after a few years, having passed initiation, he partially returns to the sacred spiritual world, which he left for a while. Gradually he more and more, as far as his earthly life allows him, plunges into the spiritual world, and finally dies, and through the funeral ritual, as through a gate, he completely goes into the spiritual world, to heaven, to the house of all spirits. Repeat this experiment again. Elkin. 1964. Quoted from Iliad. 1967. p. 162. We find similar ideas about the universe among the Ngaja Dayaks who live near Borneo. Hans Scherer in Ngaja Religion, The Conception of God Among a South Borneo People, Scherer. 1963, writes, man is descended from God. God leads him through his whole life, to death, and he returns to God and lives a different life, in the upper world, from where he once left, but now he will remain there forever. Iliad. 1967. p. 170. Scherer adds, these views have nothing to do with the influence of Christianity, it is the ancient cosmology of the Dayaks, which is understood through the sacred events at the beginning of time, and the way of thinking associated with them. Iliad. 1967. pp. 155 to 156. The cosmology of the Polynesians from Easter Island. The Polynesians, the inhabitants of Easter Island, say that there is a great god Achua and many gods and goddesses under his command. Achua's personal name is Make. He rewarded good and punished evil. He communicated with people through priests and priestesses who served him. The thunder was an expression of his anger. There was no analog of the devil in the world order of the inhabitants of Easter Island. They considered Make the creator of heaven and earth. All the first fruits of the harvest were sacrificed to him. People made wooden figurines, idols of God, but it cannot be said that they worshipped him. Metros. 1940. p. 312. Metro cites the legend about the appearance of the god Make from a skull. A priestess woman looked at the skull on a rock in Tongariki Bay. One day, a strong wave washed the skull off a cliff in Tongariki Bay. The skull floated over the waves. The woman saw him in the water, jumped into the water after him and swam after him far into the sea. Tired, she ended up on the island of Matairokuba. Hawa saw the female priestess and asked, "Where are you from?" She replied that she was trying to catch up with the skull. Hawa said, "This is not a skull, this is the god Make. The woman remained on the island, Metros. 1940. pp. 312 to 313. After a while, all three, Hawa, Make and the woman, at the behest of Make returned to her people and taught them to pronounce the names of Hawa before eating. Make did not have a wife or children, unlike other gods. By the will of Make, the first man and woman appeared from the earth, like plants. Their names were Tiv and Kava. They and their children had immortal souls that could leave the body during sleep and be attacked by evil spirits. Metros. 1940. pp. 312, 315, Routledge. 1919. p. 238. The common name for the host of minor gods of the Polynesians is Akwaku. They lived in different parts of the island and communicated with people. The gods were different. Metro writes, these were supernatural beings, each of which was responsible for a specific territory or family. Some of them were real gods, others were demons or spirits of nature, still others were the spirits of dead people who became deities. All lesser gods are now called Akwaku. This name also applies to the spirits of the deceased when they appear as ghosts, so it is difficult to distinguish between the lesser gods worshipped by humans and the heroes of legends, endowed with supernatural powers, but who were never gods. Akwaku were of both sexes. Often they appeared in human form, and in legends they could be mistaken for ordinary people, if they were not called Akwaku or Tottens. They married earthly women and men, had children, and died. They could be killed if the enemy was stronger or more cunning. Sometimes they showed amazing abilities. They could fly through the air and appear in different places. Some Akwaku appeared in the form of animals, objects, or phenomena. Spirits in the form of things or phenomena were called by the name of the thing or phenomenon in which they incarnated. For example, Emu means landslide, Madavaravara means rain with heavy drops. People were indebted to the younger gods and demons for many important discoveries and new knowledge. The art of tattoos was brought to people by the sons of two Akwaku, Vimoko, lizard women, and Viken, booby women. Akwaku women in the form of birds taught men how to make dye from saffron, long turmeric. Yer made the first fish hooks from bone, strange and unpredictable character of Polynesian legends. The bird Akwaku, frigate, brought sweet potatoes as a gift to a man named Rapua, Metros. 1940. pp. 316 to 317. Some Akwaku inflicted evil on people like demons. A hero of legend named Rariku killed 30 such demons, but some survived and continued to harm people. Metros. 1940. p. 317. But sometimes the demons were there to help. Metro writes, PPA Terry Vera, Stonehouse of Terry Faith, saved a great warrior, Matato, whose soul, Kahane, was stolen by another spirit, Metros. 1940. p. 317. The natives of Easter Island offered cooked food to the Akwuk. Sometimes Akwaku appeared to the chosen people and talked to them. They could reveal the future and other secrets. Metro writes, Variamo's son told me that in his youth Variamo was seen at night talking familiarly with two spirits, Tara and Rapahango. These spirits could always be distinguished by their unusual and high-pitched voice, Metros. 1940, p. 317. The name of the rain god was Hero. In times of drought, people asked their king for help. The king sent a priest, Araki Paka, to offer prayers to Hero. The king of Easter Island was called the Ariks. His lineage dates back to the Tangaro-Congo gods, Metros. 1940. p. 330, and he possessed unusual abilities, mana. The idea of mana is found throughout Polynesia. In Polynesian religion, Handi. 1927, E.S. Craighill Handi describes, mana was given to man only by gods or spirits. Primordial mana was not just energy or force, but a creative force emanating from an original source that spread around and manifested itself throughout the universe. This was the original mana that the gods sent to Earth, Mana Atua, Lessa, Void. 1965. p. 258. Handi was told by a Maori teacher that Mana Atua was divine power given by Io, the supreme god, Lessa, Void. 1965, p. 258. Cosmological theory of the Caribbean tribe from Central America. The idea of the world order among the Caribbean, or Caribbean, inhabiting some countries of Central America, in particular Belize, formerly Honduras, which belonged to Great Britain, is a mixture of Christian, African and Caribbean traditions. Most Caribs believe that the throne of God is central to the universe. The Holy Spirit dwells over the throne of God the Father. To his right are Jesus Christ, the Virgin Mary and the saints, and to the left are angels and the so-called blessed souls, or Gubita, Coelho. 1955. p. 235. Behind the gates of the divine world is Seri, the heavenly world of many spirits, most likely an element of African beliefs. From Seri there are roads to the earth. Under the ground is hell, the abode of Satan, in which, like God, helpers sit on the right and left. Coelho writes, earthly cemeteries, crossroads, clearings in the forest, the bottom of the seas, the tops of mountains and hills are considered to be a place where pagan spirits live, and divine powers dwell in churches and sanctuaries. Especially in such pilgrimage centers as Suyapa in Honduras and Quequipulas in Guatemala, Coelho. 1955. p. 235. Gods of ancient Indian civilizations, who are considered completely uncontrollable and not included in the modern hierarchy of spirits, are called Lords of the Earth, or Laburamubao, Coelho. 1955. p. 237. The universe, according to the tribe, is a huge battlefield, where several warring parties are constantly fighting. But the Allies' alliances are constantly changing, so the whole alignment of battles changes. Coelho. 1955. pp. 235 to 237. In other words, there is no clear opposition between gods and demons. Saints, angels and spirits have quite a lot of freedom and do not always use it in accordance with the will of God. The Caribbean believe that the saints are given dominion over the entire universe on their name day. But people are afraid of this, because, for example, St. Francis of Gordon loves storms and can cause floods and storms on his day. Coelho. 1955. p. 237. Similar independent behavior is found in Vedic cosmology. The Vedic demigods sometimes rebel against the supreme godhead, Krishna, when he appears in this world as an avatar. One day Krishna told the villagers of Vrindavan to stop making sacrifices to Indra, the god of rain and thunder. In response, Indra sent heavy rains to the village. Krishna protected the village by raising Govardhan Hill like a huge umbrella. Indra, seeing that his attempts to flood the village were unsuccessful, changed his mind and obeyed Krishna. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.24 to 10.25. The Gubids who are in the world of Seri are the souls of people who lived on Earth before. Valentine writes, the word Gubida means dead, Valentine. 1993, p. 12. They are sometimes referred to as the angels of the Caribbean. They are ruled by archangels from the Christian tradition, Gabriel and Michael, but sometimes they act of their own free will, helping people with whom they were connected by family ties during their lifetime. Coelho. 1955. p. 237. However, such a relationship between souls and people does not always lead to good. As Stiano writes, Gubida return to the earth 15 to 20 years after death and demand veneration from their descendants, and in case of refusal they can send diseases. Stiano. 1986, p. 125. Like Catholics, the Caribbean believe that the souls of the dead should spend some time in purgatory and only then go to heaven. Purgatory is sometimes associated with Seri. If the deceased is seen off with all the proper rituals, he will not be in purgatory for long. If no one performed the funeral service for the deceased, the soul should be cleansed much longer. Such souls are called lonely souls or animus solas. Sometimes it happens that some person, not a relative of the deceased, performs a ritual that helps the soul to quickly free itself from purgatory. In such cases, the soul, when it gets to another world, will help this person. Coelho. 1955. p. 237. Pagan spirits Waruha Seri live in the world all the time, in contrast to the souls of dead people who pass Seri on the way to God. Waruha obey the supreme angels, but, like the Gubida, they have a certain degree of independence. Sometimes they help soothsayers to see the future and some secrets, and healers can help heal diseases that have sent other spirits. Caribbean healers are mostly women. They are called Bai, Foster. 1986. p. 17. A woman becomes a healer with the help of a Waru that enters her. According to Foster, Waruha, these are the spirits of people who were mediums. Foster. 1986, p. 17. Moreover, each medium has a Waruha who helps him. Foster pieced, helper spirits allow the medium to determine the type of disease. It is natural, Lisandi Yuvau, the disease of this world, or caused by the evil spirits of the ancestors. It is believed that the spirits themselves make the diagnosis when mediums speak in unusually high voices during seances, Araragani, descent. The sessions can be held in special houses for religious rites, Dabayaba, or in an ordinary house. Foster. 1986. pp. 17 to 18. As already mentioned, diseases could be sent by the spirits of ancestors, Gubida. Healers performed rituals to heal people and placate the spirits of the Gubid. During the rituals, the Gubids who caused the disease were called by the healer to the sanctuary, where they manifested in one person or in several people at once. Foster. 1986. pp. 41 to 44. Spirits of nature, Kalyubai, were even freer Wairaha, Coelho. 1955. p. 237. Among them were the evil spirits of the bushes, Mafia, or Maboya. Coelho. 1955. p. 153, points out, spirits named Mafia roamed the streets at night, sometimes entered houses, harmed people, and could strangle a person in their sleep. They could lure women who came from the gardens in the mountains. Their main spirit was called Uinani, and he was often identified with Satan. One Caribbean man said that Uinani is a monster that only a spirit or soul can see. He sometimes appeared in the form of a crocodile, demon, or dragon, usually at night, from 11 to 3 or 4 o'clock. If a person saw Uinani in a dream, he fell ill and an ordinary doctor could not help him, but only a healer. Stiano. 1986. p. 125. Agawama is an evil female spirit living in backwaters or near river rapids. Agawama can trap a person's soul and cause illness or death. He takes the form of a beautiful woman with long hair. Stiano. 1986. pp. 122 to 124. He usually appears in the afternoon, from 11:30 to 12:30, when the world is calm. Stiano. 1986. p. 124. Here is what a man from the Caribbean tribe, who at the time of the story was 60 years old, says: I saw her when I was young. When she realized that she was not alone, she darted into the bushes behind her. My friends and I went to the river, fishing. Seeing her, I ran back. The rest rushed after me. 4 days later, my younger brother, who was only 5 years old, died. The day after that incident, he started having seizures, although he was healthy before. A Gawama can harm a person and even kill. I believe that it was because of her. Stiano. 1986. p. 124. A Gawama also appears in the guise of a man. A tribal woman says she can send a disease that manifests itself first as a fever or chills. She can come to a sick person in a dream. If a woman is ill, she will come in the guise of her husband. Stiano. 1986. p. 124. Diseases that it sends Sagarama, only a spirit medium can heal. An ordinary doctor cannot do this. Another evil spirit is Agaru, Coelho. 1955. p. 256. He appears as a blue lizard, but can also take on other forms, an armadillo, a snake, or a crab. They usually live in burrows in the corners of the house. The Caribbean people believe that if offered milk, cheese, cassava, or beer, they will not harm, but if they are not propitiated, misfortune will occur in the house. Orogu can stick to the woman, and she will give birth to a still child, or he will die soon after giving birth. This can be prevented by a healer, a medium. It is said that if the Orojo chose a woman, he would follow her everywhere. If the man suspects that the woman is accompanying the Orojo, he can break off relations with her. Coelho. 1955, p. 152. Duendu and Pengalaba, two more evil spirits that resemble demons from Christianity. They live in and out of large trees for several hours at noon and midnight. People can conclude a contract with the Duendu to get money or some things. For example, a Duendu can live near a farm. They love silk, cheese, and butter. If a farmer wants to increase the number of livestock and offers the Duende what he loves, the Duendu will increase his herd. Coelho. 1955, p. 154. Usually Duendu appears as a short, broad-shouldered man in a red hat, which gives him solidity and makes him look like a minister of the church. Sometimes the Duendu demanded the soul of someone from a person's family in exchange for wealth. The same agreements can be made with the Pengalib. If a person suddenly gets rich quickly, and one of the younger family members dies at the same time, people will think that it was not without the intervention of the Pengalib. Soul of the victim, or Afuragu, will have to serve the Pengalaba until the day of judgment. In some cases, the younger family member does not die immediately. For example, one day the son of a wealthy farmer mysteriously disappeared several years after the farmer suddenly became rich. It was said that the poor old woman went to the market in the city of Trezolo for food. She came there a few hours before the market opened. It had been working since 4 in the morning. She was waiting at the entrance, and there was a cemetery nearby. At midnight, she saw a tall man on the road in a black uniform with emblems of gold medal. He asked the old woman what she was doing there. She replied that she was waiting for the market to open. The man said that he had an appointment there with someone and gave her money to buy fish in her village. Since the woman could not afford to buy fish for a long time, she took the money and got ready to leave. However, before leaving, she asked who the person had a meeting with. He replied that he had met with a cattle farmer. This happened not long before the son of a wealthy farmer disappeared. Coelho. 1955. p. 155. The Caribbean believe that the human soul has 3 parts. The first is life force, or life spirit, Anagi. He lives in the heart. When a person dies, the spirit also fades away, but it can survive for several more months. Anagi manifests itself through the heartbeat, pulse, respiration, and other body functions. Coelho. 1955. p. 136. In children, the beating of the pulse is also noticeable in the wreaths on the head, and the Caribbean believed that the vital spirit of children should be especially carefully guarded. This was done with the help of magical rituals. Seal Ho. 1955. p. 137. The second part of the soul is called UN. It is in the head. If energy is material, then UN immaterial and invisible, but sometimes it can appear in a dream. Stiano. 1986. p. 96. In Christianity, it corresponds to the soul. She leaves the body immediately after death. Stiano writes that death is defined as the absence of the UN. Stiano. 1986. p. 96. The physical body is called Yubugu. Stiano. 1986. p. 98. There are different versions of what happens to the UN after death. Some believe that she leaves her body and walks along the long road to the world of Seri, crossing a river on her way. Valentine writes, it is a long road with many obstacles. The spirit wanders through deserts, seas, wildlands. Sometimes it happens that several spirits go together, but mostly they go one by one. They are covered with sweat and dust, rain, and dew wet them. Sometimes they see the distant light of the Seri world. And sometimes their path is dark and dangerous, and they do not know where they are going. Valentine. 1993. p. 11. The distance depends on the soul. Righteous souls go to the Seri world for about 3 months. Therefore, about 3 months after the death of a person, his family performs a ritual of washing the departed soul in order to cleanse it of the dirt and dust of the road before entering Seri. And those who sinned and violated the laws during their lifetime will walk for a very long time, and such a soul may, through a medium, ask for a ritual of ablution many months after the ritual performed by the family. Valentine. 1993. pp. 11 to 12. Pagan spirits live in Seri, Waruha. When the soul enters this world, it sees straw huts and cultivated fields. Residents welcome new arrivals and treat them to food and drink. But if the time has not yet come for the soul to come to Seri, it will be driven away by a white dog, which will chase the soul to the river, after which the soul will return to the body. Taylor. 1951. p. 107. If the soul of a UN after the death of the body remains near its home, it is called Pantu, or a ghost. The shower can be in this state for days or weeks. One of the Caribs told Stiano, when my mother died, she came back and walked around the house for about half an hour. Stiano. 1986. p. 96. Another person said that sometimes you can see a Pantu moving quickly in the moonlight. It looks like a pillar of fire. Stiano wrote that a spirit becomes a Pantu only if a person dies unsettled or commits a crime. Pantu is not harmed, but people are very anxious if seen. In such cases, a person immediately speaks about it and together with others prays that the Pantu will leave. Stiano. 1986. p. 125. Another type of ghost is called Yufi. Some say they are like Pantu, are the spirit of a recently deceased person, but according to other sources they are not associated with the deceased. Such ghosts are murderers or those whose body was not buried, but was simply left somewhere. Also, souls who are too attached to a place or some things can become Yufi. They are driven out by exorcists. Coelho. 1955. p. 256. Yufi is difficult to see, but people with a sufficiently developed psychic ability can feel it. They appear as a light cloud without touching the ground, although they are close above it. After a while, they rise higher, become even more transparent and dissolve. Coelho noted that, when a ghost appears, it is best to remain calm, since any manifestation of emotion will give the Yufi the opportunity to catch the spiritual counterpart of a living person. Coelho. 1955. p. 143. Spiritual double, Afuragu, is the third component of the soul in the understanding of the Caribbean. Located between the life air and the soul, it is an astral body, which in all details repeats the appearance of a person, but consists of a subtle substance inherent in supernatural beings. Coelho. 1955. p. 138. Coelho writes further, the astral body is a mediator between the supernatural world and earthly reality. It has insight, even clairvoyance, and knows what dangers can threaten a person, even before he himself learns about them. It warns the person of the dangers with signs such as itching in the arms and shoulders. Sometimes the signs are not very clear, and they can only be interpreted by an older, experienced person or one who possesses secret knowledge. Coelho. 1955. p. 138. According to the Caribbean, the Afurago can fly away from the body for a short time, but remains associated with it. Coelho. 1955. p. 138. In Vedic philosophy, the same is said about the subtle or astral body. For example, when the physical body is asleep, the subtle body can leave it and travel in the astral world, and a person will perceive this as dreams. But until a person dies, the subtle body will be connected with the physical and will always return. When a person is very frightened of something, the Afurago can suddenly leave the body, and the person falls into a stupor. If the Afurago is out of the body for too long, the person will die or become a living corpse, his psyche will not function. The separation of the Afurago from the body may be the work of black magicians. Sometimes they are paid to capture an Afurago and give it to an evil spirit in exchange for wealth or power. Or just to break a person's life. The Caribbean believe that the easiest way for evil spirits to catch an Afurago is when it travels outside the body in its sleep. Afurago can be light or heavy, depending on the person. Heavy Afuragos are more difficult to steal than light ones. People with such Afurago find it easier to dream, which are considered by the Caribbean to be a source of knowledge about the future and a way of communicating with the dead, through which one can learn the will of their ancestors or learn. A famous medium named Ding, who lived in the early 20th century, is rumored to bring people back to life if evil demons took their Afurago. An elderly woman said that she died when she was 12 years old. Her parents called Ding, and he said that their daughter's Afurago had been stolen by one of the main evil spirits, Uinani. Ding dispatched 6 helper spirits to retrieve the Afurago. Uinani hid in the mountain and did not let them go inside. Ding sent 6 more assistants and gave them rum. They persuaded Uinani to let them go up the hill. When he drank the rum and was poisoned, the spirits took the girl's Afurago and brought it back, and the girl came to life. Ding lived in the village of Couch, near Livingston, in Belize, former Honduras. Taylor. 1951. p. 111. The Caribbean 3-part theory of the soul is reminiscent of the Vedic concept. The Indians believe that man is made up of a body that functions through life force. A person has a soul, a conscious entity, or spirit that remains to live after death. Also, a person has a subtle material body, consisting of subtle elements, mind, intelligence, and ego. In the subtle body, the soul transmigrates from one physical body to another until it is freed from everything earthly and returns to the world of pure consciousness, where it unites with God. The supreme demigods in Vedic cosmology are composed of subtle bodies. We can say that the subtle material body of a person consists of the same substance as the demigods. According to Coelho, the Caribbean concept of the soul came from West Africa, where there are similar concepts. The inhabitants of the country of Dahomey believed that the soul consists of 4 parts. The first part is Esi Jato. She comes from ancestors and protects a person. Siamito is a personal soul that remains alive after the death of the body. Coelho describes the third part of the soul as Esi Lito, a particle of Mao, the creator god, which is present in all living things. Coelho. 1955. p. 255. This is similar to the Vedic theory of the supersoul. In the body of every person there is a spiritual component, a soul, and besides it, there is also a manifestation of the supersoul, Paramatma, which observes the actions of a person. The fourth part, according to the views of Africans, is associated with the Fa, destiny. Coelho. 1955. p. 255. This fourth part corresponds to the subtle material body in the Vedic understanding. The subtle material body carries the karma of a person. Karma determines the fate of the soul, including what kind of body and what experience it will receive. Cosmology of the Siberian tribe of Gilyaks. Gilyaks live in the eastern part of Siberia, on Sakhalin Island and along the Amur River. The world of Gilyaks is full of deities. According to their ideas, a certain deity is associated with every element, with every quality of nature. For example, there is the Lord of the Mountains, the Mountain Man, Coxwell. 1925. p. 119. The mountains in the language of the tribe are called Pel. The Lord of the Mountains is called Pelez. Various animals obey him, and he sends them to the hunters of the tribe. Without his blessing, they would not have killed a single beast. He lives on the highest mountain, Sternberg. 1933. p. 55. The sea is ruled by the seaman, Tol, or Ternads. Sternberg writes, God of the sea, Ternads lives at the bottom of the Sea of Okhotsk in an underwater yurt with his wife. This is an old man with a white beard. In their yurt there are many boxes with eggs of various fish, and from time to time he throws them in handfuls into the sea. At the right time, he sends innumerable herds of salmon, without which the life of the Gilyaks would be impossible, sends killer whales to restore order in the sea and drive various animals to the shore, to the Gilyaks, Sternberg. 1933. p. 55. There is also the god of the earth, the underground man. Outwardly, all deities look like Gilyaks, but they have amazing powers and can take the form of animals, trees, or stones. Sometimes you can see how the Gilyaks worship these forms, but, in fact, they worship deities, Sternberg. 1933. p. 54. Gilyaks are considered the most sacred animal of the bear, which acts according to the will of God. For example, he punishes evil people in their earthly life. They say that if the Gilyaka kills the bear, the human soul will enter the bear. Shrink writes, perhaps it is the belief in the transmigration of souls, in particular in the bear, that is the reason for the appearance of numerous images on amulets or figurines of idols that they wear around their necks when they are sick. The amulets depict figures of a man and a bear. As a rule, it is a small piece of wood, which bifurcates at one end, and on one part is depicted a bear's head, and on the other, a human, Shrink. 1881 to 1895. p. 749. Apart from the main gods, there are many minor deities who govern the entire daily life of the Gilyaks. There are also deities who are very far from the Gilyaks, such as the gods of the sun, the moon, and heavenly people, named Tlinivuk. Sternberg wrote, for evil fun, heavenly people sometimes throw fishing rods with hooks on the ground in order to catch a Gilyak. However, they do not always succeed. For example, one young man from the tribe named Ilk from the village of Arkovo told me that the Nivuk aphid once caught his father on a golden hook, and his father managed to escape by grabbing a tree and escaping with only a scratch and a torn jacket, Sternberg. 1933. p. 55. Another Gilyak told Sternberg, one man once met the ruler of heaven. He rode in a sleigh pulled by wolves, but when they met the Gilyak, the wolves turned up and disappeared into the heavens together with their master, Sternberg. 1933. p. 363. The Gilyaks also worship the gods of the clans. The gods of the clans are the souls of the dead Gilyaks who have united with one of the gods of nature. Sternberg writes about it this way, if a Gilyak kills a bear during a hunt, if he is taken by the waves of the sea, if he is killed or burned by his own oversight, if a woman dies from the bear's love for her, according to the shaman's explanation, etc. Such people will not fall into the ordinary kingdom of shadows, but will go to the gods, the masters of nature who like them, to the gods of mountains, fire, water, etc. And then they will become the youngest masters and will protect the people of their clan. There are Pal Nivuk clans, forest people, or Tol Nivuk people of the sea and so on. It is to these gods that the whole clan worships and makes sacrifices, Sternberg. 1933. p. 58. These deceased Gilyaks, having become the gods of the clan, can manifest themselves in the physical world in the form of animals. The gods of the forest clan appear in the form of bears, the gods of the sea clan, in the form of a beluga or killer whale. Sternberg. 1933. p. 58. The gods of the clans help their people in every possible way and remain in power for up to 2 generations. Sternberg. 1933. p. 89. The Gilyaks, who became the gods of the clans, are erected special altars. For example, if a person drowned and became the god of the clan of the sea, the Gilyaks will put a boat at the place of his cremation with full equipment for a sea voyage. Sometimes Gilyaks worship gods in the form of idols. They wear small figures on a string around their necks. Such figures are called Sava. Shrink. 1881 to 1895. p. 745. The person who wears the idol around his neck should offer him food that he eats by touching the idol's mouth with it. Idols are not just visible images. Gilyaks believe that the spirits themselves live in them. Such spirits are called kobolds in idols. As Shrink writes, if the idol is heavy, then the spirit, the kobold, is in it, at home, and when the idol becomes lighter, this means that the spirit flies somewhere by itself. Shrink. 1881 to 1895. p. 240. The Gilyaks considered fire and the deity of fire to be intermediaries between people and other more powerful gods. For example, a hunter made a fire sacrifice to the lord of the forest so that the hunt would be successful. Coxwell. 1925. p. 118. Some spirits are very hostile to the Gilyaks. Such spirits are called crayons, which roughly means devil. Like other deities, they are associated with nature. Coxwell. 1925. p. 120. That is, there are forest demons, sea demons, mountain demons, and so on. Sea demons swim in boats, and if they see Gilyaks hunting sea seals, they shout, "What are you doing here?" One of the evil spirits is called Genivuk. He lives in an earthen mountain near Tervo. Sometimes he comes to the Gilyaks and asks for something through the window, stretching out 2 fingers. If he is given anything, he disappears. Sometimes the Gilyaks give him coal. Genivuk does not immediately understand what the matter is, and, throwing hot coal from hand to hand, says, "It is hot. If you have nothing, then don't give it." But it is not always easy to get rid of it. Sometimes he kidnaps people, especially children. If a person is threatened with kidnapping, there is only one way to escape. The only way is to inflict a wound on yourself, because Genivuk is afraid of blood. Sternberg. 1933. p. 321. Gilyaks believe that if not for the attacks of evil spirits, they would have lived on Earth forever. The disease is considered to be the attack of an evil spirit that has entered the body. Sternberg says, just as the Gilyaks themselves lie in ambush and wait for the beast, trying to kill him, so the evil spirits wait for the Gilyaks at every step and want to destroy them. Sternberg. 1933. p. 73. The supreme deity, creator, and main spiritual authority is Kisk. Gilyaks believe that illness is sent to a person if he angered Kisk. In this case, a person becomes more accessible to the influence of evil spirits. Then the evil spirits are offered offerings so that they leave the person alone. Gilyaks do not offer sacrifices to Kisku in gratitude for getting rid of the disease or for anything else. Their relationship with Kisku seems mysterious to outsiders. Charles H. Hawes wrote, his presence is so imperceptible that it seems as if he exists only in consciousness, like a vague guess. Hawes. 1903. p. 162. Shrink notes, the Gilyaks have a very vague idea of a god, of a supreme being who is worshipped by people and who fully possesses the qualities of an all-good god in the absence of any hint of evil. But this is a completely abstract, empty theory that does not fit into the life and ideas of the Gilyaks. There is nothing concrete for them in this concept, and they only know the word prayer, but do not understand the process itself. They also do not know anything about God, since this is an empty concept. except that Hicken Gilatshire, that is, all good, shrink. 1881 to 1895. p. 740. And yet, it seems that the Gilyaks acknowledge some of the interference of God in their lives and sometimes do remember him. Shrink noted, in one village I heard that God would be very angry if a shaman was killed, and that when a Gilyak overcomes a difficult section of the path, he pours a cup of alcohol on the ground or into the water. This is a sacrifice to God, shrink. 1881 to 1895. p. 239. Some say that the name of the supreme God is Kern. The same word is used to designate the universe. Sternberg believes that the Gilyaks refer to the supreme God Kern as a person, Sternberg. 1933, p. 49. They say that in the beginning there was only water, but Kernus made the earth. Then Kern lost his reindeer, which rode away and left footprints on the ground. These footprints have become rivers. While Kern was trying to catch up with the deer, he waved his whip, and the tracks of the whip on the ground became streams, Sternberg. 1933. p. 320. Gilyaks from Sakhalin Island call the island the word myth, which means earth. They believe that this is a living, divine being, Sternberg. 1933. p. 49. The head of the creature lies in the Sea of Okhotsk, to the north, and two legs, two peninsulas, stretch south into the La Perouse Strait. Sternberg writes, there is Kryuspel, a peak of incomprehensible beauty, one of the highest peaks of Sakhalin, a lonely, harsh sea demon that immediately conquers everyone who swims to the island with its power. And even lonely rocks protruding from the water along the entire coast. They are all alive, the gods who left their clans due to constant internecine wars. And all the rest of nature is no less alive, the harsh sea, the dark forests of this mountainous island, fast mountain rivers and so on. Chopping down a tree, the Gilyaks are afraid to damage its soul and put a sharp stick on the remaining stump, in which in the lives, it brings life and soul back to the tree. Mountains, ocean, rocks, trees, animals, these are all just masks, under which gods hide from curious people, Sternberg. 1933. p. 50. Sometimes in the sea you can see two killer whales, one smaller, the other larger. Gilyaks explained to Sternberg that a small killer whale is the sort of a large killer whale, which only looks like this. As for the large killer whale, its real appearance is the same as that of a hunter of the Gilyak tribe. Sternberg wrote that the Gilyaks told him that the form that seems to us to be a sea animal is in fact a boat of the spirit of a killer whale. They consider the killer whale sacred and do not hunt it, Sternberg. 1933. p. 50. If a dead animal is carried ashore, the Gilyaks bury it according to a special ritual, Sternberg. 1933. p. 54. Gilyaks believe that a person has several souls of different sizes. Large souls are the same size as the body, and a person can have a different number of souls. Shamans have more of them than ordinary people. A person also has several souls the size of a small egg. They are in the head of a big soul. When the big soul dies, the small one grows and becomes its copy, Sternberg. 1933. p. 78. It is the little soul that manifests itself in dreams, Sternberg. 1933. p. 79. It is sometimes said that a person has three souls. Home is called Chem, and two more, shadows or helpers. Sternberg explains that, when the shaman's Chem is wounded, the shaman dies, Sternberg. 1933. p. 306. If a person has a very clear dream, which then comes true, this is the work of the main soul. If it does not come true, then it is the fruit of the flights of one of the little souls, the shadows. Gilyak shamans connect the visible and invisible worlds. Sternberg writes that there are shamans who, through visions or trance states, receive revelations from guardian spirits about their higher destiny, Sternberg. 1933. p. 74. Their main task is to heal people by casting out evil spirits. They predict the future and make sacrifices. Shamans can control nature, for example, prevent or cause rain. In addition, they sometimes harm people. They can kill a person or punish an entire village by sending a flood on it. Sealand. 1882. pp. 242 to 243. Shamans are assisted by two types of divine beings, Kekni and Kensheki. Kekni are the most important assistants in the treatment and exorcism of demons. They can help the shaman recover the human soul that the demon stole. Kekni take the form of wolves, seals, eagles, reindeer, owls and other animals. Sternberg. 1933. p. 74. A shaman can heal a person in three ways. He can dream in a dream how to heal the disease, or he drives out the demons bringing the disease with loud singing and ritual dance, or, plus everything, he is helped by Kekn. Sternberg. 1933. p. 74. Through singing and dancing, the shaman enters a state of altered consciousness and can communicate directly with the Kekn. You can be sure that he really sees them and speaks to them, Sternberg writes. I hope that no one will think of suspecting me of bias, but I can confirm that in my presence through the ecstatic state of the shaman, the rest of the Gilyaks were also able to see everything that he saw in a trance. The shaman addresses first one, then another Kekn, to the assistant, depending on the situation. Thus, if the demon resisted and did not want to leave the person, the shaman summoned Ayarimd Kekna, which turned into a fireball and through the shaman's stomach penetrated into all parts of his body, so that during the action the shaman exhaled fire with any part of his body. When he was all filled with fire, he touched the sore spot with his lips and let in fire, which forced the stubborn demon to come out. Sternberg. 1933. p. 75. If a person was drowning, the shaman sent a Kekna for the soul of the drowned man. Kekn went to the master of the sea, taking with him a white reindeer. The soul of the drowned man was in the yurt of the owner of the sea. When the spirits of the sea saw a white deer, an outlandish animal for the depths of the sea, they came out of the yurt to take a closer look. At this time, the Kekn flew into the yurt and took the soul of the drowned man in order to return it to the world of the living. Sternberg. 1933. p. 75. Sometimes the shaman, despite all his assistance, was powerless to help, especially when very strong demons of the mountains and seas attacked a person. These demons destroyed the human body and carried away his soul. However, the soul freed from the body could stand up for itself with the help of the forces hidden in it and turned to the good deities of the mountains and seas for help. After that, the soul took the form of a human and went to Mabo, the land of the dead. It happened that, for some reason, the demons themselves left the soul of a deceased person in peace, and she freely entered the country of Mabo. Sternberg. 1933. p. 79. Mabo is said to be located in the center of the earth. Its inhabitants are engaged in hunting for endless herds of animals and catching an endless number of fish. Haas. 1903. p. 163. Sternberg writes, everything is the same there as here, the same land, the same sky, sea, rivers, and forests, only the sun shines there when it is night on the earth, and they have the moon when we have day. The dead live there in the same houses as on earth, fish, hunt, celebrate the holidays of the clan, marry and have children. Only their social position changes. If a person was poor, he will be rich there, and the rich there will become beggars. There is even death and disease there. From there, the soul enters the third world and so on, until the soul degenerates and returns to the state of smaller and smaller creatures, a small bird, insects, and, finally, ashes. Sometimes souls are reborn on Earth and go through an endless series of rebirths. Sternberg. 1933. p. 79. The Gilyaks have a legend about rebirths in this world, about a man who fought with a bear and died. There were many wounds on his face. A little later, a boy was born who had exactly the same scars on his face. Sternberg. 1933. p. 368. The souls of those who committed suicide and those who were killed were immediately sent to the country of Mabo. The rest had to go a path that could take several days. Haas. 1903. p. 163. After the death of a person, preparations began for the funeral ceremony. Hows attended the funeral ceremony for a woman. The body was in the hut for 4 days. During this time, the woman's soul visited the 4 main gods of the Gilyaks, telling them about her life and receiving orders from them about her future destiny. Her family helped her, listing all her good qualities and kind deeds. The fire was constantly kept in the hut, because the fire god was considered an intermediary between people and gods. The body was dressed up in new clothes, given the best nets, gear and weapons before the trip to Mabo, Sternberg. 1933. p. 80. Then the deceased received a new name, because Inca cosmology. The main god of the Incas from South America was Viracocha. Rowe writes that Viracocha was an abstract source of divine power, but the Indians believed that he transferred the reins of government to a multitude of supernatural helper beings who could influence human affairs much more quickly. Rowe. 1946, p. 293. Viracocha lived in the divine world, but descended to earth and appeared to people in difficult times. This is similar to the appearance of the avatars in the Vedic concept, one who descends. In the Bhagavad Gita, 4.7, the Supreme Lord Krishna says, "Whenever religion declines and godlessness prevails, I myself descend into this world, O descendant of Bharata, having created the earth." Viracocha roamed it, worked miracles and taught people. When he reached Manta, which is in Ecuador, he went to the west on the waters of the Pacific Ocean. Rowe. 1946. p. 293. The main temple in Cuzco, the capital of the Inca Empire, housed the golden idol of Viracocha, the creator god. He looked like a man, but the size of a 10-year-old boy. Rowe. 1946. p. 293. Temples honoring Viracocha were built throughout the empire, and many arable lands were destroyed to feed his servants and offer sacrifices to him. De Molina. 1873, p. 11. One eminent medieval historian, Garcilaso de la Vega, 1539–1616, compared Viracocha to another creator god named Pichicamac. Garcilaso de la Vega was the son of an Inca princess and a Spanish conquistador, so his knowledge of the Inca religion was obtained, from the inside, from the point of view of the Incas themselves. Picha means universal, and Camac, according to Garcilaso de la Vega, is the present participle from the verb kama, which means to revive, from which the word kama, soul comes. Garcilaso de la Vega. 1869–1871. p. 106. Thus, Pichicamac means, he who animates the universe, or, more precisely, he who does to the universe what the soul does to the body. Garcilaso de la Vega. 1869–1871. p. 106. This is quite consistent with the Vedic concept of the supersoul, which has several manifestations. One form of the supersoul is present in the body of every living entity along with his individual soul. Another manifestation of the supersoul gives life to the entire universe. The name of the god Pichicamac has always been highly revered, and the Incas never pronounced it without a special gesture, such as bowing or looking at the sky or raising a hand. Garcilaso de la Vega wrote, when the Indians were asked who Pichicamac was, they replied that he was the one who created the universe and maintains it. However, they did not know him, because they had never seen him, and therefore they did not build temples for him, did not offer sacrifices. Yet they honored him in their hearts, that is, mentally, and considered him an unknown god. Garcilaso de la Vega. 1869–1871. p. 107. However, there was one temple in honor of Pichicamac in the valley near the sea, which was also named after him. Garcilaso de la Vega testifies, this temple of Pichicamac was magnificent, both the building itself and the services that took place there. It was the only temple to the supreme god in all of Peru. Garcilaso de la Vega. 1869–1871. p. 552. Some historians believe that the Incas originally worshipped the sun as the supreme god. But one of the first Inca rulers noticed that the sun was moving all the time and did not know rest. It can be covered by any, even the smallest clouds. Therefore, he decided that the sun could not be the supreme God. There must be a being even higher, who would control the sun. He called this supreme essence Pishikamak, de Molina. 1873. p. 11. After Viracaka, or Pishikamak, the next god worshipped by the Incas was the sun god, the lord of the heavenly gods. The earthly rulers of the Incas were his children and were considered divine beings. Garcilaso de la Vega. 1869 to 1871. p. 102. The first Inca queen was called Mama Huaco, daughter of the moon and the sun. She was a very beautiful woman and, besides, she was a shaman. She spoke with demons and made sacred stones and idols, Hueca, speak. She did not have a husband, but a son, Mango Capac Inca, was born, whom she married, received a dowry from his father, the sun god. All the rulers of the Incas descended from her. The sun god was very revered, since the harvest depended on him, and the Incas were primarily a tribe of farmers. Therefore, in the main temple of the Incas in Cuzco there was an idol of the sun god, Ro. 1946. p. 293. Next in importance was the moon goddess, Mama Kulya, Mother Luna. She was both the wife and sister of the sun. Its movement helped to measure time, and from it the time for the holidays was calculated, Ro. 1946. p. 295. The thunder god controlled the weather. The Incas prayed to him for rain. They pictured him as a man in heaven, holding a stick in one hand and a sling in the other. Thunder came from the crackle of a sling, and lightning was a flash of light from his shining robe. He took water from the heavenly river, the Milky Way, and sent rain to the earth. His name was Ilyapa, until Ilyapa, or Kokilya, and was associated with the constellation of the same name, Ro. 1946. pp. 294 to 295. The stars, according to the Inca, were the handmaidens of the moon, Garcilaso de la Vega. 1869 to 1871. p. 115. Of the stars, the Incas revered the Pleiades most of all, in their language, Calca. Some stars ruled over certain aspects of human life, so they had to be especially honored. For example, the shepherds worshipped the constellation Lyra, which was called Vircochilla. They believed that this is a multicolored llama, which has the ability to protect livestock, Polo de Ondegardo. 1916. pp. 3 to 4. The Incas, who lived in the mountains, revered the star Chiquichinkai, which means mountain lion. She ruled over lions, jaguars, and bears and protected people from them. This star is included in the constellation Leo. Also, the Incas revered the star Makakuai, which was responsible for the behavior of snakes. According to Polo de Ondegardo, Makakuai was a crab and corresponded to a star in the constellation Cancer, Polo de Ondegardo. 1916. p. 5. The land was called Pachamama, Mother Earth, and the sea was called Mamakaka, Mother Sea. They were worshipped as goddesses, Ro. 1946. p. 295. In the pantheon of gods, the Incas had many gods, up to minor deities, patrons of the hearth. They worshipped plants, trees, hills, and stones such as emeralds. Of the animals, they revered jaguars, mountain lions, foxes, monkeys, large snakes, and condors, Garcilaso de la Vega. 1869 to 1871. p. 47. The idols of the supreme gods were constantly offered food and drink shishu as an offering. The food was burned, and the chicha was poured onto the ground. Wherever the god or soul of a deceased person was, they received this offering. Food for the sun god was also burned, but this was done by the ruler of the Incas himself, and the chicha was poured into a large golden vat behind the statue of the sun god, and from there the drink was poured into a hole in a stone inlaid with gold. This stone stood on the platform in front of the altar, Kobo. 1893. p. 83. Idols were worshipped in temples. The main temple of the Incas was in Cuzco. People came there from all over the Inca Empire. Ro writes, in the Temple of the Sun at Cuzco there were images of all the heavenly gods of the Incas and the entire pantheon of minor gods. The central image was not the sun god, but Viracocha. The constructions dedicated to the sun were used not only by the priests of the solar cult, but also by the entire priesthood of the Incas. The chosen ones performed rituals in these temples not only in honor of the sun, but also in honor of all deities, and the chosen women served all the deities of the temple, and not only the sun god. As one of the main gods of the Inca religion, the sun god was still only one of many great powers officially approved for worship, and his meaning was more theoretical than real. Ro. 1946, p. 293. The selected women mentioned above have served at the temples since childhood. They lived in monasteries near the temples of the sun, which were built in all major cities of the empire. The virgins who lived in the monastery were called Mamacan by the Incas, maiden mother. Mamacans were considered the wives of the gods. Kobo. 1893. pp. 146 to 147. The Mamacans kept the sacred fire on the altars of the temple in Cuzco, constantly placing painted and carved blocks of certain types of trees in it. They woke up at dawn and cooked food for the sun god. His golden statue was called Puncheo, Kobo. 1893. pp. 147 to 148. He was depicted as a golden disc with rays in a human face. Ro. 1946. p. 293. This statue stood facing east, so that the very first rays of the rising luminary would fall on it. It was at this moment that the priestesses offered him food, burning it, and prayed, "Son, take the food prepared by your wives." The rest of the offerings were taken by the priests, ministers, guards, and the priestesses themselves. According to Vedic cosmology, the gods in the temples are also offered food and drinks every day. Remains of offerings, like the Incas. Among the Incas were the so-called Amauts, priests and theologians. They taught that man is made up of body and soul. The soul was an immortal spiritual substance, and the body was temporary and material. The Amauts compared the body to the ground, because they saw that after death the body returns to the ground. They called the body the word alpacamasia, which means living earth. But the human body was different from the body of an animal, because he had a rune, intellect, reason, Garcilaso de la Vega. 1869 to 1871. p. 126. The Incas believed in an afterlife. Righteous souls, in their opinion, were united with the sun, and evil ones fell into the cold underworld, where they had to feed on stones. The Incas engaged in divination, communicated with the spirits, asked them to diagnose the patient, determine the sincerity of the confession, find lost things, calculate hostile sorcerers, choose the best heir, determine the best sacrifice for the deity and resolve all difficult issues. Ro. 1946, p. 302. They believed in omens by which they determined how to proceed in the future. Sorcerers were also engaged in divination, Omo who communicated directly with the spirits. People came to them for help to find lost or stolen items. The sorcerers could tell about what was happening in distant places. They summoned spirits with spells or designs on the ground. Some of them communicated with spirits in an unconscious state, taking narcotic drinks. They almost always communicated with spirits in the dark, and people heard the voices of both sorcerers and spirits. Ro. 1946. p. 302. Zulu cosmology. The Zulu are an ancient tribe belonging to the Bantu language group, living in the northeastern part of the Natal province in South Africa. According to the stories, the cosmology of the Zulu presupposes not only a creator god, but also a more distant, higher god. The creator god is responsible for the material manifestation of all things and beings. His name is Umvalinkeni. All humans are descended from Unkulunkulu. A Zulu man told Callaway that Unkulunkulu is the same as the Umvalinkeni, the creator god, Callaway. 1870. p. 97. He also said that the highest God, who was always, before the appearance of the Creator God, is simply called the King. In the Vedic system, they correspond to the Supreme God, known as Krishna, Narayana, or Vishnu, and the Creator God, Brahma, who manifests the material planets and all living entities, including humans. Some believe that the idea of a supreme deity came to the Zulu from Christianity. But one of the people of the tribe told Callaway, "We learned about the king who is above, not from the white people." In summer, when thunder occurs, we say that the king is playing. And if a person is afraid of something, the elders tell him, "It's just fear. What did you eat that belongs to the king?" Therefore, we already knew about God before you told us. But he is not like Unkulankula, the creator of all things. We call him king because he is superior. The Unkulankulas is below him, all that is even lower was created by him. Callaway. 1870. p. 19. Zulu explained to Kalavi that it was the heavenly king, the highest God, who punishes people for bad deeds, sending misfortunes to him. This is its manifestation. The Zulu explains, "We do not know anything about his life or the principles of his government. His smile is the only thing we know." The heavenly king did not appear as a creation of Unkulankula, unlike everything else. According to the Zulu, there is no connection between our knowledge of the Unkulankulu and the king. We know the things created by Unkulankula, but we do not know about anything that belongs to the heavenly king. We know about the creations of Unkulankula, because he was on our land, and we have specific knowledge about him. The moon and the sun are the creations of Unkulankula, as are all things and beings in this world. Callaway. 1870. pp. 20-21. A man from the Zulu tribe did not agree with the Christian idea that it was the heavenly king who created everything in this world. We believe that Unkulankula created them. Callaway. 1870. p. 21. He added, "And we dark-skinned people do not think that Unkulankula lives in heaven, although the white missionaries tried to convince us that he and the heavenly king are one being. We know that he came to earth and died. That's what we say." This is consistent with the Vedic concept that Brahma, the creator god, is mortal and the supreme deity, Krishna, is eternal. It is clear that Unkulankula lives in heaven. The Zulu elders, when asked about the place where the creator lived, said, "The creator of all things is in heaven. And there is still a whole people there." Callaway. 1870. p. 53. The 20th century Zulu philosopher Lajama Madala put forward his own version of the creation of the world. The name of the creator god was Umbalingangi, which means, the one who created everything except the world that created him. His wife's name was Majukyajikvinai. It got its name from the place where everything was created, Emajukyajikvinai. Here the creator god and his wife appeared like mushrooms. Bodenstein, Rum. 1960. p. 169. They gave birth to 3 children, Sith, Nova, and Namku Bulwana, the princess who will not marry. Bodenstein, Rum. 1960. p.169. The land was called Umelaba. On earth, the creator god erected 4 pillars. He created more earths under our earth and more heavens above our heavens. One of the Zulu people said, "How, reaching the visible horizon, you see another one, the same with the vaults of heaven." Bodenstein, Rum. 1960. p. 172. A tribal woman described Umbalinganga's daughter Namku Bulwana as a heavenly princess. She loves people and opens the heavens so that they can look at these worlds. At this moment, a rainbow is visible. It is she who allows people to see. The rainbow is very beautiful, all colors are manifested in it. Berglund. 1976. p. 70. When people see a rainbow, they say, "The princess really loves us. Now the rain will end and the sun will come out. And then she will send us rain again." At the beginning of time, people saw the princess herself. Now she is very rarely shown to them. If she meets a person, she hides and asks him to turn his back and not look at her, because she is naked. If a person does look, he will get sick and soon die. But sometimes the princess speaks to people, and her messages are always very important. She may say to the person who works in the garden, "You will have a good harvest this year. There was hunger for a long time, but now everything will be fine." Callaway. 1870. p. 254. She gives people advice and they always follow it. Sometimes women can see her. Cridge writes, the woman who allegedly met her by the stream describes the princess as a tall, 1966, figure in a misty haze near a thicket, completely hidden by a gray-black cape like a cloud. Cridge. 1968. p. 180. Different forces of nature are also manifestations of different entities. Lightning struck the house of a Zulu. A man claimed to have seen a luminous creature. He said, "We were all in the house when the door suddenly flew open. Lightning flew in and darted back and forth. Looking closer, I saw something. It was scary to look at. It was moving quickly, but I saw it very clearly. It was a bird. She had white, burning feathers. The beak and legs were red with fire, and the tail was green or the color of the sky. She rushed about without making any sounds, just pushing everyone around. Then it touched the grass, set it on fire and flew away through the door." Berglund. 1976. p. 39. As for the origin of man, Ram writes about it this way. The Zulu believed that people do not appear as a result of sexual contact between a man and a woman, but the process of reproduction resembles a vegetative one. A shoot appears, separating from the adult. This creature is called either a langa, reed, or ame lava, earth. Unkulunkulu is responsible for the emergence of the shoot. Wrong. 1973. p. 76. Since man is believed to be descended from the reed, this plant is considered sacred, and it cannot be cut without the permission of the chief. Wrong. 1973. p. 76. Unkulunkulu does not belong specifically to any branch of the tribe, but is their forefather. Wrong. 1973. p. 76. There are probably some assistants to the Unkulunkulu, who created different tribes and races, besides the Unkulunkulu himself, the forefather of all people. Callaway. 1870. p. 96. The Zulu have female sorcerers who give people medicine and heal. They are called Isangoma. In the book Body and Mind in Zulu Medicine, Harriet Ngubane says, a person cannot choose for himself whether to be an Isangoma. This is predetermined by ancestors and endowed with the appropriate abilities. A beginner receives all the knowledge about healing from an experienced healer and for some time is with her for training. In addition, the new healer receives some knowledge from his ancestors. I have already said that the spirits of ancestors do not take possession of a woman, but are close. They sit on her shoulders and whisper in her ears. Ngubane. 1977. p. 102. The Zulu have different types of doctors. Some heal diseases through the help of spirits. Others, heavenly doctors, manipulate the forces of nature and the weather with the help of magical knowledge. They are sometimes called the heavenly shepherds because they graze thunderclouds with dangerous flashes of lightning and hail. Eileen Jensen Creech writes, they run out with weapons and protection from the rain and scream for the lightning to go elsewhere and whistle like shepherd boys. No matter how old the heavenly doctor is, he is always called the young shepherd. Cridge. 1968. p. 310. Sorcerers and sages are also served by house spirits who often turn into animals. The most famous of these spirits is the Mpeka wild cat. She has power over dogs, cattle, snakes, and other animals. She can make them harm people. Cridge writes, to drive away the animal and find out which of the sorcerers controls it, they call the sorcerers. Cridge. 1968. p. 325. Zulu's ideas of body and soul are associated with the reflection of a person. They are afraid to look at themselves in the reflection of dark water, fearing that lurking in the depths of the monsters can take their reflection and take their lives. Wrong. 1973. p. 123. Pregnant women believe they are giving birth to a child through their reflection. They have a special water jug where only they can look. If someone outside looks into the jug, he can take the life of the child. The surface of lakes and rivers, reflecting everything around, is considered a gateway to another world. Drowned people can get a new life in another world, on the other side of the water surface. Wrong. 1973. p. 123. The Zulu also believe that the substance of life, the soul, Iklosi or Itkongo, is associated with the shadow of a person, Itkunzi. After the death of a person, his shadow wanders for some time in the steppe or thickets. The dead are called Abafansi, which means, people below. Departed ancestors depend on the prayers and donations of their living descendants, just as those, in turn, will then depend on their children. Wrong points out that ancestors govern the happiness and unhappiness of their descendants. Wrong. 1973. p. 76. Cosmology of the Igbo tribe of West Africa. The Igbo tribe lives in West Africa, in Nigeria. According to their ideas, each person has a twin spirit, Chi. Anthropologist Charles Kingsley Meek believed that Chi is an invisible entity and very much resembles the Egyptian idea of Ka, which is a spiritual double or a genius of a person, received by him, obviously, from his ancestors. And he guides and protects a person throughout his life and returns after his death. Meek. 1970. p. 55. The concept of Chi is slightly different. But Okpege writes, it is generally accepted that Chi is a spirit that helps the inner being of a person while still in the womb to receive a certain destiny from the supreme deity. He either remains in the spirit world to guarantee the well-being of a person in the choice he makes, or comes with him into this world as a protective spirit. Okpewo. 1998. pp. 90 to 91. The connection between Chi and a person is established at the moment of conception. Igbo believe in the rebirth of the soul and say that the Chi in each life will be different. This can be expressed in the fact that in one life a person will be rich, and in another poor. Describing the qualities of Chi, Meek writes, a person's abilities, merits, and demerits, successes and failures are all attributed to his Chi, and this explains to some extent the fatalistic attitude of the Igbo towards life. If a person behaves incorrectly and gets into trouble, then the excuse is that it is his Kai's fault. Meek. 1970. p. 55. Animals also have Chi, they say the Igbo. If the hunter finds an arrow that did not hit the beast, he believes that the beast was protected by his Chi. Mick notes, an animal can become the Chi of a person, and it is believed that rude people have Chi of animals. They say that the children of hunters and animals. However, Chi is different from the real essence of a person. According to Ogbin, the immutable spiritual essence of man is called Muo. It is the spirit that infuses life into the material body. Ogbin 1999, p. 112. In the understanding of Igbo, writes Ogbin, there is a hierarchy of Myo, spirits that originated from Chukwu, the supreme spirit Muo. Ogbin 1999, p. 112. The departed ancestors are called Alamuo, spirits who live in the spirit world, but died in this world. Ogbin 1999, p. 112. Such spirits can return to our world. Ogbin writes, parents and relatives who knew a person in a previous incarnation will recognize him if he incarnates again and remembers events from life in the spirit world. We are confident that many children are born with detailed memories of that life. Ogbin 1999, p. 116. The body in which the soul lives is called Aru. Ogbin 1999, p. 164. There is one more element in all living things. It is called Obi, and Ogbin describes it as breath. Ogbin 1999, p. 164, and Mick says that it is the vital energy of man. Meek. 1970, p. 56. Ogbin also speaks of the element Ikaza, guardian ancestor. Ogbin 1999, p. 164. Muo, Chi, Aru, Obi, and Ik can be compared to elements from the Vedic concept of Atma, individual spirit soul, Mana, subtle material body, Deha, gross material body, Prana, life force, and Paramatma, super soul. Igbo feel a strong bond with the spirits of their ancestors. They act as if the dead are still among them. Victor Chikenzi Uchendu writes about the spirits of the dead. They are reproached for abandoning their children, for allowing evil spirits to come and kill someone from the family, either for poor harvest or for unprofitable trade. Uchendu. 1965, p. 102. They are offered regular food and simple rituals at home. According to Igbo beliefs, their ancestors sometimes return in a new body to the same family. Uchendu noted, belief in reincarnation rebirth in a human body gives Igbo hope that in the next life they will be able to fulfill their intentions and desires. Relocation rebirth of the soul in another biological form is considered the most terrible punishment for such sins as incest, murder, and black magic. Isting Wana Madu, may you never return in human form, is the most terrible curse for Igbo, Uchendu. 1965. p. 102. This echoes the Vedic idea of transmigration of souls, where souls with bad karma incarnate in lower forms, for example, in animals. Some Igbo animals are considered sacred to certain clans. For example, in Lukpant, the leopard is a sacred animal of the Umago clan. Umago means children of the leopard. Umago do not kill leopards, do not eat their meat, and believe that if someone does this, he will soon die. Members of the Umago clan, according to legend, can turn into leopards and devastate enemies by killing their livestock. Meek. 1970. p. 252. Igbo also believe that children can change shape. If by the age of 3 the child cannot crawl and walk, Igbo say that this is a creature from the river. The child is brought to a nearby river, offered a plate of mashed potatoes, and he turns into a python and disappears into the water. In another Igbo clan, a similar ceremony is held at home. Sometimes children turn into snakes, then they are killed. Sometimes they turn into monkeys. Northcote W. Thomas wrote in an anthropological study, an abandoned child is called Nuadimuo, and many quite seriously convinced me that they had seen such transformations. Thomas. 1914, p. 29. Charles Kingsley Meek describes the Igbo gods. There is a pantheon of the highest gods. At the very top is Chiku, or Kainek, the supreme spirit, then Enyanua, the sun god, Igwe, the sky god, Amadiyaha, the lightning god, and Allah, the godland. And beneath them there are a great many minor deities, water and agriculture, spirits that are responsible for luck, fate, wealth, strength, mystical abilities, and manifestations of evil, the spirits twins of living people, and, finally, the spirits of the ancestors who control the fate of the descendants. The supreme essence, or, rather, the supreme spirit, or soul of the world, is known as Chiku. In this word the words Chi, spirit, and Yuku, great, are combined. In his creative hypostasis, he is known as Kainek, or Chikwak, or Chiokaik, meek. 1970. p. 20. Ogbin, like Mik, separates Chikwe, or Chiku, God, Great Spirit, the first ancestor, existing by himself and the father of all things, and Kainek, Creator God, Ogbin. 1999. pp. 113 to 114. In Vedic cosmology, there is a similar difference between Krishna, the supreme personality of Godhead, the source of everything, and the Creator God, Brahma, who, by the order of Krishna, from the material given to him, created the earth and all the celestial bodies in the universe. Okpehu, Okpewo. 1998. p. 90, believes that the Igbo religion today has been strongly influenced by Christian missionaries, but even Okpehu admits that there is some kind of supreme deity, and gives stories of people who met with God in his manifested form. Okpewo. 1998. pp. 73 to 74. As Okpehu writes, it is important that the Io Igbo can comprehend the meeting with the supreme deity, Okpewo. 1998. p. 74. Ogbin writes that Chukwu is a god who acts and speaks, and who is expected to help by making sacrifices to him. Ogbin 1999. p. 108. At the same time, he cannot be described, and therefore he is sometimes called Amasi, he who is known, but who will never be known. Ogbeen notes, it is not at all the same when it is said that Chukwu can be anything or nothing. Rather, they mean that it is a reality that cannot be described, but to which his actions indicate. Ogbeen 1999. p. 108. That this is a reality that cannot be described, but to which his actions indicate. Ogbeen 1999. p. 108. That this is a reality that cannot be described, but to which his actions indicate. Ogbeen 1999. p. 108. Mick writes about Chukwu, he created heaven and earth, he sends rain and gives harvest, he is the source from which people receive chi or a twin spirit. He is the father of all gods, and at least some gods are called his sons. He is a very distant deity, obscure and vaguely understood, and he is rarely sacrificed directly. But it is believed that it is he who ultimately receives all the offerings. That is, if an offering is brought to any Yang, the donor asks Anyan to accept the donation and give it to Chuk, Meek. 1970, p. 20. This attitude of the lesser gods to the supreme god Chuka resembles the relationship between the gods in our main Vedic cosmology. In the Bhagavad Gita, 9.23, Krishna, the supreme deity, says, "Those who worship other gods with faith actually worship me alone, O son of Kunti, but they do it wrong." As Ogbeen writes, different gods and creatures, including Kainek, are both one and separate from Chukwu. The Igbo say that Chukwu is one, huge and contains all beings. The so-called gods and spirits also appear to Chukwu, merely reflecting his various hypostases, manifestations and states. Ogbeen. 1999. p. 109. This is remarkably similar to the concept of incomprehensible simultaneous difference and oneness, Asintubedabhita that characterizes the school of Vedic philosophical thought that I adhere to, Gaudiya Vaishnavism. The teachers of this school explain that just as the rays of the sun are simultaneously one with the sun and different from it, so all souls are simultaneously one with the Supreme Soul and different from it. According to the Vedic concept, God Krishna has three qualities: Sat, eternal existence, Cit, complete knowledge, and Ananda, ever-increasing transcendental bliss. The latter quality manifests itself in the loving exchange of spiritual pleasures between Krishna and his eternal associates. This exchange is called Nityalila, eternal games. Physical love is considered to be a distorted reflection of such spiritual pleasures. Chukwu, the supreme Igbo deity, also possesses the three qualities of eternal existence, knowledge, and bliss. The first quality manifests itself as Okaik, in which he manifests itself in the creation of everything visible and invisible. Ogbeen. 1999. p. 109. Everything that exists, material and spiritual, and existence itself, is called life. Ogbeen. 1999. p. 112. Chukwu has knowledge. As Ogbeen writes, Chukwu is a living God who knows the secrets of all hearts. Ogbeen 1999. p. 110. Ogbeen goes on to say, the supreme being of Chukwu is an ocean of consciousness, knowledge and existence, and an ocean of love and bliss. His goal in the process of creation is to enjoy love with himself, through his creations, but in different volumes. Ogbeen. 1999. p. 163. People are called Ok Chukwu, which means, a piece of Chukwu. When Chukwu created the first people, he pronounced Mida, let there be beauty. Ogbeen. 1999. p. 160. According to Ogbeen, Igbo believe that Madhu manifests divine thought, transforms the infinite into the finite, the divine spirit, into the phenomena of the sensible world. Ogbeen. 1999. p. 162. People are the closest to the God of creation, and their relationship with God is expressed in ayah, sacrifices and prayers. Every day, the first thing an Igbo family does in the morning is to offer thanks to Chukwu in the form of prayers. They wash their hands, draw a line on the floor with white chalk and sometimes paint their toes. White symbolizes purity, spirituality, being. 1999. p. 235. The Igbo universe, with all its variety of gods and spirits, is highly personalized. Richard Neil Henderson writes, "People know that there are gods, spirits, and ghosts, and know that they are under their influence. However, although the lives of people are largely determined by these forces, the bulk knows almost nothing about them. Therefore, knowledgeable people are constantly looking for ways to communicate them to others." Henderson. 1972. p. 117. In this communication, they are assisted by such messenger spirits as vultures. Igbo cosmology has worlds of different levels. Different stories contain different numbers, 8, 7 or 4 worlds. Henderson writes that, from the point of view of the people inhabiting this world, the rest seem to be the worlds of the dead, where a person will go after death and then reincarnate again. Henderson. 1972. p. 109. These other worlds are the source from where souls come to our world. Igbo believe that they constantly communicate with other worlds and their inhabitants, who are interested in earthly life and human affairs. Some deceased people, too attached to our world, remain here in the form of ghosts. Henderson notes that these are bad souls who disrupt world order. Henderson. 1972. p. 109. Conclusion. So, our test holes in the field of cosmological theories in the culture of different peoples of the world have shown a fairly high degree of similarity with the Vedic cosmology, which we have taken as a basis. We found out that people and other living beings have a soul that remains to live after the death of the physical body. We also found that in addition to an ordinary physical body, all living things have a subtle material body through which the soul acts in a way that the physical body cannot act on its own. We found out that people occupy one of the levels in the cosmic hierarchy of various beings in a multi-level space. At the very top rung of the hierarchy is the highest consciousness that exists in the pure spiritual realm. Slightly below is the Creator God, who is the creator of all physical forms, and even below are souls, descended into the material world. The Creator God is assisted by many demigods and demigoddesses. We also made sure that souls can move from body to body in various ways and move from one cosmic level to another. Chapter 8. Visions, Angels and Aliens. When a person travels, often, before starting the next transition, he looks back at the path already covered. We began our journey with a look back, with an attempt to generalize the evidence accumulated over the centuries about the very ancient origin of man. This archaeological evidence runs counter to Darwin's theory and forces us to seek new explanations for the source of our origins. But before starting the search, we decided to first answer the question, what is a person? And in this sense, any explanations we find at least bring us closer to the answer to the question asked. Many scientists are of the opinion that man is gross physical matter and nothing more. But it would be wiser to dance on the assumption that a person has 3 components: a physical body, mind, and consciousness, soul. Modern science unwillingly gives us enough reason to think so. Therefore, if we want to know where man came from, we must understand where matter, mind, and consciousness came from, and how they all together formed a human being. The combination of matter, mind, and consciousness in a person presupposes that there are areas in space in which matter, mind, and consciousness respectively prevail. In other words, space consists of many levels and is inhabited by different creatures, and a person is assigned a certain place in it. We found a lot of evidence of such a multi-level organization of the cosmos in classical Western culture and drew parallels with the same facts in the history of other cultures. The multi-level space is inhabited by various creatures from other planets and from other dimensions. We must understand where matter, mind, and consciousness came from, and how they all together formed a human being. The combination of matter, mind, and consciousness in a person presupposes that there are areas in space in which matter, mind, and consciousness respectively prevail. In other words, space consists of many levels and is inhabited by different creatures, and a person is assigned a certain place in it. We found a lot of evidence of such a multi-level organization of the cosmos in classical Western culture and drew parallels with the same facts in the history of other cultures. The multi-level space is inhabited by various creatures from other planets and from other dimensions. We must understand where matter, mind, and consciousness came from, and how they all together formed a human being. The combination of matter, mind, and consciousness in a person presupposes that there are areas in space in which matter, mind, and consciousness respectively prevail. In other words, space consists of many levels and is inhabited by different creatures, and a person is assigned a certain place in it. We found a lot of evidence of such a multi-level organization of the cosmos in classical Western culture and drew parallels with the same facts in the history of other cultures. The multi-level space is inhabited by various creatures from other planets and from other dimensions. That there are areas in space in which matter, mind, and consciousness respectively prevail. In other words, space consists of many levels and is inhabited by different creatures, and a person is assigned a certain place in it. We found a lot of evidence of such a multi-level organization of the cosmos in classical Western culture and drew parallels with the same facts in the history of other cultures. The multi-level space is inhabited by various creatures from other planets and from other dimensions. That there are areas in space in which matter, mind, and consciousness respectively prevail. In other words, space consists of many levels and is inhabited by different creatures, and a person is assigned a certain place in it. We found a lot of evidence of such a multi-level organization of the cosmos in classical Western culture and drew parallels with the same facts in the history of other cultures. The multi-level space is inhabited by various creatures from other planets and from other dimensions. We found a lot of evidence of such a multi-level organization of the cosmos in classical Western culture and drew parallels with the same facts in the history of other cultures. The multi-level space is inhabited by various creatures from other planets and from other dimensions. We found a lot of evidence of such a multi-level organization of the cosmos in classical Western culture and drew parallels with the same facts in the history of other cultures. The multi-level space is inhabited by various creatures from other planets and from other dimensions. Before this chapter, all the evidence that I cited to prove the existence of other types of life had as its sources reports of people from the distant past or people from our time who are not in the very center of modern civilization. In this chapter, our research will rely mainly on the evidence of representatives of advanced modern society and advanced science. These facts are credible and lead to a different look at older reports of unearthly entities that I assume create biological forms. In the 9th chapter we will see that it is indeed possible to change a biological form by the power of consciousness. In chapter 10, we look at the cosmological anthropological principle, several versions of which contain the idea that the universe was created with a human being in it. And finally, in the 11th chapter, I will try to summarize all the elements of the concept of devolution, the theory that we did not come from physical matter, but from pure consciousness, in a process that was consciously directed. In this chapter, we will consider various evidences, observations and proofs of the presence in this world of entities from other dimensions, intelligent and similar to people. We will start with examples of messages from the souls of the dead, which, after the death of the body, apparently live on other levels of the cosmos. Then we will consider the cases of the appearance of ghosts, the souls of deceased people and the cases of the souls of the deceased invading living people. Such cases reinforce what was said in the 6th chapter that consciousness in our body exists separately from the soul and physical matter. But in this chapter we will pay more attention to the fact that consciousness can exist separately after the death of a person. Next, we will consider another category of cases, phenomena, and cases of possession, in which superhuman entities are definitely involved. Then we turn to modern scientific research on the appearance of alien creatures, the so-called UFOs, and separately we will focus on those of them that are associated with paranormal phenomena. Thus, I intend to convey to the reader the idea that beings from other dimensions and other planets are not something completely denied by modern science. Messages from deceased people. Several prominent modern scientists have investigated the phenomenon of communication between the dead and the living. If we take into account their reports, then we will have evidence of the existence of one of the levels of the cosmos and the cosmic hierarchy of beings, which I spoke about in the previous chapter. Evidence that the souls of deceased people continue to communicate with the living comes from various sources, including mediums. William James, a famous American scientist of the early 20th century, one of the founders of modern psychological science, was most impressed by the sessions of the medium MRS. Piper. When MRS. Piper was in a trance, her personality was clearly replaced by another, the spirit of a long-dead man named Finud, who spoke through her, reading information from her visitors. However, not everyone believed in the existence of this spirit and in the fact that it was he who was the source of MRS. Piper's revelations. For example, Richard Hodgson of the American Society for Psychical Research was initially convinced that MRS. Piper possessed telepathic powers and gained knowledge in this way. But in March 1892, the spirit of Finud in MRS. Piper was replaced by the spirit of George Pellew, a young man who had recently died at the races. The medium was introduced to 150 people while her mind was controlled by Pellew. Of these, Pellew recognized 30, and it was these 30 people who knew him during his lifetime. Pellew talked to them like acquaintances, giving each detailed information. This convinced Hodgson that MRS. Piper did indeed communicate with the soul of the deceased George Pellew, Gould. 1968. pp. 254 to 261. Hodgson died on December 20, 1905. By December 28, MRS. Piper was already receiving messages from him. William James believed that Hodgson's soul communicated with MRS. Piper. Messages from Hodgson and other people who left were sometimes not very clear, James noted. But, nevertheless, he said that this does not exclude the possibility that some of the messages really came from the memory and consciousness of deceased people. Murphy, Ballou. 1960. p. 140. He also said that most of us during the session were to one degree or another convinced that we were dealing with Hodgson himself. Murphy, Ballou. 1960. p. 143. James described the Piper sessions as follows: when I study the Piper case, having all the other cases of automatic recording of messages and medium abilities in my baggage, and remembering the stories about ghosts throughout the history of mankind. Having such a huge and complex experience makes the possibility of deception very unlikely. The assumption that so many men and women, honest in all other respects, did such absurd things, trying to deceive someone, seems to me completely untenable, and the theory of the existence of spirits becomes much more possible. Murphy, Ballou. 1960. p. 147. Frederick Myers, one of the leaders of the Society for Psychical Research, SPR, died in 1901. That same year, MRS. Margaret Verrell, wife of the classical scholar A. W. Verrell, automatically wrote down messages from him. The medium did not control the hand, she wrote herself. After a few months, MRS. Verrell began to receive encrypted messages from Myers, some containing quotations from Latin and Greek. In 1902, MRS. Piper in Boston also began receiving messages signed by Myers. They were similar to the ones MRS. Verrell received. MRS. Verrell's daughter, Helen Verrell, also received messages, although she lived separately from her mother. And these messages were of the same nature. Piper and Verrell began sending messages to Alice Johnson, the secretary of the IAR. In 1903, MRS. Alice Kipling Fleming, sister of the writer Rudyard Kipling, joined Myers' chosen secretaries. She also sent messages to Johnson, signing herself as MRS. Holland. Johnson initially threw out these messages, but in 1905 she began comparing them with each other and noticed interesting correspondences in them. Johnson and others concluded that this cross-correspondence was deliberately organized by Myers to convince everyone that his spirit remained alive after the death of the body. Griffin. 1997. pp. 162 to 163. Targeted messages from deceased people through mediums are sometimes attributed to telepathy. A medium who writes down messages can consciously or unconsciously fit into the memory of different people who knew the deceased, and thus receive information. In other words, While such messages come in paranormal ways, the information may not come from a spirit. Here the question arises, how can the spirit of the deceased, who wants to communicate something, overcome this obstacle? H.F. Saltmarsh, in his book about Myers messages, wrote, suppose a cryptogram is transmitted through one receiver, and another cryptogram, also completely incomprehensible, through another at the same time, and suppose that none of them knows what they are writing about the other. We will receive two seemingly meaningless messages that are not related to each other. If a third person writes another message of the same kind, also devoid of meaning in itself, this will be the key to the previous two, to the fact that all three together form a single whole and lead to one goal, and then it will be clear that the source of these messages, 1. Telepathy between recipients will not explain these messages, because none of them understands the meaning of what they are writing, and therefore cannot convey to others what they should write. In most cases, including Myers' messages, the mystery was solved by an independent researcher, and the recipients themselves did not know about other messages. Saltmarsh. 1938. pp. 33-34. In other words, messages that are sent to different people at the same time and do not make sense separately, prove the presence of the consciousness of the deceased person. Here is an example of these messages. In early 1907, MRS. Margaret Verrall received a message from Myers, where it was written about heavenly serene days. She telepathically transmitted to Myers a quote from Plot Inus, Autos Auranos Akumen, which meant, the heavens themselves are serene. Saltmarsh. 1938. p. 73. In the text from which this quote is taken, Plot Inus said that the soul, in order to achieve enlightenment, must be serene, that the earth, water, and air must be calm, and that the heavens themselves are serene. Verrall knew that Myers himself had quoted the phrase in a poem about Tennyson. She also knew that he had included an English translation of the phrase in his book Human Personality and Its Survival of Bodily Death. MRS. Verrall telepathically transmitted the phrase to Myers on January 29, 1907, in the presence of MRS. Piper. On January 30th, MRS. Verrall saw in the message which MRS. Piper wrote down, the names of the trees Larch and Golden Shower, standing side by side in the text, Saltmarsh. 1938. p. 74. She recalled that these trees were mentioned in Tennyson's poem In Memoriam. The stanza with the mention of larch ended with the line, March sea bird. It is a kingfisher, and another name for a kingfisher is golden rain. According to an ancient legend, when the kingfisher nested by the sea, around the winter solstice, the sea became calm and serene. There was a connection with the phrase Plot Inus Autos Auranos Akumen, and the heavens are serene. MRS. Verrall was sure that Myers was specifically responding to her with such hints through MRS. Piper. On February 25, MRS. Verrall received another phrase from Tennyson, a transparent window between worlds. On February 26, a message from Myers contained a quote from Plot Inus, Autos Auranos Akumen, written in Greek. Also there were the words, and let the line not shed a tear, I will meet with my great helmsman. It was a reference to Tennyson's poem, Crossing the Bar. The names of Tennyson and Browning were also present in the message. On March 6, MRS. Verrall received a message that spoke of peace, for example, in the lines from Tennyson's In Memoriam, and if there is peace in my heart. If there is, it is quiet despair. In the last message received on March 11th, according to Saltmarsh, references to both Plato and Tennyson can be found, in phrases about an invisible and semi-visible existence, silent communication, an invisible presence is felt, Saltmarsh. 1938. p. 75. Tennyson's poem, In Memoriam, tells about the poet's communication with his late friend. The appearance of these very lines in Myers' message has a deep meaning, especially if you try to connect Plot Inus, Tennyson, the Greek phrase about serene skies and the many references to serenity and peace in the messages. Some of these connections were discovered much later. Several hints on the same topic are found in messages to MRS. Piper. On March 6, 1907, Piper wrote down the following words from Myers, Cloudless horizon, Beyond cloudless sky, in the awakened consciousness, the words, they grieve at the line, and I set off. Farewell, Margaret. MRS. Varel's name was Margaret. The words about cloudless skies and the limit are very consonant with the messages of MRS. Varel, where there is a reference to Tennyson's poems, In Memoriam, and Crossing the Bar. According to Saltmarsh, neither MRS. Piper nor the person who was with her in the sessions, Mr. Piddington, had the knowledge to put all these references together. Saltmarsh. 1938. p. 77. Saltmarsh also said, it must be said that MRS. Varel did not grasp the meaning of the combination of quotations from In Memoriam and Crossing the Bar prior to this joint session with MRS. Piper, Saltmarsh. 1938. p. 77. That is, MRS. Piper could not in any way receive this information from MRS. Varel using telepathy, which is the best proof that only Myers himself could transmit the messages. On April 29th, MRS. Varel sat with MRS. Piper, whose messages included words of serene days and seemingly irrelevant references to Swedenborg, St. Paul and Dante. The next day, Myers told MRS. Piper that a Greek quote from Plautinus reminded him of Socrates and Homer's Iliad. The connection between Plautinus, who lived in the 3rd century AD, Socrates, in the 4th century BC, and Homer, in the 8th century BC, was not entirely obvious. On May 1st, MRS. Varel received a message saying, an eagle soars over Plato's tomb. MRS. Varel recalled that Myers used this phrase in his Human Personality when describing Plato. She went on to find out that in the epilogue to Human Personality, Myers had mentioned Plotinus's visions. Right before that there was a legend about how Socrates had a vision of a blonde woman in white robes, from Plato's Critias. A woman in a vision of Socrates was reading a line from Homer's Iliad. Saltmarsh notes, an even more important discovery followed. On the same page, where it was written that, the eagle soars over the tomb of Plato, there are listed strong souls who experienced this ecstasy, and among them, after Plautinus and before Tennyson, were Swedenborg, St. Paul and Dante. That is, in messages for one medium, we see the key to understanding messages for another medium, which at first seemed meaningless, and this shows that all the elements were known to Myers and were connected by him to each other in unintelligible texts. Finally, on May 6, 1907, MRS. Sidgwick wanted to ask Myers about the author of the Greek phrase he dictated to MRS. Varel. But Myers interrupted her question, saying through the message to MRS. Piper, tell MRS. W. Varel about damn. Then Myers said that this was his answer about Otto Zaurano Zakuman, Saltmarsh. 1938. p. 78. Speaking about this case, Saltmarsh writes, I think this is one of the best cross-correspondence cases. The information obtained in Piper's sessions is beyond the scope of her own knowledge and is unknown to either the participant in the session, Mr. Piddington, or MRS. Varel, but is familiar to Fred Myers and speaks of his presence. The answers were circumstantial, and thus the suspicion of telepathy was avoided. Moreover, several times the messages themselves gave instructions to researchers using the necessary keys to understand the connections. For example, when the phrase, the eagle soars over the grave of Plato, drew MRS. Varel's attention to the part of Human Personality, where she found the connection between Plautinus, Socrates, Homer, Swedenborg, and others, Saltmarsh. 1938. pp. 78-79. Saltmarsh studied a myriad of messages from Myers that had been received over the course of more than 30 years from various mediums. He noted, if we had one or two mediums through which such correspondence was conducted, we could well attribute to them an element of chance. But when there are so many of them, the probability of coincidence is greatly reduced. Further, when in this huge number of messages to different people there are completely unequivocal indications of their intentionality and direct statements that they are part of a planned experiment, then the theory of coincidences and chances can be safely forgotten. Saltmarsh. 1938. p. 126. This was the case with Myers, from which I selected a small fraction of all the material. This correspondence is the best evidence of the life of Myers' consciousness after physical death. In his case, the list of mediums involved in the correspondence is huge, as is the number of messages. Those interested in this case can refer to Saltmarsh's book for details. Sir William F. Barrett, 1918. pp. 184 to 185, physicist, Fellow of the Royal Society, was the founder of the Society for Psychical Research. He studied one very interesting case of communication between the dead and the living. During World War I, Mrs. Travers Smith, the wife of a famous Dublin doctor, and Miss C, the daughter of another doctor, tried to establish contact with the soul of a deceased person using a special Ouija board. One person lightly touched a moving arrow with his finger, and it pointed to any letters that gradually formed into words. Miss C.'s cousin, an officer in the British Army, had been killed in France a month before these sessions. Once on the tablet his name was suddenly marked with arrows. Miss C. asked, "Do you know me?" In response, her name was indicated and the following words were spoken: "Tell Mom, so that she would give my mother of pearl pin to the girl I wanted to marry. I want her to have this thing." None of those present knew of the engagement. They asked for the girl's name and address. Her full name and address in London was given. But the letter sent there came back. The participants in the session assumed the message was fiction. 6 months later, from the personal papers of the deceased, they learned that he was indeed engaged to the very girl whose name was written on the tablet. Her name was mentioned in the officer's will. However, during his lifetime, he never spoke about her to anyone. A mother of pearl tie-pin was also found among his personal belongings. Barrett wrote, "Both ladies signed the report sent to me, where everything said above was confirmed. All messages from the spirit were recorded immediately, nothing was restored from memory." Sir Oliver Joseph Lodge, 1851 to 1940, contributed greatly to the study of electromagnetic radiation and radio communications. He also recorded a famous case of communication with the spirit of a deceased person, his son Raymond. In a biographical encyclopedia, the famous scientist Isaac Asimov wrote about Lodge. He was one of the main researchers of the psyche and one of the examples when a serious scientist is engaged in a field, mostly belonging to charlatans. Asimov. 1982. p. 530. I disagree with Asimov that psychic research is an area for charlatans. More than enough venerable scientists have worked and are working in it, who have received very convincing results. For me, the statement of Asimov himself looks somewhat strange. Lodge wrote, "I have never made a secret of my conviction that the soul does not simply exist after the death of the body, but that its further life is much more than commonly believed to be connected with the daily life of the deceased body, that there is really no clear line between the living and the dead, and that in responding to this urgent need for intimacy, ways can be found between what seem to be divided by a chasm." Lodge. 1916, p. 83. On September 17, 1915, Lodge learned that his son Raymond had died in the war in Europe during World War I. On September 25, Mrs. Lodge had a session with the psychic, Mrs. Leonard, whom she had never met before. Mrs. Leonard and the guests sat at a round table. She began to pronounce individual letters alphabetically until the table vibrated. The letter on which the table began to tremble was recorded, and the process was repeated again. It must be said that this does not seem too primitive from the standpoint of today's technology, when people type text on pocket computers in almost the same difficult and time-consuming way. According to spiritualists, the trembling of the table meant an expression of agreement on the part of the spirit. Skeptics will say that the medium herself physically made the table tremble, and took information about the living and the dead from other sources. To dispel such suspicions, it should be noted that the medium did not know anything about her guests. During a session with Mrs. Leonard, Mrs. Lodge received the following message from a soul named Raymond: "Tell Dad I met his friends." Mrs. Lodge asked the names of these friends. Raymond named Myers, an already deceased physicist who did know Lodge. On September 27th, Lodge himself came to the session. His invitation was arranged by MRS Kennedy. According to Lodge, MRS Leonard did not know who he was. This time, the message was received in a different way, with the help of the otherworldly assistant of the medium, the soul of a young girl named Fida. As the medium fell into a trance, Lodge heard that she had met a youth who was described as being like Raymond. Fida said through MRS Leonard, he says that he has made a lot of friends who are helping him. He did not think when he woke up that he would be happy, but now he is really happy, and now, since he is already ready for this, he has many things to do. Lodge. 1916. p. 98. On September 28th, Lodge and his wife attended a session with MRS Leonard together. Now messages were again transmitted through the enumeration of letters. Lodge. 1916. pp. 140 to 142. First, the spirit Paul got in touch with the medium, who, in response to Lodge's question, said that Raymond was with him. The next message said, Raymond wants to talk to you himself. Lodge asked Raymond for the officer's name. He expected to hear the name of Lieutenant Keyes, who was one of the last to see Raymond alive after being wounded. But Raymond called the name Mitchell. MRS Lodge said, Raymond, I don't know Mitchell. Raymond replied, yes, you don't. Then Lodge asked, so this will be the best evidence? Raymond replied in the affirmative. Again the question, is that why you chose him? Raymond said yes. Then Raymond said 3 letters, S-A-M. The medium said that he probably wrong. But the letters were repeated, and the word plane appeared. Lodge asked, are you saying that Mitchell is a military pilot? A firm yes followed. Lodge further asked Raymond for his brother's name. In response, the letters N, O, P, M, and A appeared. Lodge interrupted the transmission of the word, thinking his son was trying to say Norman, which was the wrong answer. In the same session, Lodge asked Raymond how the spirits manipulated the table. The message said, you all radiate magnetic energy, which is transferred to the medium, and it goes to the table, so we control it. Lodge. 1916. p. 146. Thinking his son wanted to say Norman, which was the wrong answer. In the same session, Lodge asked Raymond how the spirits manipulated the table. The message said, you all radiate magnetic energy, which is transferred to the medium, and it goes to the table, so we control it. Lodge. 1916. p. 146. Thinking his son wanted to say Norman, which was the wrong answer. In the same session, Lodge asked Raymond how the spirits manipulated the table. The message said, you all radiate magnetic energy, which is transferred to the medium, and it goes to the table, so we control it. Lodge. 1916. p. 146. The name Mitchell, which Raymond said in connection with the plane, was very significant. None of the guests knew this man. Lodge spent several weeks conducting his own investigation and received no results. The list of military personnel he needed has not yet been published. Lodge. 1916. p. 146. Finally, Lodge obtained some information about Mitchell. After several unsuccessful attempts on October 10th, I found out with the help of a librarian from the London Library that there was indeed Second Lieutenant I.H. Mitchell, who was later transferred to the Royal Air Force. I wrote to the State Archives at Farnborough and on November 6th finally received a letter from Captain Mitchell. In a letter to Lodge, Mitchell wrote, I met your son, although I don't remember where. Lodge. 1916. p. 149. The name Norman, which meant nothing to Lodge or his wife, turned out to be the common name that Raymond used to refer to his brothers, especially when they played field hockey. Lodge learned about this a little later from his sons, who were not at the seance. Lodge. 1916. p. 147. I am inclined to believe this fact, because in my childhood all the children from neighboring houses called each other homes. The messages from Raymond contain interesting information about the spirit world. In particular, at a session with MRS Lodge and MRS Leonard on February 4, 1916, Raymond, communicating through the Fedu, said that the spirit world is divided into several areas. For example, his sister, Lily, got into a very high world, as close to the divine realm as possible. Lodge 1916 p. 229. In this world, similar souls were attracted to each other. Raymond said, I saw young people with such immoral and obscene thoughts. They fell into another area. I am very glad that I did not get there, although it is not really hell. More like a penal colony, you are given one more chance, and if you want to become better, you have the opportunity to do so. Lodge 1916 p. 230. Raymond was in the middle, on the third level, which was called Country of Summer or Homeland. Creatures from higher levels could visit his area, and creatures from his level could descend to the ground. He called them happy mediums. Lodge 1916 p. 230. Raymond told his mother that once he was raised to a higher level, I could go up there and see what is being done at the level of the higher realms. Christ did not approach me, and I myself did not want to approach him. Rather, I felt that it was not worth doing it. The voice sounded like a bell. I don't know what he was wearing. Everything seemed just different shiny colors. Lodge 1916 pp. 230 to 231. Raymond said that somehow he had been brought back to his level, and he had the feeling that he was entrusted with a certain mission, and that he had to help, being almost on the ground. Lodge 1916 p. 232. He said, I was told that Christ was always on earth in the form of a spirit, as a projection, like those rays that go from him into the souls of all people. Lodge 1916 p. 232. Raymond also added that he was asked if he was happy with the place, where is his body buried. I said that I do not care, I am not interested. The body is like the old coat from which I have grown, and I hope that it will be taken care of. I don't want any flowers on my grave. Lodge 1916 p. 235. Lodge was confident that many scientists would never take any evidence of soul life after death or other such phenomena seriously. It was to them that he addressed the following words, they are proud of their skepticism and common sense, although in fact the truth is that they simply put on the blinders of prejudice, and thus excluded from their consciousness the very possibility of learning about other spheres of being. Lodge 1916 p. 379. In Lodge and Raymond's case, the spirit was familiar to the participants in the session. But there are also cases when the spirit does not know the participants or the medium through whom it communicates. This is also worthy of study, since it cannot be assumed in this case that the medium received the information conveyed by the spirit from other participants in the session. It is also impossible to blame the medium for inventing the essence, if the participants of the session came specially to communicate with a familiar deceased person. Jan Stevenson and Orlander Haraldsson write about an interesting case in Iceland. Haraldsson, Stevenson 1975a. A medium named Hafstein Bjornsson in 1937 performed seances in a private house in Reykjavik. During the sessions, a spirit appeared that communicated with Bjornsson, but refused to give his name, calling himself simply John Johnson, which is the Icelandic synonym for the British John Doe. When asked what he wanted, he replied, I'm looking for my leg, and added that it should be at sea. Haraldsson, Stevenson 1975a. p. 37. In the fall of 1938, the same spirit appeared in another series of sessions. He was still looking for his leg and still refused to identify himself. In January 1939, Ludwig Gudmundsson began to attend the sessions. He had a house in the village of Zandjurdi, near Reykjavik. The spirit seemed to rejoice at the appearance of Gudmundsson, but Gudmundsson himself could not find a reason for this. When the spirit was asked, he said that Gudmundsson had his leg in his house in Zandjurdi. When Gudmundsson began to very impatiently ask the spirit for his name, he finally said, "Perhaps it would be better to say who I am. My name is Runolfur Runolfsson and I was 52 when I died. My wife and I lived in Kolgaver Klopakot, near Zandjurdi. Once I was returning drunk from Keflavik. While staying at Swainbjorn Tornadsson's house in Zandjurdi, I drank something refreshing there. When I was getting ready to go home, the weather turned so bad that the owners would not let me go alone. I got angry and said that either I would not go anywhere at all, or I would go alone. My house was literally 15 minutes walk away. Nevertheless, I went alone, and on the way I was all wet and very tired. Having crossed a strip of coastal pebbles, I reached the Flankastada Klesher rock, which is now almost destroyed. I sat down next to her, took out a bottle and drank some more booze. Then he fell asleep there. In the meantime, the tide started and I was washed away. This happened in October 1879. I was found only in January 1880, when the sea washed the body ashore, but the dogs and crows tore the body apart. The remains were found and buried in Utskalur. But one thigh bone was lost. She was carried out to sea, but later carried to Zandjurdi. And now she is in Ludwig's house, Larisdottir. 1946. pp. 203 to 204. Quoted from Haraldsson, Stevenson. 1975a. p. 39. Runolfsson said that his death can be read in the records of the church in Utskalur. There it was written that a person with that name actually died on the specified date, and the age also coincided. Haraldsson, Stevenson. 1975a. p. 40. Other records stated that he lived in Klopp and then elsewhere, near the Flankastada Klesher rock. The priest's report said that the scattered bones were found much later, separate from the clothes, which also washed ashore. But the lost bone was not mentioned. Gudmundsson asked the old residents of Zandjurdi village if they had heard anything about human bones found in the vicinity. Someone remembered that there were indeed rumors about a human hip bone, which was found here and there. One man said he remembered as if some carpenter had bricked the bone in the wall of Gudmundsson's house. Gudmundsson began his search, trying to figure out in which wall the bone was buried. They dismantled one wall, but found nothing. Later, the carpenter himself turned up and showed the exact place, and indeed, the bone was found there. Haraldsson, Stevenson. 1975a. p. 41. It was long, which coincided with the words of Runolfsson about her high growth. The bone was found in 1940, 3 years after the first mention of it by Runolfsson. If the bone can be transferred to another place, then it can be compared with the remains of Runolfsson. It was long, which coincided with the words of Runolfsson about her high growth. The bone was found in 1940, 3 years after the first mention of it by Runolfsson. If the bone can be transferred to another place, then it can be compared with the remains of Runolfsson. It was long, which coincided with the words of Runolfsson about her high growth. The bone was found in 1940, 3 years after the first mention of it by Runolfsson. If the bone can be transferred to another place, then it can be compared with the remains of Runolfsson. In 1969, this case made it into the Reykjavik newspapers, while the story of Runolfsson's death was taken from other sources. It was a 19th century manuscript written by the Rev. John Torsen, priest of Utskalure. The manuscript was published only in 1953, much later than the sessions with the appearance of Runolfsson. As for the medium, 1. He said that he had never been to Zandjurdi and had never met anyone from there before the sessions with Runolfsson. 2. In November 1939, he visited the state archives, where the records of this case were kept. But this was 6 months after Runolfsson gave his name and told his story. 3. He never read church records from Utskalur. In any case, there was no mention of the lost bone in them. The inhabitants of Zandjurdi, who knew about the bone, did not think that it belonged to Runolfsson, who was known under the nickname Runki, Haraldsson, Stevenson. 1975a. p. 43. Haraldson and Stevenson came to the conclusion that the simplest explanation for the totality of facts is life of Runca's spirit after the death of the body with all memories and subsequent communication with the medium halves time. Haraldson, Stevenson. 1975a. p. 57. Here is another curious case. On January 25, 1941, the medium Hafstein Hornson conducted a seance with Hjalmar Gudjonsson, who hoped to communicate with specific deceased people. The medium worked with the help of a creature named Finna. But Finna did not transmit messages from acquaintances to Gudjonsson, but began to communicate with a spirit unfamiliar to him. His name was Gudny Magnusson, and he mentioned a place called Eskifjordur. He said he died there in a car accident. Asmunder Gestsson, who after the session learned about the intruder, had a cousin, Gudrun Gudmundsdottir, who lived in Eskifjordur, who had a husband, the Dr. Einar Estrads. On February 26, 1941, Gestsson wrote to his sister, wanting to know if her husband had heard of Gudny Magnusson. And if so, what did this person die from? Haraldson, Stevenson. 1975b. pp. 246 to 247. On March 14th, Gudrun Gudmundsdottir replied to her brother, confirming that her husband was treating Gudny Magnusson, who had already died, and said the following: a married couple lives here, in Eskifjordur, Anna Jorgensen and Magnus Arngrimsson. By that time, one of their sons, who was then 20 to 21 years old, had already been working as a driver for 2 or 3 years. He often worked with his father on road construction. Last fall, a young man named Gudny Magnusson was in a hurry to get to work, and in the morning he left in his truck for Reydarfjordur. The road was long and difficult. Having finished his business, he went home. Something was wrong with his truck, and the journey took longer than usual. When he crossed the mountain pass between Reydarfjordur and Eskifjordur, he ran out of gas. Leaving the car, the young man went with the canister to Eskifjordur. He had to cover about 4 miles one way, and when he finally returned home, he was completely exhausted. At night his stomach ached very badly. They sent for the Dr. Einar, and when he came, he could not immediately diagnose. The next day, Einar went on business to Reydarfjordur and stayed there all day. In the evening he received a call and asked to urgently return back to Eskifjordur, because Gudny's condition was critical. He was also asked to bring with him a military doctor from Reydarfjordur who could help Gudny. The doctors arrived at 9 o'clock in the evening and saw that the young man was indeed in a very serious condition. Perhaps he had internal tears or intestinal obstruction. There was nothing they could do on the spot. Therefore, it was decided to take the young man to the hospital in Seyðisfjörður. Transportation by air was ruled out as it was already dark. They put Gudny in a boat, but he died on the way between Nortfjordur and Seyðisfjörður. Haraldson, Stevenson. 1975b. p. 249. Gestsson then spoke in detail about the session, and his story was recorded by Gudjonsson on March 31, 1941. At first Finna said that with me was a young man of average height, blonde, starting to go bald. He was between 20 and 30 years old. His name was Gudny Magnusson. She saw him very well. Finna said that he knew some of my relatives and that his death was connected with Eskifjordur and Reydarfjordur. He was a truck or car driver. She clearly saw how he died. He was repairing the car, lay down under it, stretched out to his full height, and damaged something from the internal organs. Then he was taken by boat past the fjords to the hospital, but he died halfway. That's all I remember. Haraldson, Stevenson. 1975b. p. 247. Gudjonsson later said that he had recorded this story even before. Gudrun Jonsdottir, who also attended the session, wrote his report on June 6, 1941. Hansina Hansdottir, the last participant in the session, signed this report by reading and confirming it. Here's what it said: Hjalmar Gudjonsson did not recognize the person Finna described. It seemed to me that he did not want to hear more about this man, so I myself asked Finna about him. She replied, his parents are alive. I asked, did he die quickly? Finna replied, no, he got home, and then I saw him being taken in the boat. They were taking him to the doctor. I saw how the boat goes by the fjords, and how he died on the way. Then I asked another question, can you tell me which fjords they were taking him past? Finner replied, I don't see for sure, but Eskifjordur was in his thoughts. I asked how long it has been since his death. Finner replied, I don't see that either. It seems to me that 4 to 5 months have passed, but maybe I am mistaken. He already knows his way around here in the afterlife, but not very confident in himself. Again I asked, what do you think he wants from Hjalmar? Anything specific? Finna said that he just came to see him, as they are almost countrymen and he wants to gain strength from him. You need to think well of him, it gives him strength. Haraldsson, Stevenson. 1975b. pp. 247 to 248. In June 1941, Asmundur Gestson went to Eskifjordur and confirmed all the details about Hugni Magnusson, for example, that he was blonde with a thinning crown. A little later, Orlander Haraldsson spoke with Hugni's brother, Otto, and sister Rosa, who also confirmed all the details of the session reports. Haraldsson also obtained a copy of Gudni's death certificate, which indicated, among other things, intestinal perforation as the cause of death. Haraldsson, Stevenson. 1975b. p. 249. On November 7, 1940, an obituary about the death of Hogni appeared in an Icelandic newspaper, but there were no details, and the medium Hafstein could hardly have learned from him the information that the spirit of Gudni had told him if he had tried to invent this story. Neither the medium nor the other members ever knew Gudni or his family. Haraldsson and Stevenson concluded, despite extensive investigation, we could not find any source from which the medium could have obtained such detailed information about Gudni Magnusson. Haraldsson, Stevenson. 1975b. pp. 260 to 261. Relocation of souls of dead people alive. All of the above cases convince us that the souls of the dead exist in another dimension, not too distant from our world, and can communicate with us through special channels. Frederick Myers, one of the foremost researchers in the field, wrote that the evidence of communication with the souls of specific deceased people through trance states and written messages through those who are able to transmit it, under the control of spirits, withstands the most severe criticism. Myers. 1903. Volume 1. p. 29. Sometimes such communication even allows one to slightly open the veil over higher levels, other parts of the universe inhabited by higher beings. Now we will consider another phenomenon, which also proves the existence of other levels and other beings, the transmigration of the souls of dead people into the living. In part, the communication of mediums with spirits is a manifestation of this phenomenon. It is just that the soul of a deceased person takes possession of a living person temporarily, and not permanently. However, the cases that we will consider imply precisely the prolonged and stronger influence of the soul of the deceased on living people. Also in this case, the motivation of the soul entering the body plays a more important role than when the soul communicates with the medium.